Ali, 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 yeah. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. I praise Allah for these lessons. I'm striving to be the message, and I thank Allah for his blessings. Ali was the circle 7. Islam. Want to rise upon the 7 and give all praises to the great God Allah, our Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and Bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another grand late night library session, family. Y'all already know we got some grand drawing to bring to the manifest. And y'all know we're going to pick up where we left off from last night. So this is going to be a powerful drawing. You can most definitely believe that. We're going to keep on bringing everything to a high level of quality as it has to do with the information. And we got a whole bunch to bring to the manifest, family. We just gonna continue to uplift our family with these measures. So I want to really give our family insight into everything as we bring it forth. Because sometimes it's good to use the hammer of repetition in order to make sure that our people getting it. Last night we had a powerful measure for those who were attentive. You already know what it is, and those who may be just tuning in at the moment, you know, this is going to be a powerful measure, and you should go and check out our last drawing dealing with they swore to conceal and never reveal, you know, because everything I'm doing is tied into each and every other piece of information that I put out here. And as you can see, the subtitle for this is The Rosetta Stone on Trial. We're getting ready to expose some things to our people, you know, that's been before us a whole bunch of decades, so to speak, before even we come on the manifest. And we're finna show you how they pulled this trick bag out on our people. Last night was a powerful measure just to have our people participating. We just showed you how Champollion's alphabet system was flawed. We showed you how easy it was to create our own on the spot. And our family didn't even know, that basically the system that was created per se. All they had to do is go up there and use, the chart that we had, the one we created, and they translated the words correctly. So this goes to show you how easy it is to create your own language, basically. Own alphabet chart and claim that you done decipher some ancient. And it's sad that many of our people can't see through this. I know our family who went over that information. Some of them might even revisit the video, that was on there last night in our last late night library session. This term that we use up here, we try to make sure that we are direct when we use certain terms. I know ever since I put information out here, I use certain terms, key terms, so that when you all have to go into your own independent research, you can find exactly what I'm saying. A lot of people just say things because they sound good, but when I say things and I mention specific terms, I'm saying it because you can find this stuff somewhere. So I want to give honors to our family in the building, Brother Noble Brian, Brother Idris Amir. Honors to you, Islam, Salam, and honors to our goddess and queen, Lisa Nicole Moria Bael. Peace and love to your sister. Invite, our other family, other goddesses and queens, because we want to hear from our sisters as well. This is not no chauvinistic, male-dominated environment over here, queen. Everything that we bring on the manifest is a balance. We believe in co-regency. That's the Kemetic way. Also creator of the boundless universe, we give honors to you as well. And everything I said, it check out just like I said. And those who watch these videos, peace and love to you, Carbon Dark Matter. Many may not accept the sources, but they can't never lie and say that Brother Commission don't bring no sources. And then I bring source upon source. When I tell you all the time, most of our adversaries out here in this information, they just be talking. You don't never see them pull nothing up. They just be talking. But for some reason, people accept they talking over every source that I present. But that's all due to the bias that they already have against the Moors. Shame, shame, shame. Terrible. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, I already know. I know you love that one there, Brother Noble Brian. You seen that right there? That was terrible right there. We showed our people, for those who may not be familiar with what we did we literally showed our people 4 alphabet charts. And really, I got more than that. I got a whole bunch of different charts where people claim that they are alphabet systems that were created from pictures, and all these pictures saying something different. But everybody's saying they got it from Kemet. Now either ancient Kemet had a whole bunch of different pictorial charts, or somebody is trying to mislead the people. And I believe the latter. Because out of all of those charts that are there, neither one of the charts are from the ancient Egyptians themselves. And when I say this, family, you must understand, I'm not saying that these symbols as pictures, like you see right here in the background on the page that I'm talking, the little symbol you see in the background, I'm not saying that these symbols didn't exist. I'm saying that they wasn't a language. And see, this is how they get over on you. They say, well, the symbols existed, since 3100 BC. And they know good and well, even in the history that they give about the language, wasn't no language existing during that particular time, even under their so-called methodology. Honest to Brother Born Dog, but they'll do anything to make you believe that symbols were an alphabet that existed before hieratic. Well, we're going to dispel that tonight, family. Now that we done showed you how they made up their little alphabet, we done exposed the inconsistencies in what they talk about. We still ain't find that alphabet chart from the ancient Egyptians. We can find a chart from Champollion. We can find one from the Meroitic. We found two from the Hebrew. I got more too. You know, that's supposed to be considered Hebrew, but they different than the other two Hebrew charts up here. You know, but 4 is enough. You know, we don't even have to we don't even have to go nowhere beyond that. But now one of them charts can be said to be the charts of the ancient Egyptians themselves. That's right. And we finna go into it, born dog. Yeah, now you see the claims that they making. But it's good you dug into them, because now that we gave you the history, you didn't go in there with blinders on. Now you can see how they went in there and try to remix things. You see? And your guys, them over there, they accepting his way because that's what their foundation is. They need Champollion in order to stand upon what they say they demonstrate. All they can do is say, he did decipher it, and then try to show you, according to his methodology, how they saying what is true. But I'm showing you various different sources. There you go. Period. Period. But that's who they fight me about, born dog. Now you see who they fight me about. It's crazy how people claim to be so pan-African and Afrocentric, but when you tell them that the Europeans, you know, that they are looking up to or wrong, they get up there and they fight you tooth and nail. Look at these dudes literally beefing up and rat packing, trying to rat pack me. I'm still tearing their behinds up, but they literally trying to triple and double team me for the Europeans. Look at how this look. Here I go. I stand up and say, these people have changed what the ancestors brought. You know, and then I show you who the people is. I prove what they did. You know what I mean? I prove what they did, family. And they attack me because I'm exposing this information. And then they had audacity to say, you know, you trying to make it be a racist? No, I'm telling you what these people said. I can't help their European descent and of so-called Greek descent. So watch this. Y'all already know I'm finna get it in right now. Watch this. Now let me show you something. We're gonna start with the Rosetta Stone. Since we touched on it a little bit, we're gonna go a little deeper into it today. Watch this, y'all. I'm gonna show you something. This is terrible. Man, this is man, they done. I'm disappointed in my people that like to follow this foo-foo. Okay, so let me share this here real quick. I want to make sure I'm sharing everything. Yeah, they did. Well, the primate, that's the whole thing. That primate stuff, it's all part of the same thing. Because they still trying to defend the European construct. You know, I got scientific paper to tell you that Darwin was racist. You see what I'm saying? So now, since we talking about the Rosetta Stone on trial, it's only right that we go back and we look at this stone now, people. Now, mind you, this is how you would normally find the stone right here. Just like this here, right? Now, I'm going to use their methodology dealing with these so-called glyphs. I'm going to use Champollion's methodology to debunk his methodology. So when y'all get to see me pointing out these symbols, y'all already know I don't look at them as alphabets. But I'm finna show you what he did. So you see this right here. This is the Rosetta Stone. This is how you normally see it. We showed this to you. This is the Pile Obelisk here. So if you look here, there are two measures that they demonstrating here, and they pointing them out up here on the stone. Notice they don't have anything highlighted in this portion. This is the Demotic version. This is what the Coptic version of they would call it. This they claim is hieroglyphics, and this is what we finna expose, people. We done figured out exactly what they did. So now they saying they found on the Pile obelisk the name of Cleopatra and the name of Ptolemy. Okay, so we ain't got no problem with them finding that on there. The only problem is what we got to understand is that right there lets you know exactly where this thing come from. Because you got to remember, there was no such thing as Cleopatra in ancient Kemet. Let me show you what I mean by that. There was no Cleopatra back during this time. You see these time periods, Paleolithic, 700,000, 7,000 BCE, right? They got the early dynastic period of Egypt right here, and they started at 3,000. And that's, I don't even really go off these things here. I'm just giving this to you for good measure. I don't really go off these times because they ain't even really to be trusted, to be honest with you. You know, because sometimes they'll say 3,500, 34, 3,100, and you can't do that, you know. But I'm showing you what they would call the early dynastic period of Egypt. Old Kingdom, first intermediary period. The Middle Kingdom, second intermediary period. The New Kingdom, and then they come all the way down here to the third period, to the late period. In this late period is where they date the Demotic coming into existence. During the 600s, or some people say the 700s, you know, out of the third intermediary period into the late period of Egyptian. But hieratic, you're going to find existed all the way from the beginning. Hieratic existed alongside, you know, them symbols being carved in stone. But them symbols wasn't represented as no alphabet during that time. It was hieratic that was represented as the language, right? So now, down here in this period that comes a little further, beyond this 600 period, you find the Roman and the Persian. You know, the Persian period is here, but then you find the Ptolemaic period, 332, you know, because we say 330 is when the Ptolemies under Alexander the Great went in there. You know, they destroyed the libraries and everything and put their own little thing up there, but then Ptolemy is here. So this is where Cleopatra will be, and Ptolemy. You know, in this 330 period, so to speak, you know, you will find them all the way up in the, let's say, 196 BC. That's where the Rosetta Stone actually started at. But this is when they ended up coming in. This is long after ancient Egypt, which is up here. You see what I'm saying? In ancient Egypt, you see it go way back, further than 3,000. They going back to 700,000. Then they had a Saharian Neolithic, you know, and they start their pre-dynastic period here. See, pre-dynastic period right here, Nakata, all of that there, the Mahdi, Neolithic, Gerzian dynasty, and some people say, well, the writing started in Zero dynasty. So this would be before even this period up here. You see what I'm saying? Zero dynasty would. So they would tell you they had rock inscriptions, but those rock inscriptions were not to be considered as writing. They were just pictures written on rocks. You know, anybody that know anything about the history of the way they give that, they'll tell you that. Even though some people try to lie to y'all and tell y'all that Egyptian hieroglyphics as a writing system existed during this time. They lying and they trying to pull the wool over y'all. You see, that system, notice it's 3,200. You see, and that's actually 3,200 BC, 3,200 years before Christ. 3,200 years before Jesus exists. That will make it, let's say, 5,200, so to speak. So it actually would take it back even up in here, this particular period of time, so to speak, if you're looking at it from that aspect. You know, but anyway, let me show you something here when we go deeper into this measure. If Cleopatra and Ptolemy came into existence during this time period, they didn't exist during this time or the further time periods, none of this. They didn't exist even here. And they come and put their names in a monument way later. This is a red flag already. That should tell you that we ain't dealing with the original people. You see? So we're going to even show you who Cleopatra is, what Cleopatra looked like, and what Ptolemy looked like. It's a lot of controversy out here, but we're going to give it to you straight and like it is. They came way later. That's thousands of years later, family. So if the monuments that I just showed you, these two that they claim Champollion used as a tool for his decipherment, this here, this obelisk, and this Rosetta Stone, if they came into existence way in this era and they didn't exist during the ancient time, that right there should kill the whole argument. But this is the real issue here. We can tell this stone was tampered with because at first they had nothing but this part. But now they have added again this top portion on here. We got to show it to you. And there's a problem with this top portion because if you blow it up, this ain't no glyphs in here at all. This is just scratched out portions here. I don't know if they was prepping it or they had scratched out what was here originally. But to be honest with you, I think that they was already, remixing. We know this is the original portion. We showed how it's connected to that. But it's definitely different from this portion here with the glyphs on it, supposedly. Now, I got some European to tell you that this Rosetta Stone is a bunch of hoax, period. They say when you look at it in person, it don't even look, you can't even see it. It's illegible. You can't even see the way it look, because it's chipped up and all this stuff here, so it will be impossible for anybody to transliterate anything from the Rosetta Stone. I got some people talking about that. I'll probably play that too in a minute. Now, and they also going at the people about the so-called decipherment. Now look at this part here. You notice these are just striped out lines. This is supposed to be hieroglyphs. So why are these striped out lines? This is proof of the tampering right here. This is totally different from what they put in. This is how you know they made this stuff up. And you're going to find out the symbols that's in this portion that's supposed to be hieroglyph family. And the ones that you do see with great detail, they were actually remixed or remade. They are what you would call a bust that was recreated so they make them look more detailed. But what you're going to find out is these are pseudo hieroglyphs right here, family. So when they telling you Champollion was able to create the system of decipherment because he found Medunetta on one part, he found Demotic here, and then he found Greek down here. But yet you don't see them marking a name in this area for Champollion. You don't see Champollion marking a name in here. In the Demotic section, see this is the Demotic section. You don't see him marking a name nowhere in here that say Cleopatra or Ptolemy. He's saying that this is Cleopatra and Ptolemy in these sections. This section is supposed to be Ptolemy name here and Ptolemy name here. He didn't even mark the Cleopatra portion out here. I'm giving him too much credit. So the thing is, you're going to find out it's Greek. Greek wasn't even in existence in ancient Kemet. It didn't even exist. You see, so how you going to use this language to deal with trans? You keep hearing me say that. It don't make sense to get somebody saying they're going to use it. I tell you how they did. I showed you yesterday. If you were looking at our video, they created them symbols and put them on the side of the Greek letters and then act like they was transliterating symbols. But these are symbols that they created, and a lot of these symbols in here don't even exist in even Allen Gardenia's sign list. Oh, this is cold-blooded, man. This is terrible what they did. Now, I'm going to show you some more detail of this, and this is a more modern-day version of this Rosetta Stone. So watch this. Here it is right here. This is a more modern version that they done made up recently. These are fake hieroglyphs here, family. And I'm going to show you what they did to make it seem as if they were actually speaking of something. What they did is they put these circles in their own created cartouches inside here. These are nothing more than symbols for declaration. They didn't have no meaning, and they put, names in these circles here, and they started calling these cartouches. European ain't the European created that, but the Egyptians didn't never call this stuff. They didn't use no term talking about no cartouches. The ancient Egyptians don't know what a cartouche is because that didn't exist during their time. That come from Greeks, so-called Greeks anyway, because we know that ain't even real. But I'm gonna show you what they did. Now I'm gonna show y'all. I'm finna point this stuff out. When I point this stuff out, I'm gonna show you exactly what's going on here. So this is how they trying to get over on the people and tell you Champollion transliterated the hieroglyphs. I want to mind you now one of them cats that claim that they can read Metal Netter can come up here and read this stuff right here to you. They can lie all they want to, because me, even knowing Champollion's system, none of this stuff don't even make sense. None of these little things right here. Like, for example, they would say this right here. This is what they would say now. Kamisha, I told y'all I can do this, but I don't get into reading this stuff like they do it because I know it's hogwash. For example, they would say this is a letter N right here. N and R, right? And can't see it real good, but they would probably say that's an H right there, right? That ain't noun word that make no sense when we dealing with the comedic aspect. They would say this also, represents the M. I mean the N as well, or some say the M, depending on who you're dealing with. And then this would be another H. You look at a lot of these things, they would be also just determinatives because they don't even represent alphabet, some of them. This right here to them represents the letter R. Again, they would say this was A-H. So this would be R. And to them, they would say this was R, right? A-H, and this would be R, right? Which don't make no sense. And then this, they would say, was a letter S according to their alphabet. You see? So what in the world is R-A-H and then R? In other words, Rahara. What in the world is that? Rahara. No, that is not talking about Ra. Because you got to remember, this is Champollion them demonstration right here. You see what I'm saying? So I can keep going through here. But some of these things is just pictures that was just put in here. All up here. See what I'm saying? Like, okay, let's see. This right here would look like an N, a H to them. And this would be T. Because you see it's like the hand with the pyramid out. Holding it up. That's supposed to be T to them. So N-H-T. Wait a minute. Natty M? It's supposed to be the M to them now. Natty M. No word, family. Straight garbage. You got to know this. See, y'all, you got to know this stuff right here. And like I told you, I can do that. They be like, read it, Commission. I can do this garbage that they do. And this here definitely don't mean that. You got 3 feathers here. Ain't no plural strikes dealing with no. Then you got this supposed to be an S on the here. So what would this be? Y, or I, and then S and N. What is that? That ain't no word. You understand? So this is crazy. And I never even paid attention. But this what happens when they get to messing with me and I go to investigating this stuff. It get real bad for them. You see, so I can do this stuff here. That you see me showing you. I'm pointing this stuff out right here, right? This man. It made me so upset, family. But watch this. Now I'm gonna show you how they tried to get over on the people though. So in the midst of all this gibberish nonsense that ain't saying nothing but just decoration, these are pseudo hieroglyphs. In the midst of this, they throw this little thing in here that they done created based upon their own language, comparing these pictorials to the Greek letters, like I showed you how we did the Meroitic, and we created that and compared them to our own alphabet in the English, and y'all seen how it came out. They did that with this. So they put this in the midst of these symbols, That's supposed to be metal metal, which ain't saying nothing, family. This stuff is saying nothing. Don't let nobody lie to you, family. I know what I'm talking about. According to their own methodology, they're the one they're using. You see me just using their methodology. It ain't saying nothing. This is straight garbage that's being talked about in here. Nothing. It's just symbols made to look as if something going on, right? Now we can get in this. Oh man. I'm going to show you what this is called too once we get out of this. Now, what they did, according to their drawing right here, see, this right here to them actually represents, you know, and you can't really see it real good, but I got a picture. I'm going to show this to you in a minute, in an actual picture, and you'll see it clearly. But I'm just pointing it out right now before we even get there. So they're saying that this is PTO, and then this is the L, and this is M. So they saying that's totally. And then this is supposed to be the Y, Ptolemy. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be Ptolemy right here, right? That they done come up with. But then they got an S here, so it's actually Ptolemies. Because it got that supposedly S. Using their methodology now. You know, then this is the key to life, which ain't no alphabet. They got with Jed here. But then it says, you know, Mahiri, like beloved, is what they would try to say that represent. The beloved, you know, Ta. You know, Ptolemy is the beloved of Ta, something like that right there, what they're trying to say right here, right? You know, and Ta is the ancient deity of ancient Kemet. That's what they'll tell you that's saying, right? I'm finna show this to you in a minute. So again, if we come over here, we'll see that they have the same expressions here saying Ptolemy again. You know, they saying it and they got a little different symbol up here being used, but it's still Ptolemy again. They're using a W, what they would call a W in their methodology. You know, PT, W, L, M, and this supposed to be the Y, and then they got the S again. Ptolemies. I don't know why they keep putting the S at the end, but they putting the S here. They don't just say Ptolemy, it's Ptolemies. Or Ptolemies, however they want to put it, right? So then when you come down here into the bottom, I'm gonna show all this to y'all in a minute, family. They repeated the same thing again here. It's kind of broke off here. So they just got the L, the M, the Y, the S, and then they go into the same thing I said earlier. You know, beloved of, and so forth and so on. Now here, same thing. All up through here. You see? Now remember, they didn't have nothing in the Demotic that they pointed out in that other area as being a name for Ptolemy that's supposed to match what they so-called found up here and they found down here in the so-called Greek. Now, hieratic ain't nowhere on this stone. Ain't no hieratic here. And hieratic is the original writing, but it ain't on here. So anybody that's dealing with this stuff and don't know hieratic, they wouldn't have known it because Ptolemy didn't have no decipherment for hieratic up here. So you couldn't say that this can be used for deciphering hieratic. You couldn't even include that in your mouth like a lot of these people like to say, right? Give me a second. Now let me take you back. This is where I want to take you. Now these are them same symbols that they was trying to use, but they're showing from a different way. They didn't have the Cleopatra pointed out in that particular measure up there, even in the Ptolemy stone. Cleopatra was supposed to be found on the Palais obelisk, the large obelisk, this right here. This little needle looking thing here. This is what they said he found Cleopatra, and that's how he's supposed to have to decipher it based off of that. Now watch this. Remember, these monuments didn't exist during the time of ancient Kemet. So this would be the P according to them. This is T according to them, not Commission. Like I told you, I don't deal with this foolishness. This would be P, T, O. This would be L. This would be M. This would be Y. And this is S. Ptolemies again. This would be Cleopatra to them. This would be K, right? This is L to them. This is Y or I or whichever one. Sometimes they say E, Cleo. This would be the O right here. Sometimes it's U, W, or whatever, and this is the P again, just like this is P up here to them. And this would be A, and this would be T, right? And then this is R, and then this is A. So this is supposed to be Ptolemies and Cleopatra, according to them, not Commission. So I'm showing you that they put these little symbols in the midst of a whole lot of nothing. Even on the Pele obelisk, they created this stuff during 196. And here's a blow up of some lines that's supposed to be mentioned. Some of the same stuff in that Rosetta Stone. These are lines from the Rosetta Stone. This is supposed to be from the hieroglyphic aspect. Family, this is not anything dealing with it. This is not legible, family, even according to their own system. Because neither one of these things here, this ain't no alphabet. They'll say this right here was a U, and so forth and so on. Then this here definitely ain't no alphabet here. This would be, according to them, a determinative. This here would be, ain't no alphabet. None of that. They might try to say that's a B, but this here definitely ain't no alphabet. This is a head. This ain't no alphabet nowhere to them. They would say that this is a letter A and this is a letter Y. And then this, what is that? That's supposed to be a door, look like it, right? But what does that have to do with this? Because when they say a word is spoken, the word is supposed to represent this. And this right here would say A, and then this was supposed to be A, what it represents. This is A right here. This is how they'll say it. What is the use of that? And then you come with an N, and then they'll say this right here was a T, and this is maybe a double T even, and then a N here, and then they have another T here, and then that ain't even no letter right there, Netetinet, what in the world is that? So all this is a bunch of nothing here. Gibberish is what it is, family. Straight garbage. Because it's coming from the same thing I was just showing you was garbage earlier. So they put this around, and they did the same thing here in this line here. Same thing in this line here. Nothing. This would be considered a determinative. Same thing up here. They would say this probably U. Some people say this a G or a K. So this is 2K. So you would read it from the top to the bottom from this direction, because they saying everything is facing this direction. So you're supposed to read it this way. I'm telling you this now. Like I told them, I done been dead. 30 years ago, I was on this foolishness. I'm saying this now just to show y'all that I can go through this stuff just like they do. But it ain't right, family. This is made up. So what is KK? We already know this right here, is what they would call a determinative. And this was supposed to be a R here. This was supposed to be a T, R, T, and H. I mean, not H, but R, T, A. Ah, rat, ah. Ret, ah. What is that? You see, this here, nothing. This would be the A again. These are like the running legs or whatever. And this would be a V or a F here. So this is R, some F. And then they have M right here. I know a lot of Kemetic terms, and these ain't none of them, family. And then this here definitely don't represent nothing. These feathers right here. If you want to say, well, okay, yeah, this right here, it represents, no, these are symbols. You see, so this was supposed to be M, and then R. This is the closest thing they'll say represents something like mirror. And then you have this special drawing here, which would be a G to them. And then they have the symbol for Seba. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of this stuff is saying nothing. That's why we call them pseudo hieroglyphs. But they want you to believe it because you ain't never studied it. I guarantee you, if I got any one of them on here that claim that they can read it, and they couldn't translate these lines right here and make no sense out of it. Because it don't make no sense. Then they're going to throw some demotic symbols on here and make you believe that the demotic is saying the same thing this is saying, because you can't read demotic. Or even with the Greek under here and say it's saying the same thing. Only thing in here that even equate to their own language is right here in the bottom here. And this right here again is that same thing I was showing y'all in the Rosetta Stone itself. And they saying that this right here represents P, T. This would be T, L, M, Ptolemy. There go your Y. Then you have the S right here again. Ptolemy, right? And then this right here goes into like Ta, you know, a Jed. You see Jed, Tajed, Jetta, however they want to say it. Then this would be like Paha Mary. This is what they would say, Paha Mary. You know, definitely dealing with some beloved, you know, Ta and Ptolemy type of demonstration. That's how they would say it represents, right? Problem is, this is the only thing in here that's even corresponding to their alphabet chart that they done put together with this Greek right here. That they trying to say correspond with this Demotic up here. You see? And if you never read it, you'll never know the difference. So remember, I was showing you this symbol here. They say this is a cartouche. Ancient Egyptians don't call it that. They do not call it. They will say this represents Neter, because this is supposed to be the symbol of Neter, right? But all this other stuff back here ain't talking about nothing, you know. And it's so they throw. It's a bunch of hodgepodge of madness, is what it is. So in the same source I was reading from when they were saying that Champollion's methodology couldn't be used, picking up, it says back to Ackerblatt. In the 19th century, his achievement did not receive the recognition it deserved. By the 20th century, it was forgotten partly because it was of no consequence. And Ackerblatt is another Egyptologist that existed, you know, and his methodology was supposed to be put out there before Champollion as far as, you know, certain things he introduced. It says partly because it was of no consequence for the advance in the study of Demotic, partly because Ackerblatt's method of identifying Egyptian and Greek equivalences could only be transferred to the hieroglyphic text after a long interlude, and not least because Champollion was one of those people who would like to claim achievements for themselves and only reluctantly acknowledge contributions of predecessors or rivals. So they saying Champollion would like to take credit for people's work without mentioning people. Y'all know people like that, right? You know somebody like that done learned something from you, and then they'll come and try to present it as if they were the ones who really taught the measure, and they won't even mention that they learned it from you. Yeah, that's what they say Champollion did. It said despite the Decipherment, and the Saucy was Champollion's teacher, an Ackerblatt method of having aided his own breakthrough with the hieroglyphs in 1822, right? So this man, he was a thief when it came to the information. Now listen, I just told y'all what some of them transliterations, you know, supposed to say in they little cartouche according to their language. Look, it says, even if something like the Ta, beloved, is written, it has to be read as the beloved of Ta. One might add in 1802, Ackerblatt had already observed the issue of a word in order in the Demotic version and correctly identified Ta and beloved, despite having missed the mark in his explanation of the issue and explaining the word for Ta. Overall, of the 204 equations of Egyptian and Greek content-related phrases, which in general could not yet be read phonetically, established by Young from the Rosetta Stone, it says not even half are correct. You see this? They're telling you it wasn't none of it that they were talking about are correct. Not even half of it is correct. This point is not made to diminish Young's contribution, but they say Young was the one that Champollion got the idea from. And Young made more progress than Champollion. Champollion just took credit for Young's work. But they saying not even half of Young's work was correct. They say this point is not made to diminish Young's contribution. The observation is important in that it illustrates the problem of matching the text. So they saying that there's a problem when it comes to matching them texts. When I was showing you just the Greek, you know, the Demotic and the pictorials. It says the observation is important in that it illustrates the problem of matching the text, and especially that of matching the versions of the text word for word. While correct equivalents were indeed reached on this basis, and that's for the certain things that dealt with words that they done originated now on their own, the erroneous or doubtful ones were still too numerous for such a method to solve the meaning of individual hieroglyphs. They were simply too many possibilities for trial and error method to reach the target within a reasonable period of time. So they're telling you, that this thing was faulty, people. They telling you. So, and then they gave the examples right here. Ever living, beloved Atah. So when I was seeing that beloved thing that they be talking about up there, the words they was trying to use, mixing certain words in there, that's basically, then they said the Rosetta Stone, the name Ptolemaeus. And see, I say that S on the end, so they do have an S on the end, but normally we see Ptolemy, not Ptolemaeus, right? With its attributes in the hieroglyphic cartouche and its equivalents in the Greek version of the text. So why they trying to use this now to make you believe that Champollion deciphered something ancient, mind you, this was created by the Ptolemies. So of course he put his name in here. Of course Ptolemy name will be in them cartouche part. But when we get back up there to what I was showing you again, right here, hold up, let me hit it. Right here, these symbols right here, straight garbage. Only thing correspond to their Greek, letters that they done tried to line up with these pictures in these cartouches, is what they put in here to make it look like Ptolemy had some standing among the ancient Egyptians. And so what they did, they want you to believe that Ptolemy, his name was in the works of the ancient Egyptians. And when you come into the actual text, I'm going to show that to you in a second. When you go into the text, you find out who these people really are. I'm going to go in there right now. I'm going to do this since I'm already on it. Let me do it right now. I'm going to go in here for y'all. And I was doing this last night, so we'll go back in here. It may make this cut off. If it don't, we all right. But if it do, all is well. We'll keep working with it. And if it shut me down, because this thing take up a lot of memory, and I'll go back into it again. This is the most important part. So if the Rosetta Stone was found, in now these are Demotic texts too, by the way, family, that start from the time that they date Demotic that's supposed to come into existence. This is Demotic. This is not hieroglyphics. This is not Metal Netta. This is not Greek. This is straight Demotic text right here. So when I was showing this, a lot of them people so illiterate, talking about he's showing Metal Netta, the text being deciphered, saying it ain't been deciphered. This is Demotic. And Reggie and Smash and none of them can't read no Demotic. Y'all didn't even know what you're looking at. So look, Demotic started, like I said, around 686, BC. That's 686 BC, years before Christ, according to their date now. I don't know why they date to Christ. Even the people say that he don't exist, but they say before Christ, the birth of Christ. So this is around the time when they came in, right here, during the 332 and all that. This is when Alexander the Greek and them come in. This is from the Dendra Temple, and we can pull different stuff out of here. What's being said? Let's see what they were saying when they first got here. This would be like one of the texts coming from the first time. So now this is the Vas of Lorvori, E11664. That's the actual source. If you look that up, it'll take you to the papyrus. And they don't even really have much here. It's just one line right here. Now we can see, even though we don't know German, ISIS is obvious right here. They done put ISIS, good and well know ISIS or Offset was in existence during the time of the Ptolemy. But this is what happens when you let people remix your truth. This is what we call transliteration right here, people. This is the demotic text. And what this is showing you is the actual papyri. Like I can go to the actual papyri by clicking on this here. But I don't want to do that because it might lock my computer up right now. But so these things are taken out of actual papyri right here, right? Demotic papyri, not metal netta. This is real alphabet here. You see what I'm saying? We don't want to hear nobody say, you talking about the disciple. We ain't talking about no pictures. These are not pictures. You see what I'm saying? So all you have to do, being that we don't speak Greek, you take this text right here, copy it. We don't speak German, I meant to say. You know, and you go over here, all you're doing is using tools. And you go to Google Translate. Nothing wrong with using Google Translate. There's nothing wrong with using that. It's just translating what the German is saying. So you see it down here. All I did is put it in there and it detect the language automatically. German, right? So a lot of text, it's a lot of papyri in German that ain't been translated into English too. So this became a tool for me anyway. Now, this simply says for Isis, your home from the middle, from the other, Panis, and from Kinder, Zoe, Tatripis, and from a mother. Now, what in the world is that saying? I couldn't tell you. But what I would normally do, I would go and just find, measures, and we can go into this stuff if we look it up. Let's see, what does this Panis, what does it mean? Is it anything? No. That's something you definitely gonna have to do some deep research on. Nothing, have no idea what that's talking about, even being translated into the English. From a kind of soul. Let's see what this word right here say. Let's see, will it give us some type of insight? No, it ain't talking about ancient Egypt. You can say that already. This ain't even the Rosetta Stone yet. This is like 200 some years before the Rosetta Stone. We just trying to see what this say. Okay, this is supposed to be a body tissue, a organ arthropy, vaginal arthropy. That's what they talking about. That's another word that they use for that. Tatris, they just using the word, changing it into that. Because that word ain't making no sense either. You see what I'm saying? So we can make nothing out of that statement right there. Right? So I'm going to go to another portion, another text in here. And then I'm going to get down to the Rosetta Stone in a minute. So let me go back over here. So that ain't saying nothing, family. So now let me go up here to the next text. I'm going to X this out so it don't make it hard for me to open my mouth. This is when they first start coming in. I guess they hadn't really got busy yet, so to speak, to start putting their name, because you're going to see they're going to start putting their name in here. Okay, so this is the next one here. Mug Lovery E 11662, during the same year. So now we see before Hathor. We know who Hathor. We done seen that name Hathor, but we know good and well Hathor didn't exist during the time of the Ptolemies. They refer to Hathor as Heru. Right? Now let's see what was being said in this transliteration. And to be honest with you, they done already translated it. This here. I don't even have to really transliterate it. But let's see who this is. Let's see who Pubatis is. Because now this is a person. So let's see who this is. Who is this person? Pubastis. See if it pulls something up for us. This is how you get to the bottom of it, family. It takes time to do this type of stuff, but you got to do the research. Let's see, is this Pubastis of ancient Kemet, Egypt? This is Pubastis. They got Pubastis the third up here. Pubastis all up here. King Tut. They got little bit of thing. They go to cow. Hathor, cow, Heru. So we can see some connection here. We see all these different demonstrators. I'm trying to see the actual personage, in the face. The one we see right here, we see that definitely ain't nobody from ancient Kemet, the way they showing that there. And This is supposed to be the tomb of Bubastis. And so this right here is definitely something that's coming from a later period. It's, I see they got it all struck out there. Let's see this right here. This is Heriba Bubastis. Can't really see the images on that too much. Let's go a little further. So they're just showing us certain things there. Let me pull this up though, this portion. There it go. We see that this Bubastis, this name, we can see that there was a time dealing with Bubastis may have ambushed and defeated so-called lost army of Cambyses. Okay, Polyneus and so forth and so on. Ring, this was around the same time that a lot of the people had started coming in there. This was during the Persian Empire. So that definitely wasn't the ancient Egyptians. So a lot of this stuff is dealing with the Persians in their time period up here, but we got them down here mentioning during the time of the Alexandrians, during that 330 period. We know that's who was on the manifest according to Egypt. Let's see who this is right here. Pacum Rambactus. Maybe this will give us some deeper insight. The son of Petubastis. Okay, let's see. Who is this? Let me see. I'm going to close this out because if I open too many up, that joke going to probably freeze up on me. Let me hold my horses a little bit. Okay, there we go right there. Let's see who this is. Let's go into the images and see, can we pull anybody out of there? Nope, we can't find nobody with that particular, nobody's coming up under that. So that is another thing that don't make no sense right now to me personally. I see they tried to throw Heru name in there and mix some Greek names in there, but we can't even find who these people is they talking about. So let's go a little further. We're going to look at some more of these documents because we're going to come all the way up to the Rosetta Stone. So what's the next one? Okay, we went to that one there. Okay, so it will be BMEA 10399. That's also in the British Museum. They got a copy of this in the British Museum. That's what that BMEA, if you type that in, BMEA 10399, it's going to pull it up for you in the British Museum. Now, this got a little more text to it. And this is actually speaking like it's a mathematical papyri is what it's actually looking like from what they were saying. Let me go up in here though. It has some type of connection to a mathematical papyri. Let me see right here. We're gonna get this here and go through this, and I'm gonna just go this far because if I put too much in, they're gonna say I got too much and they can't transliterate it. Or they can't translate it par itself. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Detect the language for me now. Is this even the proper language, right? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, see this here? There it go. Now, this is simply talking about a mass that stands on by being 100 gods in length by 3 gods diameter at its base, making 1 divine cubit. So it's just mathematics, just like I said. The numbers of the squares and the mass, and so all that there is dealing with supposed to be mathematics in that particular paper. Okay, now remember, this is demotic that we talking about. This is not no metal netter in pictures. This is demotic. Okay, so yeah, all that is pretty much saying the same thing. I see they got thought all these are measurements, so it really ain't a need to go into this. We looking for people. I want to show you who these people are they talking about. I can see that's still dealing with the same thing, mathematics. I'm looking at the repetitiveness of what I already seen already. Because I can go into this and deal with this at another time. I want to get straight to the nitty gritty. So let's see here. Go out of that. Go out of that. Let's go to the next papyri. Go here. And let me go back to the date too so y'all can see that. So this date right here, and this is called Leontropolis, Maktam. This is 332 to 330 BC. This is the time during when Alexandria, was in Egypt. You go look the date up, that's when they're said. And this is this document, this papyrus. You see what I'm saying? The wine shrift at Missis, as they call it. All these things ain't got nothing to do with the name of our ancestors. So let's go and see what's being said. Okay, they only got one inscription in this particular demonstration. Pa-Hetep Netta, Mehes Panetta. We can definitely see, we already know Pa-Hetep. We see the peace in there, a god, and that's what it normally would be. And then Pa-Netta Hes, Mehes. So they speaking of a sacrificial offering of Maisis, the great god. That's a wrong transliteration, because this is peace according to the proper transliteration. This is God according to the proper transliteration. And they mention it twice, but here they only mention it once. So something ain't twisting right with this transliteration here. Let's see who Mises is. Let's see who that is. Who is Mises? Does Mises exist? Because most of the deities you can find from ancient Kemet. But who is Mises? It said Mises is a god. Let's see this here. Okay. This is supposed to be Mises right here in the Global Museum. Okay, let's go into it. Oh, they don't want to let me go in there. Definitely don't want to go in there. But anyway, this is a picture that they're trying to depict as who they call him Mises, but I can already see the Eurocentric features up in there too. That's definitely a measure from the Ptolemaic period. Look at that. It ain't even finished. And you can see the pseudo hieroglyphics in this. Look, they got an ear on the body of the lion. This is an ear, an actual ear right here. I know it because I done seen tablets with ears on them from Egypt. What is that doing there? And then what is this saying up here? Let's say if this was a serpent, they would say this represents the letter F. Then you got the key of life, and this would be the N. So what is this? Some fur, Ankh, nah, for Ankh, nah. What is it in the world? And then this is what they would call a cartouche again. This is really Mehes. So Mehes actually represent the lion. I do know that right there. That's an ancient lion deity, but they got a Ptolemaic depiction up here. The god Mehes, the lion. Okay, we see that right there. No wonder why they got all this stuff down here mentioned too. This is another one right here with the same inscription, similar inscription. Let's see what it let us go in. There it is right there, lion god. Okay, but where is this found at? I want to know where they got this from. There it is. There it go, people. See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Don't let them trick you because they be putting them ancient deities on there. A stele to the lion god Mahes. Didn't I tell you Mahes the lion? At Alec Pearson Museum, originally from Leontopolis, their label explains that the pharaoh presenting him with Ma'at is a Ptolemy. Didn't I tell you that was a Ptolemy? Look at that. I told you. You can see the European features right there too. See? So this ain't ancient Egypt right here. Red flag. And now that I'm looking at this ain't even know why. This is actually a lion up here being depicted. So, oh yeah, we see this. So this is Mahes is labeled in hieroglyphics, living lion. In the Greek, writing on the stele says, if I got this right, the holy house of the tomb of lions. So somebody done gave a different interpretation, which is really based off the same thing that they just brought up here. Not mind you now, this ain't even dealing with the pictures in hieroglyphic itself. This just identified who they referring to as Mihos or Mehes. like I said, they didn't let me go into the other, but they let me go in this one. It brought clarity, and you can see the Ptolemaic look in that face right there. You can see it. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that sharp, thin nose and that Eurocentric lip right there. You see it, and got the nerve to have the crown of the ancient Egyptians on their head. See, this is when it go to getting in. And oh man, this is crazy. So they took that concept of Mehes. We didn't even have to deal with the translation because it's already translated in that text. Go right back to it. See it right here? Sacrificial offering. Basically Mehes, and that's their way of saying it in the Greek way. Mesis instead of saying Mehes. Like it says up here. Remember I was saying Mehes up here? That's the transliteration. Mehes pa neter. It says pa hotep neter. You know, like the peace of God, you know, the lion of basically God. The peace of God and the lion of God. That's what pa actually means. The peace of God, you know, lion, you know, the God, basically. They got the sacrificial offering of Mesis, the great God. You see, so they wrong according to me. You know, according to what I know about that aspect, right? It's demotic now. Now watch this. Okay. Let's go here to the next one. Up under that. Oh, this getting good now, y'all. We getting down off in here. This is a marriage contract right here. Let's see what the marriage contract talking about. This is from P. Ryland's DM 10, a marriage contract. It actually translates. You see it done shut down on me too. Let's see if it let me get in here again without shutting down. It might flip out again, but if it do, all is well. What it is I think it's doing it when it translated. So this, yep, there it go again. Okay, let me make sure they ain't throwing my screen off too over there where y'all at. Hold up. Okay. Okay, yeah, y'all still there. Okay, so it's finna get good in a minute, people. So we just going through this stuff from the time that your boy and them got in there, Alexander the Greek. Okay, so here it is. This is where it get good at. And this is how you separate the ancestors from the fakers. Let's start with this portion right here. We talking about a marriage contract. We want to know who these people is in here trying to get married, though. That's what we want to know. We already see the transliteration up there at top in the demotic. But look at this. We're going to get back to the Rosetta Stone in a minute. We just working our way up to it. I just want to start back here to see what's going on and show y'all what's going on. So let me go back over here to the translator and let me drop this in here, get this math up out of here. And we're going to see what's being said here. Okay. Oh, it actually translated as soon as I put it in here. So on both sides too, huh? From English to English. Okay, so it must have shifted over then. Because that's what it's supposed to do anyway in my language. It's supposed to translate. So we already know ring year, the second, third, and month of Akhet King Alexander, the son of Alexander. So let's see who Alexander is. Y'all already know because they claim they found this name also in these different things. These different relics, as they would call it. Let's see who Alexander is. Uh-oh. There it go, Alexander the Greek. So I'm trying to show you, give you some context of who was on the manifest, who was ruling during that time. Let's do this again. There you go. Y'all see him. Alexander the Great. See the time he entered in there? Around the same time this paper was on the manifest. So this gives you the idea of who was running things during this time, and then this tell you why and how they was able to start trying to put themselves up there as being the ancestor. You see? They was running it, family. So they can make it sound like they right there with the ancestors. See, it's the time they went in there, see it? And they got the audacity to call him a pharaoh of Egypt too. 332 to 323. Alexander, Philip, royal Titillery, king of Persia, Darius, Alexander, Phaedrus. See that? Predecessor, successor, Alexander. Right? Let's see what they show us if we put Alexander the Fifth and Philip in here. Let's see what we get out of that. Let me close this up too so it don't because the more I have open, I think it go crazy, it spaz out. Okay, there we go. Let's see who this Alexander the Philip is. This will give us more information. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. So how can we trust them? And this is before the Rosetta come on. These are the people that was there before the Rosetta Stone was even created. See, King Philip, Alexandria. Oh my God. And they got the nerve to call him a pharaoh? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Look at this. Philip of Macedon. Like, it don't even take a rocket science to figure out what's going on now in Kemet with all this here. Please stop the madness. Oh my God. No, they didn't go there and do that. No, they didn't. Oh, that's Ptolemy. They done made Ptolemy a pharaoh. I guess they pulled it up because they all together, but I ain't got to him yet. I just want to see Alexander. And y'all already see what Alexander looked like, people. We already know it by history what he like. So when you got people up here talking this foolishness, you know, look at how they done already started. Around this time right here, these the people that were running it. So let's go on back over. Let's get back into some of this paper and see what they saying about. I want to see what they saying about Alexander since they talking about marriage contracts. Okay, so they translated. Yeah, third month of Akhet, the king of Alexander, LHG, son of Alexander, LHG, the god. Alexander, the god, the carpenter of the temple of Amun, Patecanis. Now, who in the world is that? Now, we know who Amun is, but who is Amun Patecanis? Because we know that's definitely not an Egyptian name. See, this is what happened when you let people write your history and you just go along with it and act like everything cool. Let's see, because we can track a lot of these people down. Oh, this talking about some shepherds over here. That's some ostraca. Bad shepherds of the Eastern Delta. Yes, I would say they was bad too. Because it's really talking about some Hyksos look like to me. Ain't no Amun Patecas there. You can't really see that. I don't see nobody there under that. Let's see if we isolate the name. Can we find something? And they pulling up Patibaskis. Who is this? Let's see. Is this a female that we're looking at in Greek mythology? Amazon. Oh man. Must be somebody up there. We're gonna get up out of here. They done took that off of there. So we can't even find that person. We found Alexander though. So you see what he looking like. So let me get out of this tab here. We're gonna get back to it. I already got my translation over here. So this is son of Taja-Aki. His mother is Estepihanes. Oh my God, they got some bad. Y'all already know this don't even read like Egyptian names. To the wife of Thaisis, the daughter of Patinapus. Her mother is Esotahis. Y'all know good and well these ain't no Egyptian deities, even though they call Alexander the god. Boy, that make me, I don't know about y'all, that make me feel some type of way, people. You know, already they call him a pharaoh and a god. And you ain't got nobody in Kemet trying to check this, but they got monuments that come under the ring of Alexander, and they want to try to act like it can be used. Hold up. I meant to put that here. Trying to see who this person is. Now that's changing into Stephanus. We're going to go under the name that is. Can't find that person existing. They ain't got no pictures of them. You know, even though they throwing these names out here, ain't nobody. We don't really know if they exist. Even though they Greek people. So, let's see what it says. I have made you a wife. This is a marriage contract, y'all. You 2 silver makes 10 stater makes 10 silver again. 2 as your wives. I will give you 6 baked loaves of bread daily. They're going to cook for them, huh? 1 pound of silver kites. Staters make again 1 pound. 2 kites for your clothes annually. Jugs or every 10 months. Make a total of it again. 24 jugs of tajam oil annually as your alimentation. It says, which I will give you annually if I dismiss you as a woman and hate you, and another woman will prefer you to you, then I will. Man, if they think this was some type of talking that's legible to the people to be understood, sound like he talking about giving us something, you know, if they divorce or something, you know, maybe they talking about prenuptial agreements or whatever. I think that's exactly what this is. They version of a prenuptial agreement, but it ain't nothing relative to what we talking about. We trying to find out. Only thing relative, we know we dealing with Alexander the Greek, and they done call him a god and a pharaoh. So that's a red flag right there. So we see this is what's going on when they enter there. Alexander enters Kemet as a pharaoh and a god, and they got some prenuptial agreements they starting to make. They getting married over there. Okay, so when we come further into this, let me see the next one up under that. This is actually a chiropapyr. Let me click on it and see what it is. I'm gonna close these others out too for my system. Think it's getting too crowded. Let's go up under here. Let's scroll here. Let's see what they're talking about. We see Alexander being referred to again in here. Oh, is it gonna translate it for me? If not, I ain't worried. Wait a minute. Okay, here we go. Let's see. So I'm gonna just take it up to the first period I can find, because if I put too much in there, well, I can't really see now. I'll just stop it right here. See what they talking about. Let's go back over here to our translator. Okay. Here we go. Put it in here. What they talking about in here? I know they talking about somewhere in Cairo they calling it. Okay, so this is talking about the regional year 3, month 1 of Shemu. It says of King Alexander, son of Alexander, the god. Oh my God, they killing me with this. The woman Tetinopates, Nepotes, whoever that is. Let's see if we can find this person. Do they even exist? You know, in the image world. Can we find you in the Google world? Let's see. Nope, they changed the whole name. That let me know most likely I ain't finna find nobody. Nope, can't find them. We never know who that is. We can only hear about them by somebody talking about them. They done turned into teen photos. But anyway, what it says, the daughter of Teos, her mother Tati said, the woman Tamini, the daughter of Hayes, her mother Tetaharpacates, you have satisfied my heart with the money for my house, which is built. So somebody, Alexander done went and bought a house for, I guess, and covered as well as his farm, which are in the northern district Thebes, the house of the cow. And that would be Heru. Its border are south of Calautes. Then this is Passamotis. Let's see if we can find the son of Passumptuous. They got some crazy names. And then it says the porter, which is owned by the box, maker of the Amen Temple of Paibis. I bet you should be able to find at least that temple if it exists. Let's see who this guy is first before we look for the temple. Because see, when you look for this stuff, it put everything in context. Let you know who you're talking about. Nope, we can't even find this guy. Passamotus, whoever that is. We can't find him. Well, let's see if we can find the Amun Temple of Paibis. Let's see if we can find that. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna open it up. Here we go. None of this stuff ain't got nothing to do with being taught by Kemet. That's what I be trying to show the people. So all this going on before the Rosetta Stone even come on the manifest. Y'all already can see where we going right now. Just on that note, this is terrible. But this is what happens when you let somebody else write your history and you don't do nothing about it. And then they want to fight me over this nonsense. Okay, so I guess they calling this the Temple of Hermes. That may be another name for the temple that they referring to. We can assume that, but we can't say that's exactly what it is unless we see it named that. You know, so I don't see the Temple of Pahabis, but this is what's coming up. And we know they didn't build Karnak. They got a couple of Templars of Amen, but I don't see one under the name that they talking about. So we ain't gonna waste time looking for it right now either. So let me keep it moving through the papyrus. Okay, let me go back over here. Close this out. We don't need no interferences. A lot of this stuff right here is it's too many paper to go through this, but we already see what's going on. Let's go down to the total. Let's go on to the Ptolemaic period. You see all this stuff up in here though. All of this paper up in here, fam. Let me go down here to so 196 is when Ptolemy them come in there. So this is pretty much when Ptolemy and them start getting in there right here. 196. This is when the Rosetta Stone, you know, come on the manifest. And this is actually Rosetta Stone transliteration right here. This is stuff that's coming off of it. And a lot of people don't know these Rosetta Stone deal with decrees, you know, the text, the native Egyptians and everything. I'm back, family. Okay. Let me see. I'm going to try to close these other ones out that I ain't using, because that right there can be a problem. Let me see here. Okay, so it is open up where I can go into it now. Okay, so I'm going to do this real quick. Okay, go here. Highlight. That's enough right there. I'm going to just copy this little bit right here, and we'll go through it a little bit. I'll probably go through different portions of this right here. Let me share the screen one more time. We're going to go into this Rosetta real quick. Let's see here. Let me go to my translator. Get all this other stuff up out of here. And if I ain't put too much in here, it's going to translate. If not, it'll tell me I got too much. This is what I was showing them, you know, on Sonetta the other day, that they was in denial of. See, none of them ain't never been into this stuff. They just going off what somebody told them. Commission taking y'all into what's being said. And ain't none of this stuff relevant to us. Zendikos or Kendikos, region of the year 9, day 4, which according to the Egyptian calendar corresponds to the month 2, Peret, at day 18 of the king. The youth who appeared as a king in his father's palace, the one of the Uraeans, whoever they are, it says, whose honor was great, is the one who strengthened Egypt by making it beautiful. So it wasn't beautiful till they got there, huh? Whose heart is charitable to the gods, who is above his enemies. Now the enemies is native Egyptians. That's who they talking about now. Because you know they done conquered the people, and you know they under their subjugation. You know they were trying to raise back up, the natives was, so Ptolemy had to put some decrees out there. Who made the lives of men beautiful, and the Lord of the years of said festival like Ta, Tenin, the king like Re, the king of upper districts and of lower districts, the son of the gods who loved their father whom Ta chose, and to whom Re gave victory. So they saying Ta chose Ptolemy, and Re gave Ptolemy victory, basically. It says the living image of Amun, the son of Re. So they kicked our people behind, took their deity, and now they finna lay down the law. Ptolemy live forever. I hate to see this foolishness. Now I'm gonna show y'all who, we already know who Ptolemy is, but we're gonna go in here again to show you, because they actually have more pictures of Ptolemy. I'm gonna show you. They call him the living image of Amun. This is terrible. Look at this. And this is one of the pictures they have of Ptolemy here. This is a bust. We already seen this part of Ptolemy. That was the one next to the Egyptian head. You know. So y'all already see it, family. These are people that wrote the Rosetta Stone. These are the people that created the Rosetta Stone. And they had priests making these types of images of them under their enslavement. Like, you better make that bust with me on there with this pharaoh headdress. See it right there? Ptolemy Soter, Pharaoh of Egypt in the British Museum. You better make this or you're going to die. Like, they literally got paper in here where they told them, it was scribes were saying they made them stand out in the sun and bake to death. They brothers. They watched them kill their brothers by baking them in. You know how hot it is over there? You going to put somebody out in that sun over there? See, all these right here, different images that they had them create, you know, with different Ptolemaic expressions, family. Look at that. Y'all know good and well that ain't us right there. See that there? Ptolemy the second or third, they trying to figure out which one of them. It don't matter which one of them. We already know it ain't us. So when you talking about the Rosetta Stone, these the people that created it. So this right here should be strike one automatic. Now they want to get mad at the Moors and say the Moors enslaved Africans. And so this is supposed to make everybody hate the Moors. But we find out they lied about that too, because it's the Moors being enslaved by the Arabs. that was called Moors, the so-called white Bedouin Moors, right? So now you're going to give Ptolemy a pass, and he done enslaved the whole Egypt. This Ptolemy Alexandria right here. Look at that. These the people that was ruling now. These the people that took over and overthrowed our ancestors. And y'all using a tablet that they done created to say that it's a decipherment. Let's see what it's saying more in this Rosetta drawing over here. Let me go get some more of this text and drag it over here and see what's being said. So let me get the rest of it right here. So we see the other part about God. We're going to take this little portion right here. Stop it right there. Let's see what else they're saying. They already done called Ptolemy the son of God, the living Amun. Amen. How he became that, I don't know, because Amen them one nowhere up there during the time of the Ptolemy dynasty. Neither Offset or Alsar, even though they try to name drop. Now, y'all know that's similar to somebody that used the legitimized name, of somebody in the past that they know thorough, and therefore once they show that right there, that automatically is supposed to give them a pass. That's what's going on right here. They done name drop some of the ancestors, and this supposed to solidify them as being the gods. Check it out, because they conquered our ancestors, the enemy, as they was calling them up here. They say Ray and Amun is the one that gave them victory. And they had a habit of doing this because they did the same thing with the Damari. Later, the Romans did that. They called on the gods of the Africans to conquer the Africans. Make it make sense. The eternal living. They talking about Ptolemy, beloved of Ptah. Remember I was showing you that beloved of Ptah? See, this is part of that so-called translation in the Demotic. The appearing God, oh my God, not it said whose goodness is beautiful, son of Ptolemy and Arsinoe. This is what they basing their translation off without knowing what's even being said in here. You know why they don't want to show y'all this? Because if they showed y'all this and they go into this, y'all will know, well, why in the world are y'all teaching us this foolishness? That some Romans came up. There you go right there, Arsinoe the Fourth. And they done made a modern day of how they look. Let's go in here. And it look like a female. So far. Yeah, this is a female. Definitely know it ain't them one us. They go their little Greek-defied version that they done recreated though. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Who gonna stand with them after all this? This is enough right here that I done showed that just tell you you do not want to go by this Rosetta Stone, people. It's already a relic that was created as a basically imposing tax on the people and laying down the law that if we find anybody rebelling, we're going to get you, basically. That's basically what it's going to talk about. Y'all the enemies of Ra and Amun. We conquered the native Egyptians. We must not let them rise again. This type of rhetoric that they were speaking over here. Here goes some more of it right here they done tried to put up here. Same thing. Then they got the audacity to put some dark skin on it. This is terrible. This is terrible. These are not our people. People talking about they the son of Ra and the son of Amun and the daughters of Amun. No. Let's go over here and see what they saying. Okay, Ptolemy and Arsinoe, the gods who loved their father, and the priests of Alexander. There we go. The priests of Alexander is not our people. I wonder, do they have a depiction of the priests of Alexander? Let's see what Alexander priests look like. I'm going to see if they give us some of that. See, because at least they got a picture of Alexander. They should have his priest somewhere in here. They didn't say the priests of Amun-Ra. They gave honors to Amun-Ra for allowing them to conquer our people. But their priesthood is Alexander priesthood. Alexander long dead, now been gone. But they looking at him as their ancestor. Which he is, because they did come on his heels. They came behind Alexander. Okay, let's see. Priest of Alexander, is it a such thing? Oh, they call him the Ptolemaic cult. Oh my God. We done found, I don't even want to click on this. I can only imagine what's finna go on in here. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my, oh my goodness. So y'all know the Rosetta Stone was created by the court of Alexandria. People, they call him a soldier, priest, and a god. They got a book wrote about him. Oh, he became god status because he conquered the gods, huh? Let me go see what I got. I really want to be nosy now. I want to see what they talking about since they got some information on him up in here. Oh, let me see. Alexander as the chief god of the Ptolemies. Oh, so they were worshiping Alexandria. Ptolemies. So they really weren't worshiping our moon. They were making mockery. Ptolemies at the temple and sharing gods. And they get a lineage of them. Oh, yeah, this right here finna be good. Ptolemaic court of Alexandria the Great was an imperial court in ancient Egypt during the Hellenistic period. They go that time frame. Promoted by the Ptolemaic dynasty. The core of the court was the worship of the deified conqueror king Alexander the Great. Oh my goodness. Eventually formed the basis of the ruler court of the Ptolemies themselves. Head priest of the imperial court was the chief priest of the Ptolemaic kingdom. My God. This is crazy. Why should I even have to fight them? And I know they know this stuff. But they ain't gonna tell y'all this. Look at this. Watch this. This is where it go in the remixing right here. Following the death of Alexander the Great, 323 BC, the Macedonian Empire fell apart in the wars of Diadochi. His generals, Diadochi, or successors, one of them, Ptolemy's son, Lagos, secured the rule of Egypt and made it a base for his own imperial ambitions to legitimize his rule as Ptolemy Sota. And we seen they put the Egyptian headdress on him. He relied like the other Diadochi, it says, not only to the right of conquest, but also supposed legitimate succession of Alexandria. Not only did Ptolemy portray himself as Alexandria's closest friend, but in his historical work, but in 321 BC, he seized his body while Alexander's funeral procession was on its way to Macedon from Babylon and brought it to the Egyptian capital at Memphis. This claim was particularly useful in Egypt, where Alexandria had been greeted as its liberator from the Achaemenid Empire, the so-called 27th and 31st dynasties, and had been enthroned as Pharaoh, son of the Egyptian deity Amun-Ra. Ptolemy now receiving divine honors during his stay in Egypt. Alexander had also laid the foundations of the city of Alexandria, which became the main Greek colony and capital of the country. In the newly established Ptolemaic kingdom, the Hellenic element of Macedonians and other Greeks from the Hellenic city-states to which Ptolemy dynasty or the Ptolemaic dynasty itself formed a ruling class which succeeded the native Egyptian pharaohs. While sacred kingship had long been practiced in ancient Egypt and ancient Near Eastern civilization, it was almost unheard of in the Greek world. So this was their time to, play cosplay and pretend that they were running something. Well, they were running it in all actuality, but they really wasn't who they were. They wasn't no sons of Amun and sons of Ra. I don't care what they say. Man. Okay, when Ptolemy took over Egypt, he incorporated the heritage of Alexander into his own propaganda to support the claims of his own dynasty. As a part of his effort, Alexander was elevated from a simple patron of God at Alexandria to the status of the god of the Greek population of the entire Ptolemaic Empire, even beyond the confines of Egypt. So you can imagine they had the ancient Egyptians basically, you better submit to Alexandria as your god. If you don't, you already know what time it is. So yeah, this is terrible, family. This is terrible. And they was deified as savior gods. Temple of Alexandria. Man, this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking, family. This is the foundation of your Rosetta Stone. Now we reading the Rosetta Stone right now. We reading it. I just told you the other stuff fake, so it ain't no meta-netto. When they talking about Commission, you talk about it ain't been deciphered, but you reading, no, that ain't the decipherment. Ignoramus. You're always looking for a gotcha moment, and you being exposed right now before the world, because you can't lie to these people and sell that snake oil to them no more. unless they just want it, you know. And we know none of the people in here want that nonsense, but you might be able to get it off on somebody that's peeking in here to see what Commission doing, and he part of your little cult that you done created. That's why I call them Egyptolamites. That's why I coined that phrase. Commission called them that. Egyptolamites. That's what they is. They ain't no Kemites. They ain't no Egyptologists. They Egyptolamites. And so a lot of these guys are part of supporting the Ptolemaic cult because they using the decree that was written by them to talk about they done decipher something. Let's go over here. Let me close this up right here. We don't need nothing, no interference. I'm going to close that up too. Because I want to see, it says in the saving gods, there you go, they just called them saving gods. The sibling gods or the beneficent God, Ptolemy and Alexander the Greek, that loved their father and the king of Ptolemy. This is what the Rosetta Stone talking about now. The appearing God whose kindness is beautiful. Atos, son of Atos. Pyrrha, daughter of Philenos. Who is Atos? Let's see who that is. That's another name. Okay, the son. Let's see who Atos is. Maybe this might be a native Egyptian. Let's see who Atos is. Atos, where you at? Do you exist or are you just somebody fake too? No, we don't see Atos here. Atos is somebody that can't be found either. I want to know what if I put, let me see. Let me see. Uh-oh, I put Atos of Ptolemy. Is this Atos right here? Now this just showing their little coins and money system. No, we can't find old Atos up in here. Atos ain't nowhere to be found up here. So let me go down here and keep reading. Let's see who this is as Pyrrha, the daughter of Philenos. Let's see who this is. I guess a lot of these people wasn't imported, so they didn't really put them out there. That's why you can't find some of them. Let's see who this is. Can we find this person here? Well, oh, wait a minute. I see Atos Dios. Atos Dios, the eagle of Zeus. So is Atos their way of saying eagle? We do know it's some Ptolemaic stuff going on up in here. We definitely can see that. We already knew that before we Googled it. Let's see who this is, though. You know, they got cartoon versions of Freya. They done put up here. So they ain't showing who that is. Daughter of Philenos. Who is Philenos? Let's see who Philenos is. If they show who that is. Some of these people, you can't find their presence. I guess because they wasn't in the ruling class, maybe. Let's see, okay. Philenos, do you exist? No, you ain't important either, huh? Atlapori, before Bernice, who was charitable. Irenia, daughter of the Diogenes. I don't think they showing none of these people that ain't. But again, who loves her brother is Irene, daughter of Ptolemy. It's Ptolemy children, brothers and sisters, and everybody else. I don't care to hear too much about that. This is really upsetting me. This is worse than the Willie Lynch story right now I'm reading up here. You know how it made you feel when you first read the Willie Lynch thing? That's how this demonstration got me feeling right now. To see somebody just come in there and go to Greek mixing our stuff, calling our gods, you know, basically them. And then you got our people over here. You ain't seen nail time in here where they really giving praises to the ancestors. Thanks to the Rosetta Stone, thanks to the Ptolemies. Lord, have mercy. Let me go over here. Go back over here and erase this other stuff and go on down through here and see what they talking about. Because this is right during that time. Okay, was charitable to the gods, and since he has already given a lot of money and a lot of grain to the temples of Egypt, and since he has already made a lot of spending to bring about peace in Egypt. Yeah, by war, huh? To strengthen the temples. And since he has already given gifts to the entire army that was under his rule, the taxes and the duties that existed in Egypt, he reduced them, he remitted them completely in order to cause that the army and all other people who would prosper during this time as king, the remainder of the king which went to the expense of the people of Egypt and all those under his kingship. And there was priests that it talks about in the history too. The ones who rocked with him, he lessened taxes on them. The one that didn't want to rock with him, he imposed heavy taxes on them, basically. And which were great in number, he remitted them. The people who were in prison and those who had long been accused of crime, he released them. Them were the one that sided with him too. He has commanded concerning sacrificial endowments of the gods and monies and grain given annually. Because that's what they said when they agreed to follow him and give him coat veneration, told him it would free him, and let him out, and then the taxes. And these are the ones that he got to align with him, under duress, basically. But it's some actual papery. But some of them was complaining like they was forced to do what they was doing. We're going to get into some of that. I just want to talk about the Rosetta Stone right now, because we up here to expose it. We done already showed you that Egyptian stuff in there gibberish, and they done superimposed their name, into some fake symbols and put them on the side of the Demotic and making our people believe that they was the gods. And for somebody to accept that foolishness and be pushing it, that means they agree with Ptolemy now. Ask them, do they agree with this part, since they agree with everything else about the Rosettas? Because you can't accept the Rosetta Stone just by accepting his name and not accept everything that's being talked about here. And the portions which belong to the gods of the vineyards and the orchards and all other things which they possessed in the time of his father, to let them remain in their possession. He also ordered the priests not to let them pay more of their priestly tax than what they had paid up to the first year of his father's reign. Yet these the ones that sided with him. He freed the people who were in the offices of the temples from selling which they made annually to Alexandria. He ordered not to hire rowers. He remitted 2/3 of the share of Bysius given from the temple. So we can see what's going on. He finessing some of the people, the natives. He finessing some of them. That's how he was able to get in there and get that rule going on. Things that had for a long time been out of state, he brings into their equilibrium, giving every care to cause that which was customary doing, says, for the gods to be done is done in appropriate manner. Okay, let's see here. Let's get the other portion of it. It's the first time y'all ever been able to see what's actually being said on this Rosetta document. Okay. They ain't never showed you. They talk about the Rosetta Stone, but they ain't never showed y'all this part. Let's see. I'm going to go over here. Let me X this out because I really want to see what's going on here. Okay, let's see here. Translate it again. Likewise, in causing justice to be established for the people according to what thought twice the great and got a nerve to drop Tehuti name had established. Y'all don't know nothing about no Tehuti. He also commanded that those who would return from the warriors and rest of the people were on other paths in disorder that had happened in Egypt, and they would return to their places and that their belongings remain in their possession. He took every care to send infantry and cavalry and navy against those who had come by land and sea to fight against Egypt. He made great expenditures of money, grain to ensure the temples, that the temples and the people who were in Egypt were at rest. He went trying to make it look like he fought for the people that he actually oppressed. Ain't that something? Because that's what they try to make it look like. Even now when they be fighting wars and they be conquering people, Yeah, we came here as y'all protectors to fight off the bad guy. That means really overthrow the people that's running it. Fortified with all works by rebels, many weapons and heavy equipment inside, he has said the fortress on his outside wall and dam. Okay. Okay, let's go over here. Go back. This that demonic part that's in the middle of the Rosetta Stone. I hope that ain't too much I done put in there. If it is, it's gonna tell me. Let's see. Okay. Let me go back over here. Put it in here. Yep, they let it enclosed because of the rebels who within them and who had already caused much harm to Egypt by forsaking the way of the king's command and the command. In other words, they didn't want to go with it. So they call them rebels. They caused much harm to Egypt by not wanting to rock with somebody that conquered Egypt. Don't they got some audacity? He caused the canals that brought water to the said fortress to be dammed, although the previous king could not do such a thing. He spent a lot of money on this. He has ordered infantry and cavalry, it says, to the said canals to guard and protect them from flooding the water, which was high in the ring 8 since 15. It was said that the canals that contained many very low-lying fields of water supplied. The king took the said fortress by force. In a short time, he gained power over the rebels who were inside. They telling you how they gained power over the natives. He massacred them. See, there we go right here. They telling you right here in the Rosetta Stone. He massacred the natives that they considered rebels. God dang. As Ray and Herasi says has done to those earlier. And they going to lie on Ra that rebelled against them in the said places. So they saying they did it like Ra did it. The rebels who gathered troops. Ain't that some audacity that somebody come into your country, conquer you, and cite the history of your God to justify what they doing? Man, they cold-blooded. They been doing this deception, putting themselves at their head to confuse the districts by damaging temples, forsaking the path of the king. So it was some people in there fighting like hell. And his father, the gods, caused him to gain power over them in Memphis at celebration of his father's acceptance of the office of the ruler, which he carried out. He caused them to be killed on the wood. He waived the remaining amounts for the king. So you getting detail on how they was taking off our ancestors' family for the king from the temples up to the regional year, which amounted to a large amount of silver and grain. So it was all about the money. They was taking people off the count. Oh my God, this is terrible. Man, it's bad, people. It's real bad. And they want to fight me over this. This what they fight me over. Your brother that's telling them that this ain't even what our ancestors used to deal with no decipherment. They want to fight me over this? Come on, I know y'all ain't going to let them get away with this, family. I know some of our people, they under mental slavery, but I know good and well y'all ain't going to let them people get away with this. Likewise, he remitted the value of the linens which were at expense of the temples from what they gave to the palace, as well as the remainder ascertained from what they had given up to this said time. He has commanded the artabe of wheat per one arur, a field collected from the fields of sacrifice of God. In the same way, he remitted the wine per one aruri, an acre from the vineyards of the gods, sacrificial foundations. He refrained from doing so. He has done much for Apis and Mnevis. Now they talking about Apis and Mnevis, the deities, and the other animals that are sacred in Egypt, more than what those who were before him did. Told him and them say they done did more than what the ancient Egyptians did for the Egyptians by killing them off, killing the people, the natives, That's how they do it. But they say the same thing now. Ain't they saying that we benefited from slavery? It's the same type of narrative. Critical race. It says more than what those who were before him did, having his heart at all times set on their business. By doing this, has given what was desired for their great and plentiful burials. Oh, that's what he did. It was great by bringing what is set in their temples when the feasts are made and made burnt offerings before them. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, mm, mm. Let me see. I think, yeah, we almost at the bottom now. This all the Rosetta Stone talking about. Y'all seen the beloved part I pointed out in there earlier. He got to mention it again somewhere toward the end down here. Let's see. Okay, so let me go up here. Get this out of here and put this other portion in here. Y'all get to see this with your own eyes. So them cats don't even know this stuff. What y'all getting shown, the same one that be running they beat, they don't even know this stuff. Or if they do, they hiding it. Will be done along with all other things that are appropriate to do the honors due to the temples and the other honors of Egypt. He caused them to exist in their own way according to the law. He gave gold, silver, grain, and things for the place of Apis. He caused the work to be refinished. Oh, this talking about him going up there to remix and restore the temples and stuff after they tore stuff down. Very beautiful work. He caused temples and chapels and altars to be newly completed. See, they're telling you how they were remixing everything and put themselves in there too. He caused others to be like them by being of a charitable heart toward the gods, by desiring the honors of the gods in order to renew them appropriately. Yeah, renew them with Ptolemaic features, in his time as king. As reward for this, the gods gave him strength. He's saying that Rodney and the Netters gave him strength, bravery, victory, and well-being, health, and all others. Oh, man, because he put himself up there. Because that's all the monuments is, Ptolemaic monuments and Ptolemaic hieroglyphs. So you got blessed by the gods of Kemet for that, for overthrowing the natives. These some crazy claims, family. And they got the audacity to try to make it sound like they did us a favor. They was doing a good thing for Kemet. Let's see. Benefits given is that his royal office is established among him and his children for eternity. Good luck. It has come into the hearts of the priests of all the temples of Egypt regarding the honors due in the temples to King Ptolemy, everlasting to the, oh my God, the appearing God whose goodness is beautiful, as well as honors, who loved their father, who gave rise to him, as well as, this is hard to read right here, family. This right here break my heart, man. It says, which belong benevolent gods who gave rise to those who gave rise to him, Ptolemy, as well as honors which the sibling gods who gave rise to those who gave rise to them, the benevolent gods, as well as the honors which belong to the saving gods, Alexander and Ptolemy. They just told you that earlier. The fathers of his fathers, to increase them the honors, and they decided to build a statue of King Ptolemy. And we got the pictures of it, family. We got all that. I done showed our people that before. Ever living, the one who appears. These people killed our people off, put themselves up there as gods and deities, and took the names of the ancestors. And we let them get away with that. But y'all want to talk about the Moors? And y'all, what y'all say about the Moors is a lie, but this is the truth, because this is what they actually reveal here. Everything we saying about Ptolemy is the truth. What y'all say about the Moors enslaving our people is a lie. But what y'all gonna say about this? I hope y'all peeking in watching this. I'm talking to the naysayers and those who swore to conceal and never reveal. Let's see what they saying. We almost done, people. I know it hurt. It says, God whose goodness is beautiful, they called it Ptolemy Nebeki, whose translation is Ptolemy protecting Egypt. That's how they protect Egypt, by killing the ancestors off, huh? A statue of the city god, giving him the sword of victory in each temple, in the place visible in the temple, made of Egyptian workmanship. He got the priests working for him. The priests shall serve the statues in each temple 3 times a day, and they shall place ritual implements before them, and they should do for them the rest of the things that benefit them to do, according to what they do for the other gods in the festivals and processions of the said day. He telling them, he giving them they itinerary, basically. They should carry the idol of King Ptolemy, the appearing god, whose goodness, beautiful son of Ptolemy, and Queen Arsinoe, whose gods who love the king, their father, the golden shrine. Yeah, you gonna worship me. Bow down on your knees, priests. Can you imagine what that do to the ego, to go conquer one of the greatest people to ever rule the planet, and then make them bow down to you in humble submission? Goodness gracious. Well, them people been doing that dirt for a long time, ain't they? Let's see what else it say. The only thing they can do is take the name Ptolemy and Cleopatra out of some stuff, and then go to Holland talking about some, they got the proof of decipherment. But they ain't telling you what's being said in this foolishness. That's why I said, when y'all be hearing me say take the whole Rosetta Stone and throw it in the trash, this why I be saying that, y'all. Let them appear in a single temple, and let them rest in the Holy of Holies with the other golden shrines when the great festivals take place, at which they make the gods appear. They should make the shrine of the appearing God, whose goodness is beautiful, appear with them, in order to recognize the shrine today and the rest of the time to come. One should put 10 golden royal diadems on 10 royal golden diadems, with the uraeus on each of them, according to what 26 benefits the golden diadems in the shrine place of the uraeus, which are on the other shrines, and the double crown shall be in the middle of the diadems, for it is the double crown with which the king appeared in the temple of Memphis. They want to take the crown now, when what was appropriate to be done when receiving the office of the ruler was done for him. He want to be coordinated with the crowns. And on the upper square side of the Atef crown, which is outside the diadems, in front of the above mentioned golden diadem, one should place a papyrus and a rush, and one should the uraeus and the vulture on the other one. So they want to get the headdress that they wore in ancient Kemet, and basically don our headdress, the headdress of the ancestors. Man, this is crazy. And I read this stuff, but I read it the first time, but like going really all the way into it, it's crazy. Let me see here. Here it go right here. Okay, let me put this down here. Go back to our translator. Thanks to technology. But without this, I don't know German. Let's see here. Place a basket with a rush under it on the right corner on the golden shrine, and place the uraeus with a basket under it on the left with a papyrus, whose meaning is the king who enlightened Upper and Lower Egypt. Now, since the last day of the 4th month of Shamu, on which the 28th birthday of the king 27 is celebrated, 28 was formerly established as the festival procession in the temples, and likewise the 17th day, the 2nd month of Peret and Akhet, on which the ceremonies of receiving the office of the ruler are made him in the beginning of the benefits that came to all people, the birth of every living king, and the reception of the office of the ruler carried out. And one should these days, 17th and the last day of the month, shall be observed every month as a festival in all the temples of Egypt, and burnt offerings and drink offerings, and all other things which are appropriate to be done. It says that the other festivals shall be observed monthly. At the 2 festivals, 28 and 29, what is offered as a sacrifice should be distributed to the people who serve in the temple, and a celebration. And one was coming behind this. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, we at the end now. Let me see what it let me get the rest of it. Just put the whole thing in there. Yeah, this crazy. Yeah, this real crazy right here, people. This right here almost got me speechless. Almost made me feel like I shouldn't even went in here. But it was necessary for me to go in here, for us to see what the real deal is. Procession shall be celebrated in the temples throughout Egypt for King Ptolemy ever living, the appearing God whose goodness beautiful annually, the first day of the month of Aket, for 5 days wearing a wreath and burning and do libations and other things are proper to do. The priests who are in the temples of Egypt, in every temple, shall be called the priests of the appearing God, whose goodness is beautiful in addition to the other priestly titles. And they shall write it all in the records of deeds, and shall write the office of the priest of the appearing God, whose goodness beautiful, upon their rings, and engrave it upon them. So they got rings with Ptolemy on them. And it should also private persons who desire shall be permitted to cause such a golden shrine and appearing of God, whose goodness is beautiful, mentioned above, to appear, to be kept in their places, and they shall annually perform festivals, processions described above, that it may be known that those who are in Egypt honor the God who appears. So Ptolemy is the God that appears, who loving kindness and beautiful as it fitting, the decree shall be written on a stele of hard stone in hieroglyphics, Demotic in Greek, and the stele shall be placed in the temples of the first, second, and third rank statue of the ever-living king. And there it go right here. And so, again, they put that bogus hieroglyphic script up there, which ain't no metal netter. They done put up there pseudo hieroglyphics, put the Demotic in there in the Greek. So it's talking about the Rosetta Stone, and it's actually written on the stone. So this is the decree that they were passing around. Commission just showed you the whole reading of that portion in Demotic, people. And they saying it say the same thing in hieroglyphics, and they lying. And they say it say the same thing in Greek. And it most likely have the Greek there. But definitely we see what is being said here in this Demotic portion. But them other alphabets that they talking about, they got it straight garbage. It's a deception, and they done misled our people. This is terrible. And Champollion used this relic, the same one. Where is that? Oh, it done closed out my arm. Let me open my back up. Hold up. It done closed out my PowerPoint. Let me get that and open it back up. Come on, man. Okay. Yeah. I know good and well they ain't trying to stop me from opening my PowerPoint up. My let's see. Oh, they ain't let me open it now. Oh, they want to play dirty. They playing real dirty. Look at that. Okay, we got another trick for you then. You want to play like that right there? I know how to get it. I know how to get it at you. Let me see here. Let's see. We're gonna do it. Let's see. They don't want to open it up now. They done closed my PowerPoint and don't want to open it up now. When it been sitting there open the whole while. I got something for you. Let's see if it let me open this one up. Because I actually have it under another name. At least some of it in there. And even if I can't go into that real quick, I can go right here. I probably end up having to go into it again. Let's see if it let me open this up. Come on. Okay. Yeah, this got a couple of them in it. Okay. Yeah, I got a couple of my slides in this one that was in that one. So, and I can show you this stuff that they was talking about. So here's some of the stuff as we already showed you. This is Alexander the Great. Some of the things they made during his time. This is, from the Ptolemaic and Alexandrian period here too. You see these things here. A lot of our people see this is the Roman Emperor Trajan offers to Hathor, Het Heru, and Ra Herakati at Dendra. See, this is a Ptolemy creation, trying to offer to the ancient Egyptian when they didn't exist during that time. These are other Ptolemaic monuments right here. That's Ptolemy the 12th. Before Alsar and Alset, good and well Alsar and Alset wasn't in no Ptolemy temples. But this is what they did, people. The dimension, the northern gate of the temple of Hathor. Another picture of Ptolemy. They done put themselves in there. I'm going to show you something. All these is straight pseudo hieroglyphics up here. Ain't got no meaning behind them. Even under their methodology that they use, they just put it up there to make it look like it's something. This is the temple, one of the ones they refurbished and rebuilt. They tore the original ceiling of Dendra out of it. Unet was the original name, and it became later known as Dendra. These are the temples that were built by the Ptolemies. Dendra, Esna, Edfu, Kumumbu, and Pile. So if you see somebody dealing with these temples, these are Ptolemaic names and Ptolemaic temples that were remixed. That's again the Dendra complex right there. It tell you actually you can go into the history of all of these temples. We can't make this stuff up, people. Look at that. Then you can see where they went and carved out the original Egyptians. See how they chipped that out of there? They chipped that out and remudded it and put their self on it. Notice how they leave the headdresses alone now. They keep the crown up there, but chip the people out and then remud it. And then they just didn't finish this one. This is just an unfinished temple. People were remixing, man. They were remixing it. Therefore, making you thinking that they've been there all the while. And this is what we were telling you, that they started worshiping Sobek. The Ptolemies worship, they venerated the crocodile deity. Look at that. Know them Ptolemies right there. This is one that I always laugh at right here. Good and well, that ain't now one of our people. That's actually a depiction of Ptolemy right there, Ptolemy the 12th. See it right there at the bottom. Here it is here. Okay, hold up. I can't make this stuff up, people. Look at that. Man. So, yeah, look at that. That's another Ptolemaic measure. Look at that. See the Coat Temple reconstruction? See that? Look at it, look at that. Good and well who that is. Definitely ain't us. Oh my goodness. This is crazy, man. All this right here, and they'll still try to be in denial that I just showed y'all. Anybody that want to be enslaved, look at this. This is when they start. Look at this. Now good and well that ain't saying. Now they just got up there and made some repeat bulls in a boat. Decipher that and read that since you know what it means. See them pseudo hieroglyphs, family. Look at that. Now watch this. Now, when I get into this, it makes sense. Look at what they have: Ptolemaic hieroglyphs, pseudo hieroglyphs. The designation of Ptolemaic hieroglyphs is used by the Egyptologists to refer to the script employed by the scribes of the Egyptian temples after the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great, until the end of the 2nd century AD, also called figurative or cryptographic hieroglyphs. So Ptolemy's hieroglyphs are called figurative and cryptographic hieroglyphs. Come on, man. I got so much in here, like just in here, and I done whooped them with this a couple of times. You know what I mean? And these are all books right here. All this come from books. Look at that. Terrible. Look, watch. Champollion's original, look, Principles of Pharaonic Cryptography. Champollion's original decipherment of Egyptian having been based primarily on the study of Ptolemaic hieroglyphic texts. And that's why I say, when I ask, can you prove that the language has been deciphered according to the ancient Egyptians before Ptolemaic methodology? So his stuff is based off of Ptolemaic hieroglyphic texts with expanded sign lists derived from a normalization of an early cryptographic principles. It says early Egyptologists, not surprisingly, but nevertheless somewhat precautiously, began to approach the older Ptolemaic cryptographic texts. Such work did not have a great issue. However, the cryptography languished somewhat into the mid-20th century, when it found its major proponents represent two diametrically opposed approaches to the material, different from the ancient ancestors. That's right. The ancient Egyptians do not appear to have considered cryptography to be other than an extension of the normal system of sign derivations in their scripts, and no discernible term for cryptography exists in a normative text. The various corpora of cryptography in the New Kingdom Egypt appear to represent a visual expression of understanding difficult knowledge derived from the inner working of the authors or the reader's knowledge. Cryptographic or orthography is the graphic revelation of an inner process focusing on the actor in the text and the author of the passage. You see, a lot of this stuff, cryptography family, deals with symbolic language. You know what I mean? Ain't got nothing to do with letters in all actuality. So this thing goes on, man. You know, it even talk about how they created their hieroglyphic fonts, you know, and everything. This is how they show how they really came up with their origination of the hieroglyphics, comparing them to the hieratic. See, this is hieratic up here. Now you tell me if this hieratic letter right here is the same as this picture right here. Because that's what they're telling you. This read, and this what Smash believe is the same as this. This second letter here, they want you to believe that it's this picture. This third letter, they want you to believe is the rabbit. The fourth letter, which is basically a part of the whole of the one here, they want to make it seem like, you know, it's the water ripple. The 5 or the 5th letter, you know, also they took it over into that. But then they had the 6th letter as a kind of vessel, as they want to call it right here. They're saying this represents the 6th letter. That don't look nothing. These letters don't look nothing like these pictures. But for some reason, you know, this is what your boy Champollion tried to come up with. But see, I'm the one that cracked the code and exposing him now. Look at that. They say this is a 7 right here, right? Now let's compare that 7 to this. They want you to believe that symbol, the hieratic symbol, is the same as the owl. See what I'm saying? And they ain't doing nothing but what I showed y'all last night now. You see what I'm saying? And they just went all the way down the line. And so notice, it tell you right here, the following example of hieratic writing is taken from the Prissy Papyrus. You know what that is? The Teachings of Ptahhotep, which is what they call the oldest book in the world, upon which at a period about BC 2600, 2 texts containing moral precepts which were composed about 1,000 years earlier, were written. They saying before this time, and they was written in hieratic. So when I tell you hieratic is older than these pictures, the original text in the Pre-Save Papyrus is written in hieratic. It's not written in pictures, people. So if that's one of the oldest texts or the oldest text, that's mentioned, then that right there kill them already. You see what I'm saying? And we can show you even the Book of the Dead, and the books of breathing. See, the original text was written in hieratic. See that hieratic right there all up through there? They use pictures as declaration. These are just like captions up here. None of this stuff got no meaning other than just a representation of what we call anaglyphs. Ain't no meaning behind none of this stuff here, I'm telling you, other than what you see being depicted here. This is the actual book. This is inscriptions here. And it take time because they never taught this. It took time to learn our methodology, the one that we use. And we ain't finna show it to nobody so they can steal neither. I ain't talking about our people on here. I'm talking about the other people that be looking, the naysayers. It says, no doubt Mr. J was referring to the portion of Reed's article in which he discussed the class of signs called anaglyphs. That's what we talking about, anaglyphs by Champollion. Champollion thought that the anaglyphs, though connected with hieroglyphic writing, were not true hieroglyphics themselves, but rather symbolic pictures employing hieroglyphic-like figures. So Champollion himself said that he believed the anaglyphs were not true hieroglyphics themselves, but rather symbolic pictures. And these are the anaglyphs up here, family. Right up here. See? And then it says, he backed up this contention by pointing out that most of the figures which compose the anaglyphs are accompanied by small legends in the true hieroglyphic writing, which explain them. And this is where the legend is being explained here in the hieratic. You see? And the anaglyphs are at the top, which they are calling hieroglyphics, right? But then it says, but Reed, borrowing Champollion's phrases and reversing their meaning, says that the anaglyphs are the true hieroglyphic writing, as shown by the fact that they have legends written in phonetic signs near them, containing their signification. Reed adds that in spite of Champollion's discoveries, these true hieroglyphics still remain obscure. Y'all already know what obscure means. Hard to comprehend, understand, and so forth and so on. And probably will be so until an examination is made of them in a different spirit and manner on a different ground from the present. And I'm examining them right now. I'm showing y'all the different examination and making it plain. So they're telling you that what Champollion put out there, it wasn't something they can go off of. You see? Look at this. It is an anaglyph, a spoken anaglyph, my dear. If all the hieroglyphs of the Egyptian had been an ABC to you, if you did not know the anaglyph, you would know nothing of the true mysteries of the priests. Huh? Watch this. Partly with anaglyphs, that is symbolical pictures, which represent abstract subjects, the latter which it would be impossible to completely decipher, it says, were probably peculiar, mysterious language of the priests, which was intelligible only to the initiated, while to the laity it represented merely the gods and heroes in numbers of respectful adoration. Yet these allegorical pictures had probably already certain connection with the hieroglyphic writings. Both had a number of characters in common, among which were symbolic signs. You see, in the hieroglyphic writing. You see, symbolic signs. So when Commission tell y'all this here, here it go right here again. Now they're showing you charts on the transmission from the Ptolemaic traditions from the time of Alexander the Greek all the way up here to Saitic tradition to the modern time. They show you how they come up with these cursive hieroglyphs. This ain't the modern, this is not hieratic here. These are cursive hieroglyphs. And some people will try to call this hieratic, but that's incorrect. You see, this, right here, for example, is hieratic. You know what this is? This is the Red Sea papyrus, which is said to be the oldest papyrus that has been found, in this time as well. One portion of it anyway. This is hieratic right here as well. You see what I'm saying? So they teaching y'all Kemet, but they ain't never taught y'all about this stuff. This is also hieratic. You can see that the hieratic actually inspired the Chinese writing as well, Japanese style of writing. This is also a hieratic papyrus. This is the Book of the Dead. See what it says here? Displays the interaction. This is Al-Sah here. See the Eurocentric pale person worshiping Al-Sah? It says interaction in the hieratic script used to write the text. Book of the Dead. The Egyptian script used in the caption above the scene of her worshiping Al-Sah. This is the text here. All this is just for decoration. Just like you look in a Bible and you see the pictures of all the prophets and all that, that's all that is. Same thing right here. This is Demotic script right here. Wrote in between hieratic columns too. See, this is a papyrus here. This comes from the University of Chicago, who are chief authorities in Egyptology. See all this? This is actual source material right here. The papyrus of Amenhotep. See, it wrote in hieratic, and see it's decorated in pictures. Most of the papyrus you see normally is pictures, and then they'll have these big scenes in them, and they'll be pictorial, and them the one Reggie and Smash them be talking about. See all this hieratic right here? They know so much about Kemet, but they don't know nothing about this though. They stay away from this, huh? Come on, man. Stop playing. I keep telling them stop playing with me. They think it's a game. Look at all that demotic right there. Why don't you know this? Why they ain't teaching you this? Only thing them pictures is up there is for decoration. Showing a scene. We can go into a breakdown of, just what's going on in it. See what I'm saying? They're talking about the hieroglyphics here, which has had such fateful influence in the West into the 19th century that even Egyptian priests in Hellenistic Roman period often no longer knew the exact significance of the hieroglyphs is probable. They're saying even the ancient Egyptian, by the time they got done with it, could understand what was going on. And these are all the people that would tell you that the hieroglyphics was symbolic right here. They had allegorical meaning. You know what I mean? So, and these are other sources on the same thing. It's a whole bunch of stuff I got in here. I showed the history of Alexandria and them, when they went in there, what they did, how they went in there during this period. This is the real symbol behind the 33rd degree. You also got Napoleon in here because he played a part in it too. That's where that Southern Grand Inspector General come from in the Masonic Order. It really represents Napoleon and what he did when he went over there into Egypt and took masonry over there. See, over a 3,000-year period, ancient Egypt was ruled by 33 different dynasties. This is the 33rd period, the time of the Ptolemies. See, that's the real 33rd degree. The last period in Kemet was 360 BC. So that was the end of our knowledge, 360 degrees of knowledge. And then the Ptolemies cut in that rule in 332. 330, Ptolemaic period. Egypt is ruled by people of Greek Macedonian descent, 32nd dynasty Macedonian, 332, 323 BC, 33rd dynasty of the Ptolemaic. Events after the death of Alexandria, the great one of his general Ptolemy seizes control of Egypt. Many Greek and Macedonian settlers are recruited in the army and government. Greek culture is encouraged. Egyptian cities and monuments are given Greek names. Ptolemies are fascinated with Egyptian religion and culture. Pictures of the Ptolemies are made in Egyptian style. I showed y'all that. Ptolemy rulers are looked upon as divine. I showed y'all that and read it to you from the Rosetta Stone. Ptolemies follow the ancient Egyptian custom of rulers intermarrying within the family. I showed y'all that. Many temples are built for the Egyptian gods. Greek gods become identified with Egyptian gods and often combined. Egyptian gods are given Greek names. Under the Ptolemaic Egypt, Caesar's control of Judea for a time, and there are power struggles within the Seleucid dynasty. Alexandria becomes a major center of trade, learning, and culture, and the Library of Alexandria is built. And then Pharos, or the lighthouse of Alexandria, is built in 1270 BC. Egypt becomes very wealthy, but it mostly benefits the monarchy and the Greek officials. Native Egyptians are heavily taxed and exploited. Notes: I have also included names of the queens, pharaohs, and their queens placed together, ringing and queens marked with asterisk. I had down here because I put all this together. I put that together. Message to the black man. Black, according to science, mean death. Matthew 24, verse 28, King James Version. For wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. And see this eagle right here? If you dead in the head, this is your master right here. The people that supposed to be so-called 33rd. Notice how they disrespect Allah and put it between the finger claws. See, a lot of people don't know this is the symbol of Victoria, Queen Victoria. And they think this is a crescent, but this represents the snares of the Bengal tiger. You see? And you see between it, Allah is placed upside down. See the head here? A-L-L-L, upside down. They inverted the star. Arm, leg on him, turn you upside down, inverted. They saying they conquered you. So when they put their scimitar above that symbol, it represents subjugation, the Eurocentric way. Yeah, I know people that think they initiated, love that, and they got a whole nother meaning there. Tell you, they'll say it represent Ali, but y'all don't honor Islam though. Novus Ordo Seclorum. This is one portion in the Grand Lodge of England up there in their ceiling, people. Look at what they got hanging in their ceiling. See the flag of Morocco with the eye up under it? Yeah, they done conquered all that. You think I'm playing? Watch this. If you think I'm playing about that Grand Lodge, watch this. Y'all gonna the one that be thinking that, yeah, you gonna stop playing with me. See it right there? They got 4 different corners in this thing, and they all represent oh, they want to play now. They want to play some crackhead game right now, but we ain't going for it though. We going in. So at every different area, this is like a symbolic cosmological expression here. This has the 47 problem of Euclid in it. You see it right there? Now watch this. This has, I'm trying to blow it up. See, they got the ladder right here. This represents Solomon Temple. You know what I mean? With the ladder there. And then they have also the Jewish star up here. One shall be established. So notice they got symbols that represent Morocco. They got the Jewish expression. They got the Masonic demonstration. They got the Greek demonstration. And that's the symbolic heaven that they have represented up here in the Grand Lodge, family. All them places that I just showed you. Right there. You see it? See there? Yeah, we don't play over here. We don't make this stuff up, family. We know exactly what it is we demonstrate. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's terrible up here. And I ain't even go into all of, the stuff that really deal with other aspects of it. I'm just showing you, and so when we get there, by the time you get to Champollion, People don't even ask the question, what Champollion dictionary at? Because your boy and them got empowered, his teachers, and they would never let Champollion information get published. People don't even know that. They wouldn't let they like, no, bro, look, watch this. I'm gonna read some of it to you. From early years, Jean-François Champollion, 1790 to 1832, showed interest in Oriental languages. In 1802, at the age of 12 years, he started his formal education at Abydos. The school he mastered Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Ethiopic, Arabic, Syriac, and Chaldean. They want us to believe that Champollion mastered all this at 12 years old now. And in 1804, he was attended at lycée in Grenoble. In 1806, he was admitted to the Academy of Grenoble after submitting his essay, The Geographical Description of Egypt Before the Conquest of Cambyses. But his real entry into Coptic and hieroglyphic script did not start earnest until he went to Paris. It says in 1807, the study under Sylvester de Saucy. These are the people that were saying that Champollion methodology was faulty. This was his teacher. And they also say he liked to steal people work and take credit for it. Who was the first Frenchman who attempted to read the Rosetta Stone? The Rosetta Stone was created in what time? Didn't I tell you 196 BC? And so when I took y'all to the reading up here, right here, this actual document, when you go back to it, it's the Rosetta Stone, family. See? BM EA 24, Rosetta Stone. That's the actual British Museum. If you do type that in right now, you're going to pull up the Rosetta Stone. But all these different documents I have over here, let's go to 196 BC, because all these different demotic papyri are demotic documents here. Let's go to 196 BC, right here. See? The Rosetta, 196 BCE. That's what we just read. You know, that's what I took y'all into, line by line. And y'all see what it's talking about. Ain't got nothing to do. And it's some more horrible stuff in here. You know, where they actually, like I said, I'm going to get into something. I'm going to keep going into a lot of these papyri and show y'all what they was really talking about. I got to show it to you. I got to make it plain as possible. That way nobody can lie to y'all again and try to sweep nothing under the rug. So it said it was created in 196 BC. That's 196 years before Christ, almost 200 years before the birth of Christ. So if it was created during that time, that's why I keep asking them, how can they then say that you can use that to decipher something that existed way before that? And if you do, you got to show me an alphabet from the ancient Egyptians that correspond with the one that Champollion created, because it didn't exist in that form until he created it. That's pseudo hieroglyphs. You see? It says the stone was created 196 by representing the decree issued in Memphis by the Ptolemaic king, Ptolemy V of Epiphanes. Now let's see who this is exactly. Who is this Ptolemaic king they talking about right here? Watch this. This is the guy that sent the decree, because it was different Ptolemies as well. You know, they all was in it together, but let me show you something. I'm going to get this and close it up. That way that don't mess with none of my stuff I got going on up here. Here it is right here. Ptolemy's Epiphanes. Y'all see this? You see him now, right? This is the guy that put the decree out there on our people. And this is a modern version of the guy. So you know good and well that ain't got nothing to do with us. And how they expect us to say that that was good for us that he was doing? They go Ptolemy's depiction right here. These some of the relics they made for it. You know, calling him the king. He talking about he the seed of Amun-Ra and all that old other foolishness. Here's some more pseudo hieroglyphics over here. They done created. You know, they think it, you know, the problem is, I guarantee you, if I was somebody that came out of the Eurocentric schools of scholarship and I came out here and said this, they accept it. But because I did my own research and my own due diligence, you know, we ain't worthy to bring our research for. We got to search under the European tutelage in order to prove what we saying. Like they doing research is any different than me doing research. That's what I hate about a lot of these different brothers, in this community. Because they act like we can't do our, like we need somebody to guide us in our research. I ain't no dummy. You know how quick I can read a book? I can speed read a book and understand the whole of the book. That's how good my comprehension is. You feel me? Yeah, we ain't nobody playing with these people, man. These people stole the legacy and GM Jane put them out there. Period. That's my inspiration. And I gave you archaeological proof. I gave you etymology. I gave you linguistics and all of that right there. How can somebody get around that right there? And I ain't even go into the whole of my other PowerPoint because it shut down on me. But anyway, it said it was written in 2 languages, 3 script on stone, Egyptian using hieroglyphic, demotic scripts. And we know the hieroglyphics is fake. I already done exposed that. And top in the middle respective ancient Greek bottom version. It was discovered in 1799 in the town of Rosetta by the French and was confiscated by the British. And after the French withdrew from Egypt under the British pressure, as a part of capitulations of Alexandria, 1801, was taken to London, where it now resides in the British Museum. Through the Rosetta Stone, Champollion was able to decipher the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Yeah, right. Tell that to somebody that don't know no better. He started his efforts in 1808 while in Paris when he began to study it from a replica. See, he didn't even study it from Kemet. He studied from a replica, a fake version of what's supposed to be the real version. In 1824, he published his book, Precious du Systeme Hieroglyphique des Anciens Egyptians, primer of the Egyptian system of the ancient Egyptians, opening the gate to a huge discipline in Egyptology and the study of ancient Egyptian history and literature and civilization. They gave him the crown of being the Egyptologist. It says Champollion would have not been able to do so without prior excellent knowledge in Coptic, in a language which he described as the most perfect and most rational language. Coptic didn't exist during ancient Egypt. He recognized the strong connection between Coptic and ancient Egyptian. No, he took Coptic letters and put them on the side of pictures, just like I took our alphabet and put them on the side of the mirror edict. He did the same thing. It was the Academy of Grenoble, 1806, 1807, at the age of 16 years, that he first started his interest in Coptic, as he was taught a bit of it by the Syrian Egyptian Dom Raphael de Monconis. It says, but it is during this period in Paris, 1807, 1809, that he was able to satisfy his thirst for Coptic. Paris was then the city to be in for all scholars after the campaigns of Bonaparte had brought back to its monuments manuscripts and books and works of art and antiquities from diverse parts of the world, including Egypt. Still, much of this research was undertaken in the National Library there. Champollion he did his research in a library, was privileged to gain access to the mass of foreign books that had come as loot. There it go, loot. Give me the loot, give me the loot. From Napoleon's campaigns, which was still not properly cataloged. He set himself to study all the Coptic texts, most of which had been taken from the Vatican Library in Rome. Years later, when these manuscripts were returned to Italy, the English antiquarian Sir William Gill, 1777-1836, remarked, as to the Coptic and Champollion, I think there are a few Coptic books in Europe he has not examined. A very learned friend of mine told me there is no book in the Vatican in that language. See there? That is not remarks of Champollion in almost every page which he made when MSS were in Paris. In Paris, Dom Raphael introduced Champollion to the Coptic priest Johanna Cheftiki. It says, who had left to France with the Coptic legion of the general Yaqub when the French withdrew from Egypt, and was serving at the church of Saint Roche, it says, on the Rue Saint Honoré in Paris, to which the Coptic immigrants went. Champollion frequently visited Cheftiki, it says, at his church and spoke with him, Coptic, in his attempt to improve his Coptic. In March 1809, he wrote his brother, I give myself up entirely to Coptic. I wish to know Egyptian like my French, because on that language will be based my great work on the Egyptian papyri. And a month later, he writes also, I only dream Coptic and Egyptian. I am so Coptic, to amuse myself, I translate everything that comes to my head. It is the true means of putting pure Coptic into my head. After that, I will attack the papyri, thanks to my heroic valor. I hope to come to an end. I already made a great step. Now, you know Coptic and Greek is two different languages. Really, Coptic is what it is, and Greek is a bogus version created to be called Greek, but it's really a remix. But notice, ain't no Coptic on the Rosetta Stone. They say Greek is on the stone, right? It says in 1815, Champollion finished his monumental book of Coptic dictionary and grammar when he was in Grenoble, but don't nobody know what his dictionary is. I want to see the dictionary. And then we can see what he really was doing. But it went missing. Bonaparte had abdicated on the 4th of April, 1814. The Bourbon monarchy in the person of King Louis the 18th was restored. Politics changed, and the Republicans, including Champollion, fell out of favor with the new regime because they was his teachers. And they had already said he was bogus, so they wouldn't let none of his works be published. However, on March the 1st, 1815, Bonaparte returned from his exile in Elba to the south of France, and then marched and occupied Paris, regaining political control. On his march to Paris, he met Champollion in Grenoble, Napoleon now, and there Champollion told Bonaparte that he had just finished his monumental book on the Coptic dictionary and grammar. Why we ain't got that dictionary, people? Napoleon had the same belief that Coptic was the key to hieroglyphic. He ordered Champollion to bring the manuscripts to Paris, where he would ensure their publication. Champollion's brother Jacques Joseph took the manuscripts to Paris and handed them to the Académie des Inscriptions at Belles Lettres Academy for formal assessment prior to publication. But Napoleon's days were numbered. On 18th of June of 1815, his troops were defeated in the Battle of Waterloo by the British Prussians, and he abdicated on the 22nd in exile to Helena, never to return again. I wonder if they got this in that new Napoleon movie. I'm going to look through my thing and look that up. The monarchists, including Champollion's previous teacher, Sylvestre de Saucy, who took a certain dislike to Champollion, were in ascendancy now. So they was in power, his teachers. And the publication of Champollion's books was rejected by the academic inscriptions of Belles Lettres on pressure by de Saucy, declaring that it was not worthy of being published at government expense. Champollion himself was exiled to his birthplace, the small village of Fingenic. So they didn't honor him. They didn't honor his work. They wouldn't even let it be published. There in 1816, Champollion completely revised his two books, and the dictionary reached more than 1,000 pages, and he was thinking of printing it in 4 volumes if he could. The only way to make these books available to scholars and the public was to publish them on Champollion's own expense, which was not possible considering his limited financial resources. And so when his brother asked him to publish it, he asked him to forget the idea. After Champollion's death in 1832, his brother persuaded the French government to purchase all of his brother's unpublished papers. A commission was set to consider the proposal, and all papers were moved to the National Library at Paris. The Bibliothèque Nationale de France included the Coptic dictionary and grammar manuscripts, but they were again refused publication, this time by the commission. None of them wanted to publish that stuff. To this date, Champollion's manuscripts on Coptic dictionary and grammar remain at the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, and they remain unpublished. This is a great shame and great loss to the world of academia. It's a reason why them people don't want you to see that, because they know you done messed it up. They may be outdated and they may be defective, but they cannot be without real value. What is more, they were written by one of the best linguists and polyglots, a man who loved Coptic and thought high of it, a man who contributed to the science of Egyptology beyond any other man. It's somebody trying to big Champollion up now. One hopes that Champollion's books on Coptic grammar and dictionary get published one day. Then we can see what's really going on. They probably trying to make it fit his present day narrative. It needs collaboration between researchers and sponsors. I hope that the cops would cover the expenses of the publication. And I guarantee you they won't let nobody see them works. You know, I like E. Wallace Budge because he honest. He tell you about the dictionary that he composed. He said in his dictionary, talked about the mistakes and the errors. You know what I mean? He said that scribes made mistakes. But he was talking about different copies dealing with made nonsense of many passages, omitting parts of words, mixing together remaining parts. And it seems to me obvious from these facts that everyone who undertakes a long, very tedious work of making an Egyptian dictionary must be guilty of the perpetration of mistakes, blunders, and errors in his copying, however careful he may be. In my work, there will be found inconsistencies, misunderstandings, and misprints, and probably downright misstatements. At least E. Wallace Budge was, honest enough to admit it. You see what I'm saying? But he'll tell you that he let Demotic priests demonstrate with Demotic and Coptic priests demonstrate the Coptic. He didn't do it. Following the meaning of the word at the end of the entry is often given the equivalent of Egyptian word in the latest stage of the language, Coptic. So a lot of that stuff that you see in the books have more of the Coptic expression, so to speak, right? It says, in selecting these Coptic equivalents, I have not copied them straight out of a Coptic dictionary, but have satisfied myself that they bear the meaning which ancient Egyptian words have passages in the Coptic versions of the Bible and Coptic patristic literature generally. See what I'm saying? Man, he goes on, and he says, he talks about true Coptic words are native Egyptian. He goes in there other aspects. He talks about how they came up with the concept of what they call determinatives. That was invented taken from elements of Chinese language. He also said a lot of his stuff is guesswork among words given in his dictionary, many of which are derived from Demotic texts. So a lot of the Egyptian words are based on Demotic. You see? It's not based, on a lot of that garbage they be talking about. But they don't know Demotic. They don't want to study it. As my knowledge of this branch of Egyptology is rudimentary, I have relied for the correctness of their transcription into hieroglyphs. In other words, you're going to take the pictures, turn the letters into pictures like Alan Gardenia did. Alan Gardenia did that. I showed that last night. He said, I have relied for the correctness upon their transcription in the hieroglyphs, chiefly upon the works of erratic genius. Yes, work. He talked about the scholars that shown that dermatologists are able to transcribe Demotic text into hieroglyphs. In other words, change the alphabet into pictures. See what I'm saying? This is crazy. But they telling you what they did. And that's why you don't understand the language. You're looking at pictures. You know what I mean? Now, the exact meaning of many words is unknown and can only be guessed at by the context. Huh? In some cases, the context makes the meaning of an unknown word comparatively certain, but in others, especially where no probable Coptic equivalent is forthcoming, it does not. And then any meaning suggested is little else than the result of guesswork. In many cases, then the English words that are set down in translations of rare and difficult Egyptian words must be regarded as suggestions as to the probable meanings. See, Budge, he honest. The meaning of some of them is tolerably clear from the determinants, but there are a considerable number of words in these difficult documents for which no one has so far proposed meanings that may be considered correct. Huh? The spells and magical formulae which bound in these texts are not only difficult to translate because of the words of unknown meaning in them, but also because it is not always clear where one word ends and the next begins. Even Maspero found himself unable to translate whole sentences and passages in them, as none of the translations of them promised by German scholars has yet appeared. Like how I'm able to use the German and go into them books, that stuff hadn't been read by them, is what he's saying. So thanks for Google Translate. Because I had looked at a couple of German things back in the day, and I was like, man, I wish I could understand that. And then Google Translate came along. I am conscious that unfortunately I possess none of the qualifications necessary for such a great work, except in the very limited degree. Nevertheless, I have written this dictionary, and how I came to do so, the following paragraphs will show. So this man telling you he ain't even qualified to do this. But y'all let him do what he do. Huh? Look at this. Hold up. It says, when Champollion went to Egypt, he took with him both copies of his dictionary, and while in that country, he added to both very considerably. M. Salvador Cherubini and Lernermont wrote many slips for him. These are Coptic priests, and their contributions form part of the original manuscript. On his return from Egypt, he continued his labors on the dictionary and added largely to it. His teacher said it wasn't even completed enough. And see right here, they talk about it in here when they came up with the determinatives concept. They was known as classifiers. And they got this from the concept of Chinese, the idea of determinatives. So they took from all different type of elements to create this alphabet system they got. That's why I keep telling y'all, I say, was the hieroglyphics deciphered according to the methodology of the ancient Egyptians? I don't want to hear nothing about what Champollion said. I want to see the ancient Egyptians. And they can't do it. Every methodological argument, however arbitrary, has the advantage of bringing together such words as nearly resemble each other, and it appears most likely to be subservient, to the purposes of future investigation, to employ an imitation of an alphabetical order. That's exactly what they did, or an artificial alphabet, which is exactly what they did, founded upon the resemblance of the characters to those of which phonetic value was clearly and correctly determined by the late Mr. Ackerman. And that's what they did. I showed y'all up there when I was showing you them comparing hieratic to the pictures. That's what it is. It's an artificial alphabet that was created. I got documents saying that that thing that was created by your boy, was artificial alphabet. I put that on Reginald one time. So, yeah, it's a whole bunch of them. This is Champollion's alphabet chart right here, family. This is when he was trying to figure out which letter he wanted to represent the letter A and compare that to the Coptic letter. And the one he wanted to represent B or to represent this, because some of these other letters they end up representing other alphabets according to him. This is Champollion's alphabet when he created it. That's all he did. Put them symbols on the side of them pictures and say, I deciphered it. But y'all seen what we did with the Meroitic language. And the Meroitic language ain't been deciphered. Let them tell it. But we was able to get this stuff that our people didn't even know. And I'm going to do that one more time. I'm going to put something on stop here real quick. I'm going to type something in. I'm going to pull that up real quick. And I'm going to see what our family can get. Let me stop sharing real quick. Let me see here. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm finna show y'all something. Let's see. Okay, I think that was the one. Oh, they ain't let me open that one. Oh, they tripping tonight. They ain't let me open man one of them. That's all right. It's all right. Y'all can go and see how we did that last night. You know, in the other measure, Rome over here tripping. They trying to hide everything. So what I'm gonna do at this time, being that we done went in like we have, you know, I done showed y'all ain't nothing nobody can do to get up out of this one right here, family. It don't get no plainer than this right here. Let me do this here. I'm gonna share this link and see if anybody want to jump on here. Okay. Irrefutable information. You can't refute that. Ain't nowhere in the world anybody can refute what I just put up here. They can try to push the narrative all they want to. You know what I mean? So I want to know what my family think about it. Y'all let me know what y'all think that's been watching this here. Let me see what the comment section is. You can either come up here and give your spiel on it, on what we just exposed right here, or you can just type it in the box and tell us what y'all think about the Rosetta Stone now. Let me see something. And that ain't even the whole thing right there on that one either. What I just gave. I got so much in here. I gotta clean my a lot of my memory up too, because that a lot of that have to do with too probably why they claiming they can't hold my stuff because I ain't got no disk space. And I know that's a lie. I'm waiting on y'all comments, family. Right now. You know, what was the measure? What did y'all get out of this demonstration? Let me see here. Do y'all still believe after all that evidence that Champollion's so-called decipherment has anything to do with us being uplifted? I'm going to show y'all something else in a second here. Let me see this here. I got something else I'm going to show y'all in a few minutes. If don't nobody say nothing, I'll show y'all that and we'll go out. Let me see here. I'm going to see if I can find that, because I think I got one of them things in a PDF. Okay. Not that one. Okay. I think I got a PDF right here. No, I should be able to. Okay, there we go. That's what I was trying to open up early. Okay, we bite. Because it's something very important I wanted to show y'all in this. Okay, let me get my screen back up here. The link right there if you want to jump on. Let me show this right here to y'all. Okay, they done let me back in. They done messed up, people. Y'all already know it's on. Because it's something special in here that I wanted to show y'all. Okay, here we go right here. I'm waiting for him to get in the ring. I'm telling you, boy, I tell you, I got something for when they jump in here. Now, remember I was showing this to y'all earlier. It said right down here too. This is the actual Pale obelisk. And if you look down there, it says the inscription on this obelisk and pedestal record their dedication to the King Ptolemy of Euergetes. I showed them to y'all earlier. And the two Cleopatras and his queens, who authorized the priest of Isis in the island of Pele, it says, to erect them about 150 years BC as a perpetual memorial of exemption from taxation. So if they had one of these monuments up here, you know, this was their monument to keep them from being taxed. That was created. These are monuments that basically told me, one of them anyway, that he claimed, not told me, but Champollion claimed to get his decipherment from, which we just showed the bogusness of this. You know, this is another one here, another Pale obelisk. But it's the same one here, but they have other ones all over the world is what I was trying to say. You know, I want you to see this here. I read that part earlier. It's another portion in here I wanted to go to. This is a thing here. You hear people making these outlandish statements. Okay, let me see. Okay. Like right here, Remet. You know, and then you have Hemet. You know, like man and woman. Then you have child, herd. You know, these are names that they come up with, right? But these pictures ain't representing like a B, C, D, or E. These are actually referring to who these people are. So this would be hieratic transliteration is what I keep telling these people. Not hieroglyphic. This is from hieratic. So the hieratic language explains, you know, what these are. You see? And that's why they be pulling over here. How you gonna come up with the name Comedian if it, cause it's hieratic. It's not hieroglyphic. It's hieratic. And they don't get it. They get it. They know what's being said, but they ain't gonna admit it. You see what I'm saying? So watch this. Our brother Walter Williams said hieroglyphics means something that's undecipherable. Well, watch what it say in this particular work. The enigmatic hieroglyphic bonic suggests Egypt, and in this riddle context reminds us of the riddle of the Sphinx. We think of Oedipus. It says, and the way of solving riddles leads to blindness. A solved riddle is the reduction of heterogeneous material to logic, to homogeneity. It says of logical thought, which produces a blind spot, the inability to see the otherness that gets lost in the reduction. Only the unsolved riddle, the process of riddle work, before its final completion, is a confrontation with otherness. Hieroglyphs themselves are a sort of riddle. Indeed, like a rebus, they present pictures, it says, which as a whole are not unified and can only be read if one distinguishes the elements. Hieroglyphic has the figurative sense of having hidden meaning. See? And also hard to read, undecipherable. That's what Brother Walter Williams was telling Reggie. As if the mysterious hieroglyphic bonnet were itself a hieroglyph. This reader cannot determine if it is undecipherable or has a hidden meaning she cannot uncover. Right? So when you go on into this particular drawing, you know, I laughed at the Rebus principle, because the Rebus principle sit up here and say, you know, right here, this is what they say now. I say, they say we must apply the Rebus principle. And you see me laughing out loud up here with these little emojis, right? I say Egypt Ptolemite state early hieroglyphs represented a rebus system akin to modern Japanese. I say in which pictures are used accordingly to the way they sound. In early phonetic systems, phrases such as I believe, for example, might be rendered with I, an I, a B, and a leaf. This made me laugh, and so I put them emojis up there. I, B, and leaf. So if that's the case, then why y'all don't read the hieroglyphics like that? If the ancient ancestors did it like this here, then why y'all talking about these represent alphabets and letters then? Because from my understanding, you say this represent the I or the Y right here, but now you're saying it represent the leaf. This is the B, obviously. So I believe. That would be easy. You don't need no alphabet, to say that I, B, leaf. This is what they said. So I say, fix it, Egypt Ptolemites. And you see I got the plums because they full of, I ain't going to tell you what they full of, but y'all see it. So that was funny to me with this old Rebus principle they done come up with. Because right here, and this is a work that talks about it the way they used to read, this thing without no alphabets. It says nature and idea was held until the decipherment of the writing system more than 2 millennia after, right? It says thus around 4th centuries Herodotus, it says stay in Egypt. We read Diodorus Siculus' work. Nevertheless, we must talk about this kind of writing, which Egyptians call sacred hieroglyphs. It says, indeed, in their writing, this is not the arrangement of syllables, which conveys the idea to express, but a metaphorical meaning linked to objects that are copied and transpositioned and etched into the memory after long exercising. The same methodology I told you that we use according to what was brought back to us in the Moorish Holy Quran. Likewise, Tacitus also wrote at the beginning of the 2nd century. He said the first ones, Egyptians, used animal figures animalum, to represent ideas, sensus mentis. These monuments, the oldest of human history, still can be seen engraved on stone. We can also quote Plotinus, the 3rd century, Imblicus, the 4th century, and Amamenus and Marcellinus of the 4th century, and Cosmus in the Plesustis, in the 6th century. And so what I did, I say, all right, I'm going to give a prime example of how you can use these principles and come up with a concept. So I took the first surahs of the Grand Quran or the Holy Quran, right? And I call this the Kemetic exegesis of the 7 surahs. So I took the word surah, and come into surah, right? We know surah represent, the son of Ra, right? And we look at it as the sun, the light of Ra, right? Surahs of the grand Ka-Ra-Ani. Ka-Ra-Ani. We already know what Ka is. We know Ka represent the spiritual personality, the soul. Ra is the light. Ani actually represent the scribe. You see? This is Commission giving y'all a breakdown. So now we take this picture, just dealing with Al-Fatiha. Al-Fatiha is called the opening. So I took this expression here. You see, this is the opening of the mouth ceremony. And I put this up here to represent Al-Fatiha, right? And it become plain. Al-Baqarah, the cow. Surah 2. You see the cow right here, right? I took this to express that. Just using the picture. Then the Ali Imran family, which I took this as Telamara, El-Marna, right here. This is the acting degree. You see? So I use that for the family of Imran. Surah 3. Surah 4, Al-Nisa, the woman. And this is actually Katesh. Katesh is actually where the name Kadesh in the Hebrew and the Arabic come from when they refer to the Holy Spirit. This is why the Holy Spirit is a representation as they say, a feminine principle, so to speak, in the teachings of Catholicism and all that stuff. Then I have Al-Ma'idah, Surah 5, the table. So I put that here. I plan on doing the whole Quran like that right there. I just ain't got back around to it. Then I have also Al-Annam, the cattle. That's Surah 6, the cattle. So you see all the cattle here. I took pictures and showed you how easy it is to just put a depiction of a picture up there. Since they did what they did with the Rebus principle, then you should be able to understand this. Then Surah 7, which is Al-Araf, the heights. So what you see in here is a symbolic resurrection. This is a pyramid, basically, a step pyramid, with Al-Sa, in it. And this is the resurrected Al-Sa being depicted. This actually, as we talked last night, represents the universe, as it goes through here. This is the stars. Remember, the stars symbolic to the scales. So this is what they would call Sekhet Aru, or the paradise. This is the body, entombed within the pyramid, Yet even the physical body itself is the temple of perfection. You see? But that's a whole nother measure. So I'm just showing you, how easy it is to make these things understandable, these scenes, just by doing that, family. So we have our different way of expressing what it is we express. But what you have to know is this is hieratic right here, people. This is cursive hieroglyphs. People try to call this hieratic, but that is not correct. These are hieroglyphs. I mean, not hieroglyphs, but hieratic. This is hieratic. These are hieroglyphs right here. And I got it marked up here. See right here, hieratic, cursive hieroglyphs. And then you come over here, again, you can see a cursive glyph beside the pictorial. They're the same thing. This, they want to call it hieratic, but it's not hieratic. It's just cursive hieroglyphs, family. They look just like the pictorials that's right here. You see, with the exception, they look like a stick version, like a stick man version. That's what cursive hieroglyphs are. This right here is the pictorial. So that's why I got cursive here, and it says /glyphs. These are the cursive glyphs in a big showing. I put them beside the hieratic so you can see that they are not the same, people. So don't let nobody lie to you and tell you this is hieratic. No, that ain't hieratic. This is hieratic. You can see totally that they are different from each other. You see? So, yeah, I even had to measure up here too, where I had showed the people, a whole bunch of different drawings on here. Because a lot of people don't understand, and they have no idea, of what these things represent, so to speak. Like right here, for example, it says, because the elaborate hieroglyphs were time-consuming to draw and middle, the late Egyptian were usually written in the cursive script known as hieratic. And see, people automatically think that the hieratic is them hieroglyphics. The hieratic is actually hieratic, and hieratic existed for the longest. That was the writing of the Egyptian regardless. This is the European telling you, oh, this was used a certain type of way. You see? But it tells you the earliest extant text, of the hieratic existed 2600 BC. And that's what I was showing y'all earlier. You see? And this is another measure what Diodorus Siculus said. Egyptians have two particular kinds of writing. They say the first one called common, learned by everybody. The other one called sacred, only known by the priests and taught to them from father to son among secret things. It says after he adds, thus, in according to detail and attention to symbolic meanings, present in every object and exercising their mind by long practice and memorizing, they read a row of what is written. Ain't got nothing to do with no alphabet. It's all about focus. Though these lines, we understand that a long practice and intense intellectual training allow knowledge of the key for reading hieroglyphs. Consequently, it seems obvious that the memorizing in Diodorus' text was reserved for the elite and given the time required for the realization of this learning process. See, that's what they originally believed before Champollion come from. These people that actually was teaching this stuff. You see what I'm saying? So it says here, the Egyptian hieroglyphs as a priest's prerogative. Another glitch about the Egyptian hieroglyphs can be seen in other authors' works. The idea that hieroglyphs would be a pejorative for a small part of the population, namely the priests jealously keeping their secrets. Thus, Apuleius talks about rituals in books and keeping magical mysteries of the priests from uninitiated persons. Thereafter, having celebrated in the established form the ritual of temple opening, having executed morning sacrifice, he, the priest, pulls from a hiding place at the bottom of the sanctuary some books where drawn unknown characters, litteris ignorabilis. It says on the first ones, animal figures, figures mari animala, of every kind were the abridged expression of liturgical formulas. And that's why you hear me tell you that these symbols represent formulas. On others, knobby and round lines in the shape of a wheel are retracting like vines. They talk about the hieratic now. Tendrils shielded in the lecture of the text from the curiosity of the non-initiate as well. So, I mean, it don't get no plainer than this right here, family. We can go on and on and on about this, but this killed everything. So this killed argument. I showed y'all this one earlier. I showed y'all how they was trying to compare the hieratic to the pictures. But when you come over here, they say, well, the hieroglyphics existed from the ancient time. Of course, though, they was carved in stones. But they wasn't using no Champollion methodology 3,000 years ago, 2100. Yeah, they was on these pictures was inscribed in stone, but they wasn't no language in the form of writing. I stand on that. But guess what? In this same time period, hieratic, which was the real writing language, was there. You see? So hieratic being the true language, it was the actual written form. It's known as Medu Re Incomet. That's the real name. We call it hieratic, but it's Medu Re Incomet, the language of the ancient Egyptians. You see? And then when you get up here, now the cursive hieroglyph starts to surface. That's what they was talking about when they say they start writing, in the glyphs in papyri. This is cursive hieroglyphs. Not hieratic had already existed before cursive hieroglyph. You see the chart? You see? Then they got hieroglyphic, hieratic, cursive hieroglyphs. Then they come all the way up to the modern time. Then you have the hieratic, abnormal hieratic, which is Demotic. Then the Coptic, which is the last that came into existence here. Now do you see? Now do it make sense for you? And I'm finna go ahead and put the capstone on this pyramid right now. This is hieratic right here. They wrote hieratic on papyri and they wrote it on ostracan. This is called ostracan. You see? They didn't write hieroglyphics on this type of stuff until later when they started doing the cursive hieroglyphs. They was already writing hieratic though. Now listen to what this says. It says hieratic, Greek, grammata, hieratica, priestly script, as opposed to hieroglyphic. They're letting you know the difference between the two. So hieratic and hieroglyphics is not the same. Hieratic is a cursive script primarily applied by pen on papyrus, and I showed y'all a lot of hieratic papyri last night and this morning. I said it says, or it's written on ostracan, and that's the ostracan I just showed you to the right. That is broken, potsherd, or fragment of stone. As you can see, this is broken in fragments, right? It says it is a mistake to think that hieratic developed out of hieroglyphs, since hieratic appears earlier in the archaeological record than hieroglyphic. It don't take rocket science to see what that's saying, family. In fact, the oldest extant texts from Egypt, which date to the pre-dynastic period, were produced with ink and brush with no indication that the signs descended from hieroglyphs. So stop lying saying hieroglyphs gave birth to hieratic. Didn't you just hear what he said? It says, rather, the two writing systems seem to have developed conjointly, side by side, reserved for different uses. And it ain't talking about writing in the aspect of actually writing language and word when it's talking about hieroglyphs. It's simply talking about drawing them, because hieroglyph itself simply means sacred carvings anyway. The real writing where you read about the rituals and the rites and the ceremonies in the form of the Egyptians were written in hieratic. And then they came up with transcribed texts in the modern time on the Champollion system and created their own system that didn't have nothing to do with the ancient Egyptians. I'm going to keep drawing the line between the two. So y'all can holler, yeah, it been deciphered. Yeah, according to what Champollion saying, huh? But you can't prove that his methodology is the same one the ancient Egyptian used, though. You can't do that. You ain't got no alphabet chart to prove that. We already know it. It says, rather, the two writing systems seem to have developed conjointly side by side. And we just showed you this right here. The only reason they saying writing system is because right here you have the hieratic, and people consider the hieroglyphic as a writing system, but the hieratic is older than that. So the hieratic will be the origin of the actual writing system. You get it? So it says, rather, the two writing systems seem to have developed conjointly side by side, each reserved for different uses. Only rarely were inscriptions written on hard stone in hieratic script, which served for the more commonplace of everyday persons. And then it says, hieratic also appears to have been called metanetta, God's speech. So sometimes people will use that terminology for hieratic. So metanetta don't mean pictures. It means God's speech. So now let me show you. This is hieratic right here. Again, that same ostraca. Hieratic gave birth to Meroitic, which we talked about last night, this particular portion. See the cursive Meroitic, which is also a mixture of what they call Anchoria. This is Demotic. See the Demotic script that's written here? And it is from here that the Arabs got their style of writing from, the Kufic. You see, without the vowels and all that right there in there. You see? They got that style from the Demotic, family. That's why Ibn Khaldun would tell you that Mudar was the language of the ancient Egyptians that the Arabs had adopted their writing from. That's the original Arab, not the Fusa Arabia that they be talking about. Original Arabia was Mudar. See this right here? Hikapta. Not Greek, but yet they calling it Greek down here. That's why I call it misnomer Greek script. I don't accept that terminology. I got a right to classify just like anybody else do their research. I don't have to go with Roman classifications. You see what I'm saying? Now, what do we mean when we say the hieratic papyri were older? See this right here? This is hieratic right here. This is actually dealing with the records that were kept on building the pyramids, family. The Khufu pyramid. This is the diary of Marir. It was written in hieratic, family. See, it's the oldest text in the world when it comes to dealing with a lot of stuff. This one in the Papyri Prisse, the teaching of Tahotep. They come around the same time, 45 to 4,600 years ago. See, middle ranking official with the inspector, written in hieratic, not hieroglyphics. This is what they found. They also have what they call the Red Sea Papyri, the Papyri of Jarf. You see what I'm saying? This is it right here, the oldest Egyptian writing papyri, right here. This is actually a whatchamacallit right here, a link to it too. to this actual papyrus where I got it from, then it'll tell you you're dealing with hieratic papyrus again, fam. Let me see, can I convert this link real quick for y'all? Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna convert the link, and then I'm gonna take you to the link, of this demonstration. Okay, there we go. It's converted now. Okay, there we go. Let's open it up. No, they went to the wrong thing. They done opened another screen, y'all. That ain't what I'm trying to do. Okay, let me go back over here. Okay, here we go. They still trying to do that. That ain't the right. Why are they not opening that link up? You know what? I know how to get them. We'll just go and do it this way right here. They want to act like that. We'll do it this way. I just copy it and paste it. Okay. So here we go. Right here. Family, one thing y'all can say, if they say anything about commission, they can lie all they want to and act like I make this stuff up. I couldn't go to all this stuff if I don't research, family. Anybody that's sitting here watching me know good and well I couldn't be coming to pull this stuff up if I ain't studied it. You understand? This is my independent research outside of what anybody say. See this? The oldest Egyptian writing on papyrus displayed for the first time. Do you see that? Another hieratic papyrus. Huh? See that? This dealing with the workers being paid. Khufu is still connected to the same papyrus. There ain't no pictures. Do you see any animals up in here? No, you don't. So when I tell you hieratic is older than all that stuff they be talking about, like the Book of Dead, a lot of them books of the dead ain't, some of them ain't but like 200 years old. Some of them go back to maybe 1,500 years ago. They definitely don't go back as far as this hieratic papyrus though. I'm talking about the papyrus of Ani. Some of them don't even go back that far. The papyrus of Prissy, the Book of Tahotep, is an old text. The Sabate teachings. You see what I'm saying? It's old and it's hieratic too. You see what I'm saying? You can't play with me like that. Here it go right here. This is papyrus of Prissy right here. See it in hieratic? See this here? The most perfect specimen of hieratic writing of the early period is the celebrated papyrus, which was procured at Thebes by M. Priscus ad Divinis. Now, this is where you get the name of the Prissy papyrus, named after the person that's supposed to found it, right? And given to him by the Bibli Hethicus Nationae at Paris. Same people Champollion and them were dealing with, right? This MS is usually called from the name of the donor, the papyrus of Prissy. It says it was published in a facsimile, by Mr. Prissy in 1847 and consists of 18 pages of a magnificent hieratic writing unequaled for size and beauty, the characters being usually large, full, and firm. In the first 2 pages are only a fragment beginning in the middle of a sentence and are separated from the remainder by a space where the writing has been effaced. The last 16 passages form another and complete work. A statement at the end of the papyrus shows that it is only a copy of the original work, which purports to have been composed by Prince Tahotep, who lived during the reign of Asa, the king of the 5th dynasty. It says the date of the copy cannot positively be determined, but as the MS was found in a tomb of the 11th dynasty, the copy must be anterior to the Hyksos invasion and therefore older by many centuries than the time of Moses, older probably than the date usually assigned to Abraham. While the work itself, it says, if it was really composed as it purports to be about the time of the 5th dynasty, must be regarded as the most ancient of all existing books. You see? Huh? Are those pictures of animals and, lions and tigers and bears? Oh my, no. This is the alphabet. You feel me? And I can keep going with this. That's why I keep telling you, it's 43 slides right here. These are other texts showing you other old hieratic papyri right here. You see what I'm saying? We don't make this stuff up right here. Let's see if it's going to let me go to my link. See right here? Archaeologists have discovered the world's oldest illustrated book in an ancient Egyptian burial site. Look at this. Do you see any pictures of animals in there? No. That's hieratic. That's hieratic, people. You feel me? That's enough to kill the conversation on what's older. So I already proved that Champollion demonstrated bogus, fake, pseudo hieroglyphs. And now I done already took y'all off into the measure and showed you all this hieratic papyri right here. Look at this. How old is the papyri of Ani? The papyrus of Ani, which they call the Book of the Dead, it says, is a papyrus, a manuscript in the form of a scroll with cursive hieroglyphs and color illustrations that was created 1250 BCE during the 19th dynasty of the New Kingdom of ancient Egypt. See that? It ain't older than the papyri pre-say. And a lot of them they have in hieratic, but new modern versions, they put pictures up there, as transcribed hieroglyphs. You see what I'm saying? So like, man, this is overkill. This is overkill right here. To go into all this. And this is how they end up coming out looking. And everything is hid. This is crazy, man. And we got everybody saying the same thing. Everybody saying the same thing. They'll tell you the hieratic is older. Stop playing. I got a little bit more in here. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to save a lot of this other stuff here for tomorrow in our next session. But I just want to let our people know, man, we ain't playing over here. We fully loaded over here. I got 2 different PowerPoint presentations over here. You see what I'm saying? I got 2 different PowerPoint presentations over here, family. So you're going to learn the difference between pseudo hieroglyphs, and the truth behind hieroglyphs. You see? So, yeah, it don't get no plain in this. And this is what I was doing last night too, by the way. I was actually showing our family. I'm going to do this here. I'm going to stop real quick. I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to put this text up here. And I want our family that's out there to transcribe this real quick. Let's see. Let's see right here. There we go. There we go. We done typed one in. So, let me share the screen real quick. We're going to do this like we did last night. Watch this. All right, my scribe that was in here last night, show them how to demonstrate. So we know that Meroitic has not been deciphered. You see, they still trying to figure out how to decipher it. So this is why I use this alphabet. They got upset when I did this before. Watch this. Y'all know what to do, family. All right. So we're going to put this up here for the family. Let me blow this up and move this out of the way so y'all can see this. And I'm going to see if I blow, because I may need to blow my screen up too for y'all to. Oh, it's already showing big. So we good. So y'all see, I got the Meroitic alphabet right here, family. This is for anybody out there. And notice I have letter for letter, matching up with our alphabet, the English. So I use English like Champollion used the Greek, to create his alphabet. So now I done created my own. So being that Meroitic ain't never been deciphered, I want somebody to translate this right here for me. And I'll be right back. I'm going to do what I did. I got to get me some water real quick. And by the time I come back, I want to see what that say. All right. I'm back, family. Let me see if our family got it in here. We're going to see if what y'all got match up with what I got. Yes, sir. Anybody got the answer yet? Okay. I'm still waiting. Let me put it back up here. And actually, this right here should be here too, by the way. Hold up. Let me see here. It's actually supposed to be this. Pardon self, family. That's the correct one right there. Because that other one was not what I intended. This is what I intended right here. Yeah, that definitely wasn't the right one. Yeah, I see why our family didn't try to answer that one. Y'all were right on that one. Like I put some scribbly. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit more time. Let me blow this up right here. And you're reading it, family, from right to left. I mean left to right, pardon self. It's only one way to read this particular glyph here. Somebody put what's being said right there in the chat. All you got to do is compare the symbol to the letter and translate it into the English. Let me check and see if somebody got it yet. Let's see. All right. Our family creator of the boundless universe say it means know thyself. Let's see if creator of the boundless universe always be on point, don't it? Straightforward, putting it up there. Let's see what it say. Uh-oh. Let me change the font real quick for y'all. Yep, you got it right. You know, and I do this, family, as an exercise, you know, like we did last night, to show you how easy it is, you know, to basically put these letters, which are mirror-idic, with our letters on it, just like Champollion did. All you have to do, this is a practical way of showing you. This man took them pictures, what he had, and put, you know, Greek characters on them. And then all of a sudden they claim he deciphered something. You see how easy that is to do? You see what I'm saying? Now, if I start saying that, yeah, we got the decipherment key for Metal Netta. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody gonna look at me like, yeah, Kiki, that's a joke. But that's all Champollion did, though. You see what I'm saying? It's easy. It's easy work, family. Easy work. You know? It's crazy. Crazy. So, you know, we try to give practical examples to show our people. I done gave enough history in this information and last night to where I shouldn't even have to go back and forth, you know, with individuals if they looked at this information. But the problem is that they refuse to accept, you know, anything other than what the European has taught them. You see what I'm saying? And this is where the conflict is coming in at, because they don't want to recognize that somebody from amongst them, you know, has exposed this beast. You know, they love him so much, and they be claiming to be Afrocentric. You Afrocentric, but you got a brother that's bringing the measure to you, trying to give you the truth, and you want a buck. And I got way more in here to back up what I'm saying that I haven't even shown. You know, like I said, I'm gonna save some more for tomorrow. But I already put the link in there for anybody that would like to get up here with a question or a comment. I ain't gonna kick you off from here. You know, as long as you respectful, you know, you can't come on here cussing and carrying on. You can disagree. You know, I'm cool with that. I ain't like them other people that, you know, get somebody and get upset because they disagree. That's the thing. My thing is you got to disagree with information, though. You know, and when I ask you, do you have the original alphabet chart that existed before Champollion, created by the ancestors, If you stand on it, that's the only way you can prove your theory. Because that's what it is theory to me. Other than that, that's Champollion's methodology. You can accept it, don't mean I'm going to accept it. You feel me? Because I know what I know. I went this way without anybody having to tell me, so to speak. But yet I found all of the information necessary to prove, my position. You see? So I'm gonna give y'all some works to pay attention to, noteworthy works. Very important works that our people have to look into. You got to look into the works, of Mustafa Gadala, a native-born Egyptian. Because I have a whole bunch of other people that I have, but he one of the main people that I go into his material because he gives you the history, behind why the European did what they did, how they did what they did. And once you understand that, you'll see that they hid the true writing system of the ancient Egyptians up on the bogus pseudo hieroglyphs. That don't mean the glyphs or the pictures themselves, wasn't created by our ancestors. We're saying that they wasn't used as an alphabet like these people like to use them. They were actually, again, I tell people, formulas. And I demonstrate this from time and time. Like I can show you, for example, and I show people this all the time. I'm going to do this right here, and I'm going to go ahead and shut this demonstration down because I see ain't nobody coming up in here. And I don't want to keep y'all up too late. Y'all know I can go. This is what I do. So I'm going to show y'all this here. And some of the people that know me, I've already seen this, and they may not still. Hold up. Let me cut this back on. It may still not have insight as to what being demonstrated here. So I have my own charts that I've created based on the hieratic Oh, they kicked me out and signed me out this time, family. Hey, they didn't just kick me out, family. They signed me out of all accounts. God, nobody know. They ain't never did it that way, people. They literally kicked me out and signed me out of all the accounts. And they got, like, I'm right here literally looking at my account, and they got stuff up here that ain't got nothing to do with logging into my account. This is insane. So they want to play dirty now, y'all. Let me see something here. Nah, that ain't gonna work. Yeah, they want to play. They want to play, huh? Yeah, they done went and tried that. Yeah, they done tried to reset my whole demonstration over here. Okay, what I'm gonna try to do real quick. I gotta reset my password, man. These people crazy. Yeah, this is terrible. Boy, I tell you, boy, Rome don't play fair, boy, when you're trying to put that truth out there, do they? They refuse to let you put the truth out. They kicked me out of my whole. That's crazy. I'm trying to check my spam mail for this email notification real quick. Let's see. They didn't send it to spam mail. Oh, they trying to shut the whole teaching apparatus down, people. And that was my last bill, too. Kicked me out of every account. Oh, my goodness. Let me see. And they claiming they done sent me the code, but I don't see the code over here. Yeah, they got upset about that with their family. They working hard against the brother. Let me see here. Okay, there we go, right there. So this is what I want right here. Let's see. Let me see. I gotta put this in here. Just give me 1 second, family. Because I'm gonna do this and we're gonna shut this demonstration down. This is crazy. They done literally shut me out, my man. Rome gonna have to stop this right here. Like I'm over here talking crazy. Well, to them, I am talking crazy. Let's see. And I'll probably end up having to change it again. I'm just doing this to get back in here. Okay, we're gonna use our little code again. Hold on. Oh, they just sent me a code to my. Let's see. They said they just sent me a code to my phone. I ain't got that yet. Let's see. I'm gonna see if I can use that. Okay, there it go right there. I'm just texting myself this login code right here. Cause I had to get in there, man, and I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't had to use this code so long with my identification or whatever to where I can't remember. So I had to create a whole new password. Goodness gracious. Okay. Stay logged in and don't kick me out no more. Okay, so we got it back up, family. Goodness gracious. That's crazy. They kicked me clean out of every. Okay, we got creator of the boundless up here. We're gonna let our family come in before we show the thing. Okay, peace and love, family. Shimo
Peace and love, more. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, family. Golly, you see they kicked me all the way up.
Yeah, you went blank. Your screen went blank on us.
Bro, I'm talking about every site that I have, they signed me out of it. In this one too.
Mm, mm, mm.
Go ahead, good brother.
Giving that good, powerful information, brother.
Yeah.
So first, brother, I want to give you peace and gratitude, and I got a little echo coming from your side. I don't know if you
Yeah,
can
I
hear me.
just I just muted myself out.
Okay. So, man, I'm telling you, I was catching your demonstrations periodically, not in total, until here about the last week or so. And man, I'm just trying to navigate the information that you present and how we are able use this information in our daily lives. Yeah, knowing. Yeah, it's replaying what I just said to you. Um, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out, brother, how we deal with these people, knowing what they really are, and that they still using these same tactics today, as far as not letting us or not giving us the truth and deceiving us constantly, daily, here in our present time. Um, it's really kind of painful to know that they've been doing this long and they still doing it, and we just can't get together. Even though I know there's certain family that's trying to undo this thing, and I just had that question to you. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Do you have two apparatuses over there?
No, I don't have two apparatuses, but what I got an extension on my mic. Like I got a little extended speaker on my laptop. But you hear the echo too?
Yeah, I can hear it. Mute out real quick. I'm gonna see something. Yes, sir. Okay. I can't hear. I can't hear it echoing in your background right now. Um, it may be something going like like sometimes you have an open apparatus and you can hear the echo going in. But like on my end, you should be able to hear. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly, but even when I mute myself out, I can hear the echo replaying.
Yeah, it's something that you got going on over there. Probably you don't know. Maybe like if you got two mics on, it can be a telephone, like your phone or something. If you got it playing on there and playing on the TV, it may even be your mic system too. Like you said, like your mic, because I don't hear it until you
Can you
open
hear
up
me
your
now?
mic. Yeah, I don't hear it echoing now. I don't hear it until you open up your mic.
I got something going on here. It's on my side.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It probably just a cross up between
Hold on.
two sides. It could even be if you got it open on Facebook and YouTube, that'll do it too.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now clearly. Yes, sir. You there?
What about now?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Could be something going on my side. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hold on. Hold on a minute. Let's see.
Yeah, you gotta I think you done muted out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Wow.
Hold up, I'm gonna type. Yeah, what going on with your 79? I
Uh,
can hear the brother, but he can't hear me.
hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, indeed. What's up with my brother?
Oh, all is well. All is well, brother. I think our brother got a mic problem over there.
Yeah. I've been watching you from afar, man. Just paying attention to detail, man, and just watching how well you demonstrate for the last couple of weeks, man. I'm just a busy guy, man. So a lot of times I might be in and out and just make a comment and get in and get out, man. But these late night sessions, man, they most definitely on point. But sometimes I'll be early in the morning trying to get up and go to work. So, but I do need to reach out to you, man. I don't know if what email I can contact you with, from, because I tried to send you an email, but it didn't go through. Because I want to help out with this project that you was talking about that you all got in the makings. I want to, talk to you on a different, uh, line. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you talking about building government building?
No, just that too. But you was talking about a book that you guys got coming out, so I probably end up giving you a love token on that demonstration too. So just uh, can I? I mean, how can we connect though outside of just this on this
Yeah, you got my email, egyptianadept@gmail.com.
okay, that's what it is. I didn't know which I did have that. Let me write this information down, bro. And I'm gonna get off your thing. I just want to write this information down so I can contact you, and we can chop it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But
Yeah.
besides that, though, man, yeah, man, you getting off these guys' behinds. That's all it is, man. It is what it is, man. These guys got to get on board, man. They just gonna get ran over. That's just what it is, man. Sometimes we got to put in that work. You know, it is
Yeah,
what it is.
most definitely, bro. That's what we doing. We just trying to bring them some real truth, real ism. Our brother Sarnetta, he getting it, and he honored the demonstration, and we keep telling them on because he know what we got to bring, but they like to convolute the truth, and so I end up having to come back to explain these things to the people that want to hear. you know, and be thorough about it. Because, you know, they can sit back and watch me all they want to, a lot of them, but they'll never be able to overthrow my premise because I'm coming from sources and they know it. So they don't want to get in the ring and have a real conversation. So I'm trying to teach our people, you feel me?
Yeah, man. That man, how you put that little simple bill on how you just simply just you know, right words, man. That was pretty it was simple, but it most definitely was eye opening, you know.
Yeah, yeah. You know, so it's out here. And when you go back and see this one and the one last night, you know, both of them powerful measures. We give honors to the brother creator of the boundless universe because he been doing a lot of the translating. A couple of more of the brothers, you know, just show our people how easy it is. And, you know, they don't know about the alphabet that I had. I just put it on the screen. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
it's a lot of brothers that use their Book of the Dead too, man, and these out here actually demonstrating as if like that's some good stuff, you know. So um, that most definitely was something I needed to hear, man. Oh,
Oh,
one more thing too, man. You know, even and I'm tough from this cloth too, man. You know, dealing with on the coming from the old side of the of the demonstration. You know, even some of them guys, man, you can't even give them that, man. They don't, they don't have a certain code of conduct, man, that they even go by. So I wouldn't even give them that. Even if I know a lot of brothers don't even deal with the oath concept, man. But even that, man, you guys ain't a part of no type of solid foundation that even goes by some type of structure. So you can't even give them that. I just gotta be real with you. So
yeah. I mean, that's the thing. They don't want structure. You know, they feel like that's a cultic, but they don't know their behavior is cultic. That's just like the conversation about you've been hearing about the primates and you know people being apes and not being apes, and I keep telling our people, you know, what they don't realize if you go scientifically, that the common ancestor that's spoken of is really what we call um, basically organism. You know, that's the common ancestor is organism, not a complete make of a particular species, so to speak. And that common ancestor being the organism represent what we call protoplast. Protoplast is the first formed man in his atomic state. You feel me?
yes, yes, indeed.
Creation consists of that, you know, and when we get into the concept of panspermia, you know, when you get into that, that connect right with that same concept. Now, when you go to talking about primates and then they put people in categorization, so to speak, that's the same as like the color code. You know, the black, the white, the Chinese, and all, you know, all that was created by the same people. But even in that, a primate classification is not connecting our people to being no apes and no monkeys. You know, but people have a misunderstanding and try to push it like that. You see what I'm saying? Because the humans are considered humans, even in the primate chart. Apes considered apes, monkeys considered monkeys. You know what I mean? And so that's why they arguing over titles. And I always tell our people, it ain't nothing that you know, that you argue about a particular thing. You know, it ain't what they call you, it's what you answer to. You feel me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We just got to be courageous enough to write our own books, man. You know, and a lot of our people don't want to write. They done got lazy. They want to believe in what the European taught, and then judge you because you think outside of the box. Because they want what you say to fit what they feel. You feel me?
Yep.
Yeah, you know, no, if that's what you feel like you do it. But you know, I ain't going because I done did the research. You feel me?
Yeah, and you know what else too, man? It takes a lot of inspiration. Well, you got to be inspired to be able to be up these type of hours, man. You know, doing sleep hours, man, to still build. You know, so that takes a lot of dedication. So, I said a lot of guys can put their work in, man. So you must definitely, are divinely inspired. You know, so just wanted to put it out there, man, because a lot of people can't do that. You know, have that discipline and dedication to do this type of stuff, man. So that in itself, man, says a lot about who, your character, So anyway, I just want to give you that shout out, man. But I'm gonna get off this live. But I got your information, man. We're gonna reach out and talk on the different apparatus. Okay.
Yeah, most definitely. All is well, good brother. Most
All's
definitely.
well. Oh,
Peace
and
and
again,
love.
man. So more it be.
That's right. So more it be. That's right.
All right, man. Peace.
Peace and love, good brother.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Islam, more, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now. You still got a little echo, but like I said, I can hear you better when you mute out. When I mute out, you
Well,
know,
what happened was I had my YouTube on and I'm on your platform.
I told you that's what it was. Cause
Yeah.
it do that when I go on your boy. I still hear a little echo.
Okay.
You would have to literally close one page all the way out, but I just mute the other page. That's where it's coming from. But
Yeah,
I can hear you good though. It ain't no big deal.
I muted the other page, but
Yeah. It ain't no delay in here now anyway. At least I can
right,
hear you. Yeah.
right. Okay.
Go ahead, good brother.
Yeah, man. I just want to say I appreciate you, man, because the first time I came on and commented, I ain't want you to think I was trying to cause no disruption or nothing. You know what I'm saying? About a week or so ago, with my question that I typed in the chat. But now that I've been listening, man, I'm just kind of getting more in tune. And like the brother say about the wee hours in the morning, we have to realize this is actually the time when our minds are the most receptive to things. At these hours in the morning, where we mostly be sleeping, right?
That's right.
So um, I'm just listening to some of those things and showing those images of the Ptolemaic period, and put me in the mind of the trestle boards that they use,
Mm-hmm.
showing those pictures, those images, putting thoughts and having those images studied to try to evoke something in the mind and in the DNA, and they created their own trestle boards, and we can look at the actual ones carved in the stone, and it's just amazing, man, how these people practice deception. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
sir.
they just seem to be so confident in practicing deception, and they've been doing it for so long, and we have become accustomed and accept, like you say earlier, uh, their methodology. And I made a comment last night, might have been last night or the night before, about a theory of cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
And so cognitive dissonance is, when new ideas are introduced and your mind comes to a crossroad, you revert back to the old way of thinking. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And it's like a level of being stuck. And
Right.
that's what a lot of us have, man. We had that issue, man. And a lot of times it's not even their fault, man. They don't even know what they're doing. You know what I mean? But when your eyes get open, man, you start to see that stuff. You know, I looked at the thing you put up about Walter Williams telling the brother Reggie, man. He was telling him, he said, Reggie, he said, your ego, it's got you don't hear nothing. He said, just move on. And the brother, he was just stuck right there. He it was like he had a lockup in his mind, and he projected that onto you, and the thing that you showed with y'all on there, you know, I just got a problem with people disrespect people. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? They was being very disrespectful to you on that program. And
Yeah.
I don't, I'm 58 years old, brother. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But so I come up in a time where, men respected men. You know what I'm saying? So not to take your program off, what you're doing. But I made the comments about the brother Sadiel. You know what I'm saying? His brother was very disrespectful to me, man, over the telephone. I'm calling him with some questions, and what temple you in? And you ain't no more if you ain't in no temple. And this, I said, well, which temple is the one that I should be in? What's the right one? I said, you talking about them on your program, and that they ain't right. Well, what's the right one? He got off the phone. He wasn't even talking no more. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, I just I'm need to get with you on the email with the government building side of everything. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk on here too much about it, but that's been a lot of my. I see the dysfunction. You know what I'm saying, and the factions and all that. Man,
Right.
I don't have time to deal with all that in my life, man.
I
I know,
agree.
I know the prophet bought something that was legitimate. I can see that for myself. I can interpret that for myself.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? And his words, they ring true to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like when I see all that other stuff, man, I be like, man, come on, man. You just kind of like for yourself and advantage taking of people that don't know no better.
Hmm.
I'm not in all of that. You know what I'm saying? So as I've tuned in a little bit more, what you saying and how you present things, and like I use math. People they kind of laugh at me. I said, man, you remember using in school multiplying fractions and dividing fractions? They use the term LCD, lowest common denominator. They made it plain and simple. You know what I mean? The lowest common denominator. You know what I mean? You giving the lowest common denominator in plain English, plain language, showing the difference and showing the commonalities at the same time of the information and the ancient language, ancient images, language, uh, and what these people then did, created their own little thing and implemented in our minds. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm into breaking the illusion. I'm not trying. I never was a person. I try to stay in reality. You know what I'm saying? It's like, um, you know, I stay to myself, man. Not around no crowds. I've just been like that all my life. And my old man used to tell me when I was young. He'd say, "Sit down, shut up, watch and listen." He said, "You don't judge nobody by what you see them doing. You judge them by how they treat you." And that message just seems to ring. He been transitioned since 2004. That message just seems to ring to me daily in what I see. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to, man, elevate myself and do the right thing during my time here on the planet. You know what I'm saying? Uh, in this particular form. So, all thanks, man, and gratitude to you, man, for what you do. And I just would like to link up and talk to you about some little more in depth things as far as the government side of everything. And I'm sitting here, man. I'm looking, even though I don't get the notifications, I'm here looking at 12 or 1 o'clock. I'm looking to see if you on. You know what I mean? It's and got to that point because I don't get the notification. I get them, but they don't ring like on my phone. I get a lot of other notifications. It don't come up. I have to actually go on YouTube and look at my notifications on there on the laptop and then see that you on. Sometimes I miss it. You're already an hour or two in. I was fortunate tonight to get on right when you started up. You know what I mean? So all that I know, all that's part of them with the algorithms and all that other stuff and blocking and doing whatever.
Yeah, yeah. They definitely got me shadow banned.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I just I'm thankful, man, that I tuned in to another level. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I would listen catch a little bit here and there, and then you know, go back and listen to some stuff. But uh, when I saw your classes teaching the Coptic, that kind of got me a little more in depth in listening to what you were saying. And then from that point on, I've been kind of consistent in getting you every night. You know what I'm saying? So, but I sent you a comment. Where was it? Earlier? Was it earlier today? Earlier today or like? I said, brother, do you ever get a chance to recharge your battery? Cause
Yeah, I
you,
didn't get that message there.
it was on the chat. It might have been last night. You know what I mean? Cause
Oh, last night in the chat. Okay,
yeah, it might
yeah.
have been in the chat. But you be pushing, man. You be pushing, man. You 3 sessions, 2 sessions a day. You pushing, man. You know what I'm saying? I can't say what for you to do as a man, but man, don't waste your time trying to impress, drive nothing into them brothers, man, because they got an ulterior motive. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's why I said, brother, that last session that we had,
Yeah,
and I had stopped talking to them, and they like, oh, you just gonna ignore them. That's what I'm giving them from now on.
yeah,
Because they
yeah,
done proved that they don't want to hear. And then I heard them in that conversation after the fact when I went on because the brother was gave me a thing, come over there. So when I shut down, I went over there, and they was on there going in. They're like, yeah, man, I'm upset with you because you let him say something. So I said, oh, these one really don't want to hear that. It's obvious the way they act, so the disrespect was on purpose,
right.
and I didn't think it was that far gone, you know what I mean? But
Mm-hmm.
it's cool. I ain't got no problem with it. I know they feel the information. Like the brother Sadnetta tell them all the time, they don't want to have a conversation, but they want to gang up on me. You know what I
Well,
mean?
what it is, they
Still can't do
they
nothing with the information,
they can't they can't have a conversation.
Yeah.
Really, really, just to be honest, not trying to be negative or anything. Man, you on another frequency. Their frequency don't reach where you at. They 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 frustrated because you at that level of frequency. Not saying you above or below or whatever, but you demonstrating something man, on another level with it. You exposing them for faking. That's exposing them. But prophet say he gonna pull all the covers off of all secret society. So they keep it a secret, like you said last night. They trying to conceal something and not reveal it. And furthermore, I don't even think they know. You know what I'm saying? Or they have the desire to know because they doing something on their own little thing. Plenty of people out here, man. They professing a lot of stuff that they know, man, and they really don't know, man. You
Right.
know, sometimes, man, you can ask somebody a question, you can already know the answer just to see what they gonna say.
Right.
And you see where they at. You know what I'm saying? So it's you know, you to put the time in, man. You say 30 years, man. I'm 58. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what your age is, but man, you giving it up. You know what I'm saying? And they can't stand that. They trying to profit off of it. Like I heard the brother Reggie say, yeah, I'm gonna give you the 830, but if ain't nobody
Yeah.
trying to make no donations, I'm
Yeah.
gonna shut it down. I'm like, donations for your time. We ain't doing it but sitting there moderating the conversation.
That's what he was trying. Somebody said they don't give him nothing, but see that other brother, I heard him on that same conversation. I didn't clip it. He like, yeah, man, I'm trying to get up to man where I ain't got to do no video like some of these other dudes, man. I can go put my cloak on and change my voice, and I can get real cold blooded. I'm trying to get some money, and you're
Right.
right, and that's the problem. I said that from the beginning, though, that a lot of them feel that if they accept what I'm saying, then people, because that's what they saying. Are you saying that the metal net is garbage? That ain't never what I said. I'm saying that the methodology that's being used is not the one of the ancestors. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and like, what's so hard about that? Like, okay, bro, y'all doing Champollion thing. Why you can't just admit it? You don't want to accept that. Just say, yeah, bro, that's right. This Champollion methodology. You know, that's all you got to say. But you can't get around all that stuff, like the information that's being presented. You feel me?
Right. Right.
Like
Right.
you know, say, and I'm showing you what these people literally saying. What I'm saying.
They saying it themselves about their own people that the man didn't do nothing. He faked like he did something, and most of the stuff he plagiarized it. He
Yeah,
stole it. See what I'm saying? They telling you that about their own kind.
yeah, his own people said that about it.
Right. See what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So,
wouldn't he? You see that in the last dictionary to be published.
right.
Even after he passed form, they wouldn't give him that mention.
Yeah, see.
You know, so that tell you how far it go. We that's another thing. I feel personally that it's people that don't want us to see that, because if we see it, we're gonna see the mistakes that he made.
Yeah. Like
You
you
know,
read about Budge. You know,
yeah,
he
or
admitted it. He gave full disclosure that it's possibility that what he's saying is not accurate.
facts.
See what I'm saying? He was man enough to come out and say that.
Yep,
Yeah, don't take this as the most accurate of anything, because I myself know that I may have made mistakes and it's not accurate. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, it is this the battle that we've been. This the battle between the higher self and the lower self, man.
that's
This what
exactly what it is.
this what it's been the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
um, you know,
And they
uh,
ain't gonna never rattle me to the extent to where, you know, I'm going off on the deep end. You
right,
know, I just hate to see ones mislead our people, brother.
exactly. I
You know,
agree.
and I love our people so much. That's why I be up here teaching, bro. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? I've been doing this for a minute. You know, I just really started going live on the YouTube. I had went live a while back years ago.
uh-huh.
You know, it's been like the last couple of maybe 3 years or something where I really started getting on here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because I seen, well, social media is one of the ways to reach the people. You know, we say it like this. You know, angels make it rain. We
Right,
don't care who get wet. We ain't standing around watching to see who get wet. We
right.
ain't trying to see the one that's gonna put their umbrellas up to keep from getting wet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But it's
Mm-hmm.
our duty to make it rain with that truth. You feel me?
Right, right.
And whoever get it, they get it. Whoever don't get it, it ain't meant for them to get it. Maybe
Well,
not at that time. You know
not
what I
in
mean?
that time. Not in that
Don't
time.
mean they won't get it later.
Well, it's like you said, you made a statement which is true. When the student is ready, the teacher appear.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? You made the statement. That's facts. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm a truth seeker
That's right.
from the cradle to the grave.
That's right.
So it's just in my nature. You know what I mean? And I think you was on maybe last week or so talking about the angel number. Was that you?
Yes, sir.
So I went on and looked mine up. It's number one. You know what I'm saying? It was talking about being a leader and changing things. You know what I'm saying? Some of the comments in it, and I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? It just signs and symbols for conscious men. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, all this stuff happening, and it's just like it's all pieces of a puzzle coming together. You know what I mean? And I be looking at my age and thinking I'm, kind of out of the loop and getting older, but all at the same time I'm learning like I'm a child in elementary school.
That's right.
You
That's
know what I'm
what
saying?
we say. You know the prophet said that though. He said, he needs strong young mowers, but that don't have to do with the youthful aspect of the age. It has to do with the mindset.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the mouth of babes come the wisdom, and You know, that's why I said in the Piscean records, he said, you know, be like one of these. This is going to let you come into the kingdom of heaven, you know. So we have to be able to pour our cups out, you
Okay.
know. And that's like me, myself. One of the truths I stand on with, brother. A lot of people be like, yeah, you think you know that? No, I don't. I know what I know, but I know that I don't know as well.
Right. Right.
And that's the foundation that I stand on. In other words, out of everything that I do know, I know that if I say I know all this and know everything, that's when you shut off your reservoir.
Right.
What a lot of them have come to. That's why they can't accept what's being said.
Right.
Because they saying they know. And
Mm.
what I'm saying don't mean nothing to them. You understand? Whereas me, I can say I know, but I can learn more.
Right.
You understand? So
Right.
that's why, like, I constantly, like, even though I've studied thoroughly and I understand the depths of cosmology in a lot of aspects, I still study it. You understand? Even though I know my place in the cosmology, I still study it. Same stuff like this. Even though I know what I know about what I'm demonstrating, I still study it. I never get to the point of saying, that's it. I got this.
Right.
And that's the difference between me and a lot of them. They
Mm-hmm.
content with where they at. But I'm literally seeking knowledge from the cradle to the grave.
Right.
And I've been doing it like this to this time that we on now for the same amount of time I've been in the knowledge, bro. That's why, like, I don't feel tired right now. I'm moving off holy, bro.
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
I'm up like this every night.
Yeah. And when
I'm
I lay
always
down, I get up and go to work too, and work till 3 and 4 o'clock.
I may lay down in an hour or two and be right back up at 10 o'clock, 9, 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
Get a couple
bro.
hours.
I go and paint a whole building, a whole house by myself. I have to go to work tomorrow, and y'all don't know it, but I go to work and go knock that day out, and then come back and do the same thing. You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's just my drive, and I don't be thinking about the time though.
Right.
My mind just be set on trying to get the people the information. And a lot of time, the reason why it take more time to give our people understanding is because sometimes most of the time, when people ask me a question and I give them the answer straight to the punch, they don't accept the first answer.
Right.
So it make me try to give them a full understanding, so I don't have to be asked 50. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong
Right.
with being asked questions. But most of the time when I get done, a person will be like, well, you done answered the question that I was looking to ask.
Right.
You
Right.
feel me? And so I like to be thorough in what I'm saying. Some people think, oh, you trying to talk to me like I don't know. No, I'm just trying to be thorough to make sure you understand where I'm coming from.
You trying to break it down to the lowest common denominator,
Yes, sir.
where everybody can operate off that frequency
That's
and
right.
receive.
Where everybody can get it, you know, but I can answer a question straight to the point.
Right.
You ask me something, but then, oh, well, what is such and such? What is this? And da da da. That's how it mostly end up happening when I give a straightforward answer. And they say, you ain't answered the question straightforward. I did answer. You wasn't listening.
Right.
You know.
Right.
But you know, that's I understand that some of our people like to try to antagonize. You know, and I'm one of the ones that I can go, you know, and I ain't gonna never go to the extent to where I'm gonna go low.
Right.
That's one
Right.
thing. And I think they be trying to make me go there because
That is what it is.
they
That is
don't
what it is, man.
they,
They trying to bring you down where they at.
yeah, they don't understand the reason why I refuse to go there, because it's easy to move in that realm. And then when I was in that realm right there, trust me,
They ain't want to deal with that.
no, they didn't want that type of act. They I
Right.
promise you they don't want that portion right.
I'm the same way.
You understand?
Yeah, I definitely understand. I'm the same way though.
Yeah, and
You
I
know.
ain't gonna let them take me there, you know. Even
Mm-hmm.
though they be trying, and they don't understand how long it took me to gain the peace that I had.
Right. Okay.
You understand where I'm coming from? And
Mm-hmm.
what they also don't understand is You know, I've always been one that every hand been against, good brother.
Yeah, you know,
From a
man,
young seed.
I
You
feel like
understand?
I'm an only child, man, and
Yeah, so
I I feel like that as well. My thing was, I always explain. I was just explaining to a brother from Cameroon the other day
uh
about those babies. Yeah, I said, you ever see those babies when they born? They never cry. I said they be sitting there looking around and just sitting there like they've been, they observing everything and they paying attention and they understand exactly what you're saying. I say that's what they used to call the old souls.
yep,
They the ancestors return.
yep.
They've
My
been here.
grandson,
Mm-hmm.
prime example. He was born on the day of Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Okay,
I celebrate both of their birthdays.
okay, okay.
But yeah, you know, that's how I was. You know, they used to laugh at me when I was, you know, like 14, 15 out there. They be 30 and 40 and I would be out there. They like, man, you talking like you, man, been around here forever. And they would be laughing
Yep.
when I was young, you know.
I'm saying it
Um,
was the same way, same way, man.
but
That
yeah,
is that's amazing though. But I tell people, I tell them that chronological number. I say, but really mentally, I'm probably 10 years older than that
mm-hmm,
in mindset. You know what I'm saying? And as far as maturity level, you know what I'm saying? So,
mm-hmm.
uh, so people say, "How you doing?" I say, I feel okay for an old fella." But they say you don't look that old, and I tell them my crime. They say, "Man, you look like you about 30 something." I said, "Nah, man, I'm almost 60, but and probably about almost 70 in my mindset and spirit.
That's
'Cause
right.
I've been around them older people all my life, and was sitting there, like you say, having conversations with grown people when I was young. You know what I mean? So I just feel like, man, I first downloaded a Circle 7
Mm-hmm,
in 1990 something. Off
right.
when the internet first hit off of AOL. Okay, and when I started reading, I was like, wow, it just seems so familiar. The things that was being talked about. You know what I'm saying? So on my own independent study, just learning, picking up a lot of stuff, reading it here and there, and talking to different people, and but then I just got to think about staying away from the schism.
That's right.
You know what I mean? It's just something innate in me. When I see the schism, I got to step off. I can't deal with that. You know what I'm saying? Because I know all that is pulling me into that lower self status. You
That's
know what I'm
right.
saying? And I just know it's something else for me, man. So I ain't gonna keep you on here because it's 5, and I'm glad I got to actually talk with you. And I'm gonna hit you on the email, and I'm gonna talk with you about some other stuff. I'm right here. I'm right here next to in the next state from the Grand Champion.
Okay.
So I'm well actually from the state where he from.
Okay.
So heard a lot about him uh in his earlier years. Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
you know I wanna ask you about that book of Ali that you was explaining to the brother the other day. I caught part of it. Um, the Book of Ali. Yeah, like a what should I use? I don't want to say subsidiary book, but a complement to the Circle 7.
Well, yeah, you know, the book of Ali is them 4 chapters that the prophet, you know, wrote,
Uh,
you know, dealing with the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nations, you know, the Christianity and, you know, divine order, you know, all of that right there. You
So
know,
it's already within the Moorish Holy Quran.
yeah, it's just with adept commentary.
Oh, okay, okay,
You know, and the chairman produced that, you know, off of the vibration of the Book of Eli.
okay, okay,
You know, but and he called it the Book of Ali.
okay.
Yes, sir. But it definitely is a powerful measure.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And but
All
yeah,
right.
we that's what we demonstrate Islamism without the schism.
Yeah. Well, I know I've been well, I'm gonna say Taj Tariq Bey, the whole RV Bay publications, they was coming here where I'm at. You know,
Right,
went through that whole situation and you know, got my thoughts about that. You know what I mean? They doing what they do. You know what I mean? But I see a lot of stuff, man. A lot of when stuff start not adding up, but really not adding up as they present it,
right.
is you know, it just I just I just never believe in hustling my own people or nobody else really.
That's right.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
right.
So I just can't deal with that, man. And I guess from being around my old man, I got a unique combination. I got a mother that taught school for 40 years, high school, junior high school, from the country, naive to the world. And then I got a father that never graduated high school and was in Petersburg Penitentiary in 1958 at 18 years old when they first integrated. but,
Right.
but was a wise man. See what I'm saying? So I tell people I had the best of both worlds. You
That's
know what I
right.
mean? Because I got the worldly side and then I got the book side.
That's right.
So my choice in life was to gravitate to the book side. You know what I mean? I could have easily gravitated to the other side. That wasn't hard, you know. But you know, just trying to keep myself in line with Allah, man, because that's a real thing. And that piece that I heard you just mention to the brother about being, man, it's nothing like it. You know what I'm saying? Being at peace with yourself. You know what I mean? And it's just like there's so much stuff out here today to draw you out of it. You know, I go to that chapter about Jesus being in the wilderness, you know, and made the admission that he was battling with his lower self. He knew what was going on. You know what I mean? So, you know, I ain't gonna hold you on here long. I'm gonna email you, man. We're gonna be able to talk. Hopefully, I just got some other questions on the government side, and I don't want to raise them on here.
Yes,
So,
sir.
you know, but I really appreciate you, man. I tell you, I just want to let you know that, man.
Oh yeah, brother. You know the love is mutual, and yeah, we'll definitely build. We'll build.
Yeah, really want to, and I really want to be present when you, because I came in late on the Coptic stuff, but you say you about to start the Arabic.
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna go into one more phase of the Coptic. I was supposed to do that today. I got on the phone with my father,
Mm-hmm.
and we had to draw on some measures. So we're gonna finish that last session of the Coptic, and then we going into the Arabic.
Okay.
Yeah, because we cycle through this information. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You
Okay.
know, that's how the scribes was able to grow. You know, we started with one and we went in the order in which the language would be revealed, and we keep going through the cycles. You know what I mean?
Right.
We got
That's right.
videos on here on all them cycles. If you were to go here, like number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what I mean?
Okay. I went on there and looked. I just probably ain't go back far enough.
Yeah, you go back a little far, you'll see. You know, we done already went through. You'll see where we first started with the hieratic. You know, it's powerful.
I picked up on all of that though real quick.
Mm-hmm.
just here within the last couple nights. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it don't
So
take long.
yeah, that was you know, I was slightly familiar before,
Mm-hmm.
and then you kind of put things in a little more perspective, and and like you saw me, I was going on there picking. It ain't take me long at all to transcribe those characters that you put up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like I like stuff like that. You know
That's
what I'm
right.
saying? That stuff kind of it just intrigues me. You know what I mean? And just to think that that's what the man did, and then put out that he transcribed the metanetta. You know what I'm saying? Or the hieroglyphs, so to speak. And oh, let me say this to you about that metanetta. So I read uh what's his name? Raul Nefer.
Yeah, I got it over here right behind me, both volumes. He got a couple of them.
He got about four or five of them,
Yep.
I think.
Yep.
But one thing I noticed, he always made a reference to the oracle.
Yep. And he
So
was speaking on metaphysics in there,
right. So now,
which is the right way.
right. So now, when they keep talking about they translating something, right? Them guys on the shows, on the programs, right? And you keep telling them, say, and Walter Williams so saying it hadn't been transliterated.
Fact.
Okay. So now would that put me in the mind, say, because it's through you looking at those images and looking within yourself, and that oracle is coming into contact with you and revealing what them images is.
That's right.
It ain't to be written down.
That's right.
See what I'm saying?
That's what I keep trying to tell them. Like they putting it in a box when they put it to a letter.
Right.
It's more infinite than that.
Right.
And the brother Kaba Committee, he powerful when it come to dealing with the metaphysics.
Uh-huh.
Just as it's a few more brother Muata Aspi.
Well, and it's amazing that you just said that, right?
You know.
So you just said that, right? So now that I was gonna ask you that in the chat, but I got you
Yeah,
here
he
now.
has a deep understanding. He got a deep understanding of the meta.
Right. So when I looked at the bird you put up, right? I don't know if it was the owl or the other bird, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in his book, Egyptian yoga, he identifies that as the Ben bird.
That's right.
And it's talking about the capstone
That's right.
on the pyramid, right?
That's right.
So so but I ain't comment on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
Mm-hmm.
I'm just laying back, man, listening, and when you be talking, man, all that stuff I done read, it's like it's coming together. You know what I'm saying? His Book of the Dead, his Egyptian yoga, a couple other ones that I had from
But
him.
he be quoting the prophet in some of his stuff.
Yeah, 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 he
Yeah,
do.
I done seen where he directly quote Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so like, Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought a universal thought pattern. That's what they don't know, a lot of people. He brought a foundation where you can honor all the teachings,
Right.
and that's why I resonate with what he brought.
Mm-hmm.
Because even prior to coming to that, I already had a mind expanded
Right.
to be of acceptance. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so when I seen that he had it there, I say, this is my foundation. That's where I tied my camel.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
to speak, because we honor all of the books
That's
of
right.
the ancestors.
That's right.
You never hear me going in opposition. That's why a Christian, I ain't gonna go in the bucket and going into, that's where they at. You feel me?
Yeah.
You
Well, he
know,
said, so some of my best moors is in the church.
they in the church. I understand.
Told you, say don't throw away your Bible, because
Yeah, we gonna use it to keep it. than the
Oh yeah,
European.
that's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. See what I'm saying? So I just I be, man, I'm right here in the belly of the beast.
That's right.
I'm right here, and when I say the belly, I'm right here in the so-called nation's capital.
Yes, sir.
When I say the belly, I'm right here where it's all at. The valley. Some people say the valley of Jehoshaphat, the valley of decision. Okay, and I just see so much stuff. Uh, I was just looking up the other day where,
So you're in Washington?
yeah, I'm right here by the Maryland line yeah, right, Washington, Maryland. Yeah,
It
right.
ain't strange that you there. I definitely got to talk to you about something.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, no problem. So, yeah, anytime, man, because it's just so much stuff about life that where it's like it's time for me to really expand myself as far as career, uh, making a means. My mother turned 83 yesterday on Saturday. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? And like I said, I'm an only child. I can't leave.
right,
I've been invited to come out the country and everything. People tell me, man, just get a plane ticket. Brother from Chad yesterday, because I be catching Uber. He said, man, you could take $300 to Chad and live for a month like a king.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Things like that. And by me now, I'm single, no wife, no children, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I ain't leaving my mother. See what I'm saying? And because it's you still there? Uh-oh.
Oh yes, sir.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
here.
Yeah, okay. So she not wise to the world. She been that school teacher around them teenagers all this time, and she just had this thing about viewing people being innocent, which is nothing wrong with. But I have to tell, I said, Mom, it's not the same way no more. It's these people predators, and they don't have no respect for elders like they used to when you was coming up. See what I'm saying? I say it's a different situation. If they didn't know that I was around, man, there's no telling what they may try to do. That's just a gut feeling that I got. You know what I mean? So it's like I gotta make my presence be known. That you might not see me for a minute, but I'm here. I'm close. You know what I'm saying? I'm a phone call away. And uh you know, and one of the major honor our father and our mother so our days be longer. So I've been on that since I've been little. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but I gotta grow. You know what I'm saying? And opportunity wise, and just so many things that I have ideas of doing and things to build. Because I don't think I'm too old to have no children. It's just the right woman to have the children with, and that's been the issue. You know what I mean? I just don't see that sister. She just ain't came across my path at this point. You know what I'm saying? So I just try to keep my heart pure, man, and be clear in my thoughts, and not get distracted and pulled into nothing that's going to be a stumbling block for me. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at, man. So yeah, but that Muata Ashby, I actually had that thought on my mind when you was talking tonight, and yeah, he a serious brother, man. Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
What you think about Malachi York?
The brother put a lot of things out there.
Mm-hmm.
I done read a lot of his material.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of the source material that he was using.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of his stuff came from Zachariah Sitchin.
Right. Right.
But
Right.
other than that, he was a good researcher,
Mm-hmm.
and he just allowed his information to take him down the wrong path. And I ain't talking about what he's supposed to be locked up for, because I believe he was set up.
Yeah, well, I believe that too.
When they came back and recanted their testimony, some of them.
Yeah.
But it's just he had put certain things in the ethers, and he had to pay for that.
Right.
You know,
Right.
and he came back and apologized. But when you don't put certain things out there, and you a leader, you influence the mindset of the people,
Mm-hmm.
and it has something to do with the outcome, and then you got to pay for that.
Right.
You know, and so a lot of karma that he got is from what he put out there in the ether.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
same thing with the brother Polite.
Right. Right.
You know, I feel like he got a cake bake for it
Mm-hmm.
because he went outside of the realm. You know, but
Mm-hmm.
same situation, but it's all based on you got to know who you is, know yourself.
Right.
But yeah, other than that, you know, I know the system behind Malachi York's information.
Right.
You know, I know he draw heavy on a lot of Shiite material,
Mm-hmm.
and I also know he draw, you know, mostly on masonry.
Right.
You know, and
Right.
that didn't help him in the end.
It sure didn't. He walked in there with all the regalia on, and people hit
He
him in
had him
the head.
standing outside the court, and they still went on to that.
Yep.
You know, and, I see how he tried to compile his language. His language ain't nothing really but Sabian.
Oh, right. Right.
Mm-hmm. What
Right.
they call Nuwapi is Sabian. It's the Sabian dialect, Himyaritic.
Uh-huh.
You know, then he have an admixture,
Okay.
you know, between the Hebrew, Arabic, and the Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
So I picked up on all that right there. You know, I read the book, Set the Record Straight,
Right.
you know, which deal with a lot of his, we'll say, blood tie information.
Mm-hmm.
And I also went into the Holy Tablets
Right.
a little bit. But I
Okay.
never was one that became a follower because I was already a Moor.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, so, but I definitely, you know, draw from some of his measures. He did a good thing by trying to put things in order.
Right. Right.
Yeah, he
Right.
definitely did that
Uh,
in his Right Knowledge series.
in the right knowledge, I read some of the Ansar stuff. Uh, you know, I just, man, like you say, he drew a lot of stuff to himself. Um, I met a lot of people that went through all that.
Yeah, a lot of these dudes that be challenging me be the ones that
Yeah, 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 yeah.
most of the people that been challenging me, I find out they had New Wabian background.
Right, right, right. And they're not exercising no right knowledge at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's the strange thing about it. You know what I mean? So it all come back. What was you in there for? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you know, I don't know, man. It's really strange, but it's just a good feeling, man, when you can come across somebody you really vibrate with, and it's far and few and in between with me. You know what I mean? So I said let me go ahead and hit the link and chat with you a little bit in on real voice. You know what I mean? I know you don't have time to keep looking in the chat while you demonstrating. You know what I'm saying? So said, let me go ahead and hit the link. You know what I mean? But man, it's no words I can say to describe some of the connections that you done made happen here just within a short period of time. You know, so it really put me at a level of peace and comfort uh, to hear what you're saying, and it draw me to the government side of it because that's where you at, and hearing what you're saying, I know you wouldn't be there uh, if that's right. You know, a lot of people knock the brother. You know what I'm saying? And you know, one of his greatest adversaries right here at 71. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
you know, so I just
Yeah, I came out and demystified all that stuff they've been trying to put out there about the chairman. And
right.
Rosetta is the one that put the lie out there.
Oh, oh, okay.
They came through the chamber together.
Oh, okay, okay.
Not really, really, but Tillman had already come through it, but Rosetta was around at certain times, so they knew each other. But all the stuff he put out there on the chairman, I got recordings on Rosetta based on that. I just ain't never put it out because
Right.
he had been attacking the chairman so much. I said if he come up here with it again, I'm gonna expose him.
Yeah, man. But you know what really be getting me about them dudes, man? I be listening to him like he went on me. I watched him on several of his demonstrations online. I listened to the sister, his wife, and then when I talked to him, man, on the phone, actually through his voice, I just got something, man. It it don't match up. You know what I'm saying? It's
No.
like it's something. You know, I remember him. I seen him on Nightline with Ted Koppel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Years ago, that was the '90s, I believe it was. And I said, man, you know, I seen you on Nightline. He said, I don't care where you seen me at. Man, you know, I ain't gonna let nobody. Man, he an elder though, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to give him a pass. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you the question that I asked
Mm-hmm.
because it's related to the one I asked on in the chat with you that time where y'all was talking about something else and you let me know that we wasn't talking about that. You told me I could contact you. Gave me your email, right? The story of the Moabites in the Bible, never being allowed to be in the congregation of the Lord, and the alleged, I was, for lack of a better word, the alleged curse on Moabites. Okay, uh, and that whole string of events because Moab tried to come up against Balak, tried to come up against Israel, and went to Balaam and asked Balaam to assist him in fighting against Israel because they was coming into the land. And that whole demonstration, I be reading that, right? And I just be wondering, is that just from some other perspective of somebody trying to do the same thing they doing with the language we talking about now, like what you demonstrating with Champollion and them. You know what I'm saying? Somebody just distorting the actual truth. What is it to that? You know what I mean? I asked somebody, I said, who is the god Shamosh? They won't answer. He told me on, man, you coming to me with something out about 50,000 years ago, but you saying you're a grand sheep. What's the problem with talking about it?
Mm-hmm.
It's addressing Moabites.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the fact about Ruth and Ruth redeeming the Moabites, by going and lodging with Naomi.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And marrying Boaz. I understand that part. You understand? I said, but why is it such a problem asking the question about Shemos and Baal and all Ashtoreth and all of that?
Mm-hmm.
If it's more science.
Right.
And they Tar Sharik Bay, all of them. They shut up. They don't say nothing. I'm like, what is it with this?
Yeah, they don't want they don't want to go into the essence.
Right.
You know, they feel what they don't understand, uncharted territory.
Oh, okay.
You know, um, yeah, we definitely. I mean, all they have to understand is that Kimosh, you know, is just another expression of El.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, same thing.
Right.
In fact, you know, you would see him with the All Star crown on sometime.
Okay.
Kemet, you know, the Atef with the feathers on the side.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of that stuff is in there. You know, I
Okay.
got some of that information. In fact, in them slides I was going into.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you see how much in there, but I like to put things in order.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
just like I was trying to tell them ones. What I was trying to pull up, I was actually trying to pull up this little demonstration right here to show the family because I went into it last night with the brother about the formulas.
Uh-huh.
When I was showing them in my drawing, I took the definition out of the dictionaries that they normally have.
Mm-hmm.
I isolated these symbols and reverse engineered it back into the hieratic
Okay.
from these pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I showed them that these are formulas,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and the root of the formula, this number 15 right here,
Mm-hmm.
see the atomic mass in here, beryllium and
Yep.
lithium,
Mm-hmm.
the energy sources. So
Okay.
whereas they would try to say that this is a word that is called Siwea, the way
Mm-hmm.
they would say it, I tell them these are, formulas.
Right.
You see,
Right.
instead of words, they are formulas.
Mm-hmm.
They express in the form of what we call sounds, though. No different
Right.
than do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Right.
Octaves.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So I
Mm-hmm.
call it an anaglyphic formula. But what
Mm-hmm.
I showed them is that the word itself, this would be the actual breakdown in the hieratic. You
Okay.
know? And so what it means by definition, it means to make, to endure, to last, to stay in a house, to lengthen life, last long is the basic definition of this word.
Okay.
This is not the word. This is what they had played, reverse engineered this into being these symbols. These symbols metaphysically represent, again, the formula.
Uh-huh.
You see what I'm saying? The word is here. The definition of the word is really branching off from here.
Right.
So I brought this down here to go into the deepness of the symbol, and I did it through gematria
Right.
by the
Okay.
sounds.
Right.
So the 15 that you have here has to do with the first letter A.
Okay.
A is 1.
Mm-hmm.
H is 5
Mm-hmm.
in the gematria, right?
Okay.
But when you add 1 and 5 together, you get 6.
Right.
And 6 is W, which
Uh-huh.
goes to the root of the word.
Okay.
You see, right?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
So once I took the 9 and added it to the 6, that's 15, right?
Right.
So this is what I did. I looked up the atomic mass, which connects to the main word. And that's how I came up with these attributes from these numbers.
Ah.
In itself, in the Egyptian alphabetical creation cycle, Gematria by the brother Mustafa Gadal, a native born Egyptian,
Mm-hmm.
he'll tell you A and H represents the alpha, the one and all, and the
Mm-hmm.
divine infusion. So when you look at the definition, then also W is connectivity between the upper and lower realms. You can see all that being personified in the pictorial expression.
Okay.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, what is the one and all? The creator. What is the divine infusion? You can see it being demonstrated right here. Some
Right.
people call that the double helix.
That's
Everything you
that's the
create,
DNA.
that's right. And so
Or you could say that's the well, that's the DNA, but that's the that's the same thing as the medical symbol.
there you go. That's right. The caduceus.
That's the Kundalini.
Right. There you go. Now you see what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that is basically scienced up in here. The alpha, the one and the all, represents deity, and the deity is symbolic in most cases to the hawk.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
That takes flight, ascension.
Uh-huh.
And the divine infusion is symbolic, like we said to this, and this is actually the symbol that most deals with time.
Okay.
He,
Uh,
ahe, ahe. You see what I'm saying?
uh-huh.
So when you understand all of this and you look at it manifesting again the atomic mass in the periodic table, then you understand the atomic structure. We can see Bay and Lee.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I did, I said, let me go into the Moorish Holy Quran and see what words in every chapter that I can go through relate to this.
Mm-hmm.
So I went and I found infinite, everlasting of the past unto the never ending days to go. That means to make, endure, last, stay in. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everlasting life, everlasting retribution, everlasting gospel, a seed of everlasting life,
Mm-hmm.
boundless power, boundless space,
Mm-hmm.
vast estate, a
Mm-hmm.
long, long time,
Mm-hmm.
tarry longer, long ago. All these are definitions dealing with everlasting coming from the Moorish Holy Quran. So this is my true definition that goes beyond the one that they gave here.
Right.
So if I was going to transliterate, I can use any one of these definitions in my transliteration.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what?
What?
It also represents these two measures in the periodic table because I told you that both of these deal with energy sources,
Right.
lithium and beryllium,
Right.
and they represent electrical conductivity with exactly zero resistance.
Oh,
Is that not infinity?
that's free flowing infinity.
Is that not infinite, everlasting, of the past, never ending? You see what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So you see how out of this whole formula, dealing with the gematria,
Mm-hmm.
we was able to come up scientifically with those elements that have to do with energy sources.
Wow.
So if I study these elements, there's a knowledge in these elements where I may be able to advance science if I study them thoroughly enough.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm.
that's why I say that this thing go deeper than just saying this is a letter A, a letter B, a letter
Right.
C. Yeah.
Right.
No,
Right.
these are vibrations. Sawa eh, eh, is actually, it can become an incantation.
Mm-hmm.
Heka. And
Mm-hmm.
that's what we have lost.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And so when you bring it together again, it's here the alpha, the one and all, the divine infusion
Mm-hmm.
of connectivity between the upper and lower realms.
Right.
Electrical conductivity with exactly zero resistance.
As above, so below.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You see how far that go beyond the way that they try to interpret it, but
Right.
yet it coincides with the exact definition.
Mm-hmm.
That's how deep my breakdown and my methodology of memory.
Yeah, yeah,
They ain't ready for that.
they ain't there with that.
You
They ain't
see?
there with that. Yeah, they ain't there with
Yeah.
that.
And
Yeah, they
I ain't even went all the way in. You feel
right.
me?
That's just like the word. That's just like the sound om.
That there you go. Now you getting it.
See what I'm saying?
And that's
So it's
what these represent octaves.
uh-huh.
We can vibrate the ethers and
Uh-huh.
tap into this same electrical conductivity with exactly zero resistance.
Uh-huh.
Huh?
Yeah. Hey,
But this
listen.
the thing the ancestors didn't want everybody to know neither.
Right. Because it's
Because
not a
people will
secret.
misuse it.
It's not a secret, it's sacred.
It's sacred. Some
Mm-hmm.
people will misuse it for harm.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So and then some people try to fleece the people with it. And
Well,
they
yeah,
tell me, show us your methodology.
yeah.
No, what? So you can go and try to remix it and make people think it's something it ain't?
That's what Satan tried to do to Jesus.
You see?
Show me you can do this and show me you can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he tried to do.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, so uh I went into a period of time of taking stuff like GABA, stuff to increase the synopsis of the neurotransmitters right in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess maybe I don't know if I did it for a period of time and then I stopped. But I was always interested in increasing that activity because when you people say you only use 10% of your brain, you know what I'm saying? And my whole thing in life was always how can I increase the brain? What I was telling you was skimming through it about the movie Lucy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that she was eating that the man tried to plant in her that a scientist uh extracted the stuff out of a woman's breast milk and created a synthetic form of a drug. And these Japanese tried to market it. They used her to smuggle it. They cut her stomach open and put her in her stomach. And when she got to the delivery point, the guy tried to rape her. She fought him off, but he kicked her all in her stomach and he made the thing bust in her stomach. That's how it got in her system. And she called her mother on the phone. She said, Mom, she said, I can see everything. I can smell everything. I can feel everything. I even remember this cat that you had. Her mother said, how you remember that cat? You wasn't born. And that's when so I equated that to her tapping into the pineal. Her brain opened up. That third eye opened up. And but it also created a situation where she had to keep replenishing herself with that substance to go on. And then she got to such a point of critical mass uh, that it shows her going all the way back to this thing with the monkey. And that was at the beginning of the movie. They showed a clip of that. But in the end, she went all the way back to that. And then she turned into this black uh, substance that surrounded in the room, but it showed her actually physically going touching that monkey back from whatever beginning stage where they was created. I don't know if you call what do you call I don't know what you call you don't call a monkey Homo sapien.
No, they call them in most cases. Sometimes they call them
It was a
Australopithecus.
yeah, it was a chimpanzee, right? And when she touched the finger, her whole physical presence left. So the guy was there. Look, he said, "Where did she go? Where did she go?" And then all of a sudden, a message came on her phone saying, "I am everywhere." So it was almost like she went back, reverted back to their protoplasm.
That's right. Common ancestor.
Right. See what I'm saying? So it's like, I was like, wow. And I always watched that movie, and because they found the woman, the so-called remains of the woman in what I say Abyssinia, I get on them all. I said, why you call yourself Ethiopian? They be like, what you mean? I say, you Abyssinians, you're Cushites. So when I talk to them, like, they look at me real strange. I say, Ethiopian come from a Greek word called Ethiop, which means dark face, sunburned skin. I say, that's not the original name or the original category of your species or the land that you in. That's Abyssinia. And I say, if you really look, go look at the tomb of Tutankhamun and look at his face. Y'all look like him. Do you know they don't know that? I said, if you look at why you think they call Anwar Sadat the last pharaoh? If you look at him and look at the way his head is shaped, man, he could be the twin of Tutankhamun. If you look at his face, his nose, his features, all that stuff, the way his head shaped, he looked just like Tutankhamun, man. And I tell people, I don't know if you ever saw this or knew this. So Jimmy Carter, the president, his wife died yesterday.
Okay.
Rosalind Carter, 90-some years old. So Jimmy Carter was the one that orchestrated what they call the Camp David Accords, with Israel and Egypt. They formed a peace treaty, and the prime minister at the time was Menachem Begin, and it was Anwar Sadat was the president of or the prime minister, whatever his title was, for Egypt. So 60 Minutes was on, and Mike Wallace had them together sitting at the base of Giza doing an interview. And he asked Menachem Begin, he said, Prime Minister, here we sit at the foot of the Great Pyramid where your people was enslaved. And Anwar Sadat said, excuse me, sir, we have no evidence that that event ever existed. And 30 to 60 days later, Anwar Sadat got assassinated. You can't find that clip nowhere of that interview. See what I'm saying? So I'm like, when you studying the stuff that you present now and how it's all fabricated. See what I'm saying? And
yes, sir.
I just look at that and I'm like, when he said that, man, that triggered something. I had a guy from Egypt, so where the Muslim Brotherhood killed him. I said, why would you say they killed him? He basically said something in their favor. Why would they have killed him? He denied what the Israel is saying. He's saying it wasn't true. So now you got to figure it's either the CIA or the Mossad that killed him. See what I'm saying? So it's like I'm on all that type of stuff. I'm just into seeing the truth from falsehood, man.
Yes, sir.
Truth from falsehood, man. I'm Al Farouk. I'm a discerner between truth and falsehood. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I just be that's why you can't talk to everybody about everything, man. And like you say, what you just broke down to me right then and there, I comprehend it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like them dudes, man, ain't on. They not willing. It's a fad. to be into this information. The conscious community is a fad. It's a popularity thing. You know what I'm saying? To talk on a conscious level and be accepted and all that. Yeah, but they don't understand the real nature of it. It's for real.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? They don't comprehend that. It's even here in this area. It's a, oh yeah, I'm vegan and I'm this and that, and oh yeah, and we talking about this, and I'm right here with Tony Broder, man. I was sitting in a little seminar with Tony Broder and Ronoko Rashidi, and I raised the issue about the Moors. Ronoko Rashidi, he only equates the Moors to 7-Eleven. He didn't go back no further. And I was like, wow, to myself. But that whole thing you saw me say more means light, Gerald Massey refers to more being inscribed in stone.
That's right. Yeah, I
You know what I'm
got
saying?
presentations I did on that.
Oh, okay.
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm the only one to really go into depth to show the people that more go back to more than one culture.
Right.
I got whole videos breaking that down.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
get a chance to check them out. That's what
Yeah.
I'm the reason why they respect the Moors now. Cause
Uh-huh.
they were trying to beat up on the Moors, and that's another thing. They couldn't do that with me
Right.
because I brought too much proof and evidence.
Right.
You know, they tried, but once I went to bringing that stuff out there, I did a whole presentation about 2 or 3 on Saw Show.
Okay.
That's what solidified, and separated, what it was I had to offer.
Mm-hmm.
Because even some of the Moors, they was able to honor the measure after that, the ones that used to be in opposition.
Right.
Because they seen what the real goal and the purpose was.
Right.
And it's really just showing unity and showing oneness. It ain't trying to make the Moors be superior over nobody.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
just showing that the name go back further. And that was one of the things I challenged Reggie with then, because he came at me. That's what he first tried to attack me on, the Moors.
Mm-hmm.
And I got it recorded. And when he came at me like that, I told him, I say, take the name Black and try to trace it back and see how far you go, and then take the root word M and R and see how far you go.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I killed a lot of that. So that's why you don't hear them coming at me like that. They know better. Anybody that come at me talking about the Moors and talking about their origin, they don't know. They ain't talk to me. The word Moor that was used actually by the Moors, it was known as Demari. And
Uh-huh.
Demari mean Moorish gods.
Okay.
The Arabs just refused to call us that, but the word Mari is where the word Moor come from.
Right.
You know, Mari go all the way back to the high priest of Amen.
Uh-huh.
And it also is a name, of the high priest of Anu.
Okay.
Yeah, so like, that name Mar or the M and R root go all the way back to Samaria. It go back to those who are known as the Mauryan dynasty of Ashoka that Prophet Noble Ali speak of India.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They can't get around it, fam.
Yeah, they can't get around it. I tell you, I
Not with me anyway. They definitely ain't gonna
well,
get around
my thing is, first of all, I tell, like, I was in the car with a guy from Afghanistan,
it. Mhm.
and I said, well, why they call the people in Saudi Arabia the scholars of Islam? He said, what you mean? I said, well, first of all, those people are not the real Arabians. That's the House of Saud. They come out of Jordan.
Right. The originals are the Cushites.
Right. Or the Nubians, as they should say, as they
Yeah,
say.
Tarseti. That's right.
Right. Right. So,
Hess.
right. So I'm like, I said, man, the first Islamic university was in Morocco by a woman, for Fatima.
That's right.
So how you deeming them as scholars? You know what I'm saying? So they collaborated with Great Britain and the United States to drive the Ottoman Empire.
That's right.
They discovered oil by accident. They was drilling for water.
That's right.
When I tell them that some of them, they even know that and they don't talk about it. Because some of them, when I mention that, they acknowledge it. They say, "Oh, you smart. You should be teaching." I said, "I'm teaching right now. Why I gotta be up on a platform?
That's right.
It's each one teach one."
That's right.
You know, so I just, man, it's just it's why I got a brother here, man. Man, the Moors, they enslaved, they had us enslaved, and the Moors, they went in because he to trace his ancestry back to Mali. So he talking about, oh yeah, the Moors, they went in, they went in there and fought and killed and enslaved. I say, bruh,
I debunked that lie too.
yeah, he talking about the Songhai Empire. I know what he talking about.
Nah,
And
he don't know what he talking about.
he don't. And and he's one.
None of them don't know what they talking about when they say dumb stuff like that. It was the Albidan who enslaved the Heratin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in other words, what they call the Tawny Moors or so-called white Moors, which is really Arabs,
Right.
because they still enslaving our people over there right now in Mauritania.
Yes.
You know, it was them who enslaved the people. We got the record of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's what
Mm-hmm.
I was telling that guy Reggie. Like, I was telling him, like, bro, you talking about the Arabs, but he was trying to use that, and people didn't know no better. But you couldn't pull it over on me. You feel me?
Right.
So once I brought that up, now you don't really hear them coming like they won't come like that at me,
Mm-hmm.
cause I go to pulling it up and showing my people being enslaved over there right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And all they had to do is keep their mouth closed, and they might have been able to get off a little bit. But what they do with me, they don't know. When they do that, they just make me go harder.
Right. Right.
I'm already full of information. It's gonna be worse on you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And everything I say, it can be looked up.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I do, I speak from the root.
Right.
You know. And so when I say something, just like when I said Demorris, he like the brother put it right there in the chat. He know, brother Noble Brown know.
Mm-hmm.
Demar gonna come out. It mean Moorish gods.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we was called. And the reason why the Arabs wouldn't call us that, because they was Orthodox Muslims. So they like, no, we gonna call them Berbers,
Right.
barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't gonna call them no gods now. We'll call them barbarians though. And that's how the
Mm-hmm.
name Berber end up sticking. That's a
Uh-huh.
misnomer.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's
Yeah.
true
Yeah.
fact.
Yeah. It's interesting, man.
Yes, sir.
Why they so why are people so is they scared or intimidated by the fact the Moors?
Well, what it is they done got hope to a hater more Mickey.
Okay.
Somebody done gave them misinformation, and some of them want to accept it. Some of them got beat up by Moors with information, and
Mm-hmm.
so they ain't forgave Moors. People that ain't may not be Moors, like they done bang with them, because
Mm-hmm.
even the Moors before me, them Moors was sharp. A lot of them, like Arlene Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't nothing to be messed. Still ain't nothing to be messed up with. He had the whole community in the district. A lot of people be like, "Yeah, commission. You remind me of Brother Lean Bay, and Brother Lean Bay, a good brother. But them beating these ones up that challenge, they still can't get over it. Like Reggie, Reggie got beat up. I seen him get beat up by the Moors. You know what I mean?
And I never forget, and it's got to have been back in the 90s too. I saw videos of Hakeem Bey up in New York going against the brother, what's his name, Seti,
Uh,
ate him up,
yeah,
ate him up, man, and got him to the point, man. You know, it was something about him because he claimed to be a follower of Dr. Ben and all of them, and it was a thing about him though. He always came out with this street thug mentality, right?
yeah, straight trash. I got that city when I first heard it.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like he a thug or something, man. I'm like, man, I'm
Yeah,
looking at
nah,
man, man, you're a real
he
sucker, real sucker.
I told him he was when I first heard city. I chimed in and told him, I said, you an agent provocateur,
Okay.
you know. And he like, yeah, you got something you want to say, get in the ring. And back then I had never been on Sinetta channel, but I was saying to myself, I like, boy, when I get up there, I got something for the cat. Cause I was listening to him, I'm like, man, this dude ignorant as all outdoors.
Yes, sir.
You know, the way he was explaining things. Not
Yes,
saying
sir.
the brother wasn't knowledgeable, but he was manipulating.
Right.
And I didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's a couple of brothers that was saying stuff about Prophet Noble Drew Ali I knew, but they was able to whoop up on certain people that was weak.
Right.
And that's why I honored Eileen Bay, because Eileen Bay stood up for the Prophet when nobody else would,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And so a lot of them don't know I was sitting back watching them.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And it was the will of the Most High that, you know, I end up coming for.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so a lot of them was saying the same thing though. You know, Metal Net ain't been deciphered, but I'm the one that came with the information to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? The same stuff I'm presenting now, and I got countless. Wait till I start putting this book together though.
Right.
That's what I'm working on now. I'm really working on putting things together in the book form
Okay.
instead of, you know, going back and forth, you know, over the information. That's where I'm at with it now, so I can put it in form where people can take the knowledge
Right.
and
Right.
utilize it and build off of it. I just, you know, I put it out here as peer review, you know, and none of them can't do nothing with it. So now it's the only thing you can do is just go and put it in the book. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna take you back here. Khalid Muhammad and Farrakhan.
Right.
When Khalid Muhammad went on the Donahue show and claimed to be a Moor, it was almost like when he claimed to be a Moor, all this stuff it's like it triggered something. You know what I mean? And it's like I saw two brothers the other day, final call, and I salamed them and everything. And they started talking about the black man. I said, man, nah, ain't no black man, man. No soon as I said that, he said, brother, he said, we know where you at, Noble Drew Ali. He said, we know where you at more. I said, yeah, you know, because it's using. I believe that Elijah Muhammad, when he was saying black man, he was using a different perspective than people took it.
Well, yeah, he know we was Moors.
Yeah.
He studied. He was under the prophet, but you know, you got to remember the Moors started going crazy. I got their history on my channel.
Okay.
You know, he did that because, you know, you got to remember the Moors. He was there basically when the Moors killed Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, he turned them away from that name and the NOI name.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that their original was, because all them was in stuff too. That's why he took the feds off the head. He didn't want them to be identified with them after what
Oh,
was going on.
okay.
You know, that's why he, you know, but he definitely was went to the meetings.
Yeah,
He did
Robert
all of that.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I got all that history. All you got to do is go look at my channel, bro. I'm telling you, I got all that on there.
Davis Ford L.
All that.
Mm-hmm.
I got all that information on my channel.
The brother named Omar Shabazz
Hmm.
came out with a series, a couple DVDs about that.
Yep.
Talked about how Fard was still alive, living out in California, teaching in the university.
Yeah, I got all that history right there.
And Muhammad
I
Ali's
got
wife,
history of Master Farad Muhammad before Elijah met him.
right, right,
Yeah. I just
right.
taught on that a few weeks ago. I taught
Mm.
on the tribe of Shabazz and everything.
Now I saw you got Shabazz on your in your picture. I can't find the word for it. The thing you got draped across you.
Yeah. That's my Arabic attribute.
Okay. So now,
Shabazz, yeah.
so now, where did you? I hear you talking about trace your bloodline. How'd you trace your bloodline?
No, I took the DNA test.
Oh, you did that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I got the blood of Ramesses. Well, I got DNA that come from Ramesses,
Yeah, I heard you say that the other
from the
night.
Sudan all the way over into Senegambia,
Okay.
the Moors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Any particular one you use to do that?
I went through 23andMe.
23andMe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 23andMe. Okay. Yeah, I'm always been curious about that.
Yeah, they
Always.
already got your DNA, good brother.
Oh, I already know.
A lot of people, that's what they be more worried about. Them people, oh, if you done been to the doctor, they got your DNA.
Yeah, they already got it. They already got it. Yeah.
But
I
you
went to
ain't.
the doctor. I went to the doctor, so I don't have no ID.
Mm-hmm.
They always be talking about you got to need an ID. I said, what you mean need an ID? They got my ID. They got my blood. I'm
Yeah,
already on the record here.
yeah,
I said, then when they go in here this time and draw my blood, if it's somebody different, then you can say some fraud was committed.
yes,
They already
sir.
got it.
That's right.
You ask me for,
If you
huh?
ain't doing nothing, crazy, you ain't got nothing to worry about.
No, it's just them people be asking for ID. I said, man, you take my blood, you got my ID. I said, because it's in the system from birth.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So, I, that's
Yes,
just
sir.
some of the stuff. That's just some of the stuff on the government side I want to talk to you about. You know what I'm saying? But dealing with all that going into these venues, because see, here's the thing with me. I'm a big brother too. I'm like 6'2", over 350 pounds.
Right,
I got about 30 some years of locks hanging down.
right,
Okay, so no soon as I start being assertive in my tone, they automatically step back and try to make it look like I'm being aggressive.
right.
See what I'm saying? So I've always just tried to be even keeled in expressing myself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know exactly where you're coming from.
When I start banging them, that's their first way to go. Oh well, you being aggressive and you doing. No, let's talk about the facts. We don't have to get. I don't know what you're talking about being aggressive. I'm not gonna let you lie to me,
Right,
and stand up here and like I'm subservient to you or something.
right.
I'm not subservient to you, and I don't know who educated you that in the law when you're a public servant. You know what I'm saying? So I'm dealing with that type of stuff too. See what I'm saying? But that's why I kind of was asking what I really know the answer to a certain extent, like the information that you're teaching and relating it to how to deal with it out here in this world. as practicality wise, as far as everyday life and dealing with what we know these people really are. What are man? I asked the question because I saw where you read something there about Yakub and something you was demonstrating tonight. And some of that literature you said it was something about Yakub. Okay,
Oh,
so
that was the General Yakub in France.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. So it's and when we talk about the Yakub, and I always ask you, I say, is that the same Yakub that's the son of Isaac that they talking about?
Yeah. Now that was Yakub, the general from France.
Yeah, but the Yakub, the big head scientist.
Yeah, different time frame.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Yakub. Is the Yakub, the big head scientist, the same Yakub? That's Jacob. That's the son of Isaac. Try to steal Esau's birthright.
Well, really, Yakub is a symbolic expression for what we call the serpent.
Okay.
You know, it's a mindset.
Okay.
Yakub in the Hebrew mean heel catcher.
Oh.
You know, so if the serpent is called the heel catcher, then it's gonna catch the heel of the woman, whether it strike at the heel or it catch the heel from being crushed by the heel.
Uh-huh.
It's still a heel catcher.
Right.
You
Okay.
know, so it represents the lower self. That's why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad say he took, the weaker germ. That
Uh-huh.
weaker germ is synonymous with lower self.
Okay. Got you.
You see,
Got
in our teaching, the higher self is God, the lower self is the devil.
you. Right. Right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 6, man. Go ahead and get you some rest before you get out. I ain't gonna hold you no longer.
Oh
Uh
no, all is well, all is well. We'll definitely build though.
yeah, we did some building tonight this morning. I appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it, man. I can't express in words, bro. It's
Yes, sir.
it's nothing I can say. All I can say is until we meet again.
Oh yeah, yeah. We definitely gonna meet again.
Yeah, and we on this platform here. I email you. We can get some further, link up information where we could talk. You say you had some questions about right here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm just tired, man.
Yes, sir.
I'm just tired of the schism, bro. I'm trying to be at home. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Just tired of the schism, man. Just you know, old songs smiling in your face all the time. They're trying to take your place. The backstabbers.
That's right.
I can't deal with that, man. And the Almighty, man, just make make that stuff become apparent to me.
Yes, sir.
You're not gonna hide, man. It's a uh, old Bob Marley. I think it was Bob Marley. Somebody in one of his songs say the truth is there for those that have eyes to see.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So uh, I know that it's a blessing for me to be able to see, man. I just want to be able to use my blessings properly. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
And
sir.
I just I just be battling. I be battling not so much with my lower self, but just battling with the environment that I'm in right here. There's supposed to be so many conscious people around, but they like a $3 bill.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They fake. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Tony Browder got a joint when the weather break when he give tours around DC, right? And the tour is called the Nile of the Potomac, Egypt on the Potomac. That's what it's called, Egypt on the Potomac. And
Right.
he goes around and shows you different images and different things. But they in the lodge, man.
Right.
Them brothers in the lodge, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They concealing. You know what I'm saying? They giving the Lord something enough to to give you a taste, but they conceal it, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They ain't coming 100% with you. You know what I'm saying? I can't. Wrote all them books and come out of Chicago and you've been exposed to a lot of stuff. You going over in Egypt doing excavations and uh different things, and I'm like, something ain't right though. You know what I'm saying? It's the energy. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
sir.
Average people might not be able to pick it up, but it's something. When I come in them places, man, they be looking at me. They don't know me. It's like you said the other night when you going somewhere. It's like you light the room up.
Yes, sir.
That be happening to me. And I'm a humbly dressed. I'm sweatpants and work boots and sweat holes in my clothes. Man, when I walk in the room, man, it's something. I don't know what it is. But it's been like that with me all my life though.
Right.
And I'm a humble dude. I'm sitting in the back of the room with my back on the wall.
Right.
I ain't saying much. I'm just listening, observing, and trying to learn, man. But when you ask these brothers questions, man, they act like you took something and hit them in the head with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, come on, why you professing yourself to be this? It's like them dudes on the show. You professing yourself to be. Should be a very simple question.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to get some answers. What's the secret?
That's right.
What's the secret? I'm trying to figure out what's the secret. We all going in that box.
Mm-hmm.
What we gonna do on the hash mark in between the numbers? We're going in that box, man. The situation here where I'm at, man, with these youth, man, it's I ain't never had a young person disrespect me. I be
Right.
hearing people talk bad about these young people, man. I said these young people ain't bad, man. They looking for guidance. They looking to know who they are. They lost. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Y'all trying to lock them up and keep the real estate investment trust going, CCA. Y'all trying to keep that going. Keep 99% of the beds filled so they can get finance from the government. Come on, man. You got a 99% conviction rate. Come on now. And these young people, they feel like they ain't got nothing to lose. They out here doing all this crazy, man. They carjacking elders, robbing old women, doing all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, come on, man. It's something wrong with y'all doing. They looking at y'all and looking at how y'all act. They picking up on it and say, well, if they acting like that, they supposed to be an authority. What I got to lose? Might as well do what I'm gonna do. You telling me I ain't got no hope. I ain't got nothing to look forward to. I'm gonna let you go though. Peace and love,
Yes.
brother. Much gratitude to you.
Yes, sir. Peace and love, good brother. All is well.
All is well.
Yes,
Talk to
sir.
you later.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Islamism.
Islamism without the schism.
Peace and love.
Yes, sir. All right.
Gratitude.
Gratitude.
Well, all right, family. It's been a grand drawing, and you heard the brothers. We give honors to everybody who came on here. Yeah, brother, that video right there, that video, I seen it too. Yeah, that's what made me definitely look at him and see exactly what was going on. But yeah, all is well, family. Y'all see what it is. Rosetta Stone on trial, exposing pseudo hieroglyphs. Y'all be sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe and look at the measure again. So all is well, family. It's all love. And until the next time, Uncle Jet Saneb, life, health, and prosperity be upon you. Shimotepu. Peace of the ancestors I offer you. Gratitude.